Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I appreciate you as ever for tuning on in today on this fine Thursday evening. As we find ourselves a little bit later than we normally play out here, but I figured let's get a show in. Let's get a little bit of show in. Let's talk about something that's been a little bit at the forefront of my mind. You guys know that I'm oftentimes very much enraptured by the potential of how we can improve our team, help our team, make it even a little bit better. And now's maybe not as much the time that this is at the forefront of most thoughts because the team's coming off its most impressive win of the year. And it looks stocked to the gills. Everything looks pretty solidly based and built. And I'm going to come to a certain conclusion as I try to, make this little bit of a somewhat short presentation here on looking at this, because I don't think it requires as much of a longer view as we might look at some of the other things out there and in considering them. And there's a reason for that. And the reason would be, if I was to pinpoint it down to one simple mere word, I would say it's scarcity. We find ourselves, as we approach this trade deadline, with that being the thing that stands out to me amongst anything else that we're considering, and whether or not we get a trade done. Where we're weak, where we need some help, where do we want to take on the salary, how's the cap situation, all of that gets factored in. But we get to the point for me as far as scarcity goes. We don't have a lot out there as far as options to necessarily look for and to improve this team. Now, the good news is that as good as this team has looked right now, that potentially maybe we don't need any reinforcements. The reinforcements are already here. They're coming back into the ranks, and we're going to be just fine. But John Schneider has said and gone on record and saying that improving the team is a 365-day-a-year business. And so he is looking, you can absolutely bet your bottom dollar at what's going on in the market, at what could be available, where he could maybe find some places to improve this team. So before we look at some of the few available options when it comes to this, let's first kind of itemize and get locked in on what we think is going to be the need or what we could be looking at, because we're not going to be looking at all positions, right? And that's where this starts, and that's where I think this helps us out in the scarcity aspect of things. The cat's trying to attack each other here right now. Come here. So first off, wide receiver. We've got Eskridge coming back in the ranks, Tariq Young coming back into the ranks. We've got Jackson Smith still trying to find his way to get some targets, much less on the football field, in favor of the 2 and the 3 tight end sets that we've been running. And we've got Jake Bobo. You're not going to be looking at wide receiver. Likewise, quarterback, Drew Lock, a fine backup for Geno. You feel fine there. Running back, much like the receiving core, you're getting guys back into the ranks. So it's not a matter of even you needing more bodies. You're going to get stronger just by getting healthier, as you're due to do once you get McIntosh back in, where you will be back to being 4 deep, as both so far, Walker and Charbonnet, have been able to remain upright and relatively injury-free. So you're not going to the running back position. Okay, well, how about tight end? You got Disley, Parkinson, and we got Fant, who's maybe on this track right now to have maybe his best year of his career right now as it looks. So again, you're stocked up. You've got nowhere to add on that positional group. So we go to offensive line, and this is the one spot where maybe you could say maybe here, and that being left guard with Damian Lewis, especially now that he's rolled his ankle. We'll have to see where Damian is from a health standpoint, but I don't know if the team is driven as much here to look at that position as a position for them to go out and get a major upgrade right now versus thinking we can move Phil Haynes over to left guard, and then we can have Bradford as the starting right guard until Damian Lewis gets back, and we've got basically a 3-headed monster at that point, with those guys able to kind of be moved around in different places to make it work and get it accommodated. But we can get by on that. We'll be just fine on that. I don't think that guard's going to be a place that they look to address, especially with having Evan Brown and his flexibility to bounce out and kick out to guard, as he had to do here recently in a pinch, where you have a backup for your backup kind of situation. So I think likewise, it's not going to come from the offensive line. So we basically can throw out your entire offensive point as far as looking to have to upgrade anything or needing to upgrade anything there. You can ride with what you got and feel pretty good about it. If there was a game-changing left guard that became available, sure. I don't see that guy out there right now as a possibility, so it's just not likely to happen. We flip this over to the defensive side of the ball. Now this is where it gets a little more interesting for me. Secondary-wise, Jamal Adams is back to return. You got Julian Love back there. Jarek Reed looking okay as a backup to Quandre. You feel like your safeties are fine. Corners, Trey Brown's due to come back. Michael Jackson's held up all right this year when he's been asked to play, even though he had a bad preseason. He's held up in the few times you've asked him to play on the field this year so far. You feel good there. You feel great with what you got from Devin Witherspoon, great with what you got from Tariq Woolen. So what I'm saying here, and even in addition to with what you have in Artie Burns, you're again 5 deep here. You feel pretty good about all of the options you have available there. It doesn't feel like you need to go make a trade for anybody else in any other spot. Hard to see them concentrating on the corner position as it currently stands. Definitely not in the safety position with how much money they've invested. They're not going to bring on more money via a trade unless you had some real major injury situation. And we do have at this point until October 31st, but I'm going to be honest, and folks, in looking at some of these schedules and where they're going with these teams, I don't think that this is going to change a whole lot between now and the 31st with what's available and what we would be looking to target, absent there being some crazy injury, season-ending injury that comes down that we're not, dealing with right now at the moment at a position where we have to go out and find a desperate help kind of thing to go on. But I don't see that happening at the moment as it stands. So you have safeties, corners, not really on the table as a possibility because you don't have them as a need. So that lens starts getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. And maybe you can see why there's that scarcity part that builds into this for me a little bit, because it just keeps getting tighter and we only need this kind of position. We only need this kind of position. And what are those that are available out there for the teams that are actually in a mode of sell mode? Because that's the big part of this, is who's actually in sell mode here. Not all teams are. Some teams are still in that we think we got a chance, They're all acting like Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber when he's like, the girl's like, this isn't going to happen. I'm not going to hook up with you. This isn't, and he's like 100%. She's like, there's a 99.9%, but you're telling me there's a chance. One of those kind of things, No, we're not going to play. This is really where it's probably is the lay of the land with it. Outside linebacker, we've got still, once again, as we started out the season, 4 deep here, basically. Uchenna Nwosu, Darrell Taylor, Derek Hall, and Boye Mafe, who's looked improved, who's looked taking a step forward. Don't need really much with when you're looking at this line going, okay, don't need it from the edge class. We keep drilling down further, going down further. Middle linebacker. Well, Jordan Brooks is playing his best football. Bobby Wagner is looking like Bobby Wagner. And then Devin Bush, when he's been asked to come in as a backup at times, has looked functional in a backup role there for you. So you're 3 deep when you need 2 as it stands right now, not likely to look at the linebacker position. So even further now condenses down to me to 2 different spots in this line that the team could technically look to improve. And we look first at nose tackle. Nose tackle position right now becomes interesting because Jaron Reed's dealing with a grade 2 groin strain. You couldn't tell on the field with his level of play and what he's been doing, but he isn't dealing with it. There's a potential of that getting more seriously injured. You need the nose tackle position to hold up here. Hold on one second here. Got a frog stuck in my throat here right now. So your nose tackle position right now with Jaron Reed, you want to continue to hold up. He's been a big part of that. Here's where I don't think that they make the move there, because Cameron Young's starting to maybe get some more snaps in there, which is going to help. But then you have Brian Monet coming back off the IR. And then that's your next guy that can kind of give you that insurance. They're paying him money. I know he's not a game-changing guy, but you don't need the nose tackle to really be game-changing. You just need a functional guy in there to help hold the line in there as they've been doing if you have Jaron out for a little while, or you need to manage his snap count a little bit, as I would guess they probably are going to want to do once Brian does come back. So you are kind of set at nose tackle. I know I'm sounding super positive here, but this is just kind of the lay of the land as it stands right now, and being that we don't have an injury epidemic going on, and things are looking good on that front as we go forward. So we get down to the one spot that I think is the keynote one that the Seahawks would lock into as a potential upgrade on this team right now. I think this is about the only position, absent there being a season-ending type injury at another position here as we go forward for the next 2 weeks or so, 3 weeks here before we get to that trade deadline, basically in that span. So that position would be defensive end. Essentially not the edge, but just the defensive end in a 3-4, or I guess as you could put it in this defense, a 3-tech is really from their alignment. That's what we probably should call it. So I think the team would be looking more along the lines of, let's find a 3-tech. Mike Morris is out for the season with the shoulder surgery. You've loved what you've gotten out of Mario Edwards Jr. He's been fine. Draymond Jones is coming along. We may come to the point on this, and you could make the argument to me, and I'd say you're completely on point to say it, and saying we don't need to make an upgrade. With the uptick in pressures, with these guys trending where they're going on a pressure front, we would be probably just fine where we're standing right now, and that there isn't a need to make that move. I might counter with you that the competition is going to get tougher. It's going to be a more bigger test as we go down the road into this schedule. And if we're putting the measuring stick by us measuring ourselves against the rest of the NFC to say we're a good enough roster as it stands now to get to the playoffs, I'd say no doubt about it. But is it going to be a good enough roster to compete with the likes of the Niners and the Eagles when we get down to the nitty gritty, when it all starts to matter? And that's the part where maybe this team could benefit from getting that extra defensive end in there into the rotation to help things out and smooth things along a little bit. So that's where I'm sort of narrowing my focus in at the moment. This might expand down the road a little bit, but I think that this is all really going to hold pretty much to true. And we get back to what I said initially here about the problem with this now is we have only really one position that we needed that could really be there to be upgraded really as you look at the team, and that's a hard position to go find, and there's not a ton of available options. The first issue in the scarcity front is the number of teams that are in sell mode. Look at this image here that I'm going to present to you here over my shoulder. And this is the teams that I would say are what I would call team trade targets. And that would be teams that are in a mode right now to where we can see them a week or 2 weeks down the line here, looking at their rosters and going, okay, we got to move. It's not going to be our year. Let's offload assets. Let's get what we can get for who's available on our team here. And let's try to start to turn this forward. And a big problem with the 17th game schedule has been that there is less of these teams that reach this point by the trade deadline. And that's the issue I see right now as I look at it is we have a lot of 2-2 teams throughout the league. No teams that if they lose a game next week or even lose 2 games over the next couple of weeks, if they're in that 2-2 state, that are exactly going to transition then over to saying, okay, now we're in sell mode. They tend to have as a recent trend this sort of optimistic, we'll find our footing kind of mentality on it. And if it doesn't work, then we'll fix it in the offseason. So we've got the Patriots at 1-3, the Jets at 1-3, the Bengals at 1-3, Raiders, Broncos, Giants, Vikings at 1-3, Bears and Panthers at 0-4, and the Cardinals at 1-3. Let's go through these really quickly on these teams and, on a lot of these of that not having a lot available here as I read these off to you. I've looked at these defensive lines and the defensive ends on these teams. And for instance, as we go to the Patriots, there's nobody really there that's going to work. The Jets have Quentin Jefferson. That's the only possible target that you could maybe look at with them, who a guy was here with us last year at about 5.5 sacks. But there's a reason the team moved off of him. And I don't know that they would look at him. It's a possibility, but I don't know that they would look at him as really somebody they want to bring back along here. I think they wanted to change away from that, not double back to it. Now, they've gone back to former players once before. Hell, they did it with Quentin once before, right? He's had 2 separate stops here. But I don't see Quentin Jefferson as being that guy right now that they do go to. He does have, I believe, a couple sacks on the season for the Jets, but I think the Hawks would look into elsewhere as an available item or not make a move if it came down to that being their only choice over there. Bengals are at 1-3, and I think that they're going to be a team that's going to be eternally optimistic throughout this year where they believe that they're going to somehow, some manner get to the playoffs, and if Burrow's healthy, they have a chance. They're not going to get into sell mode. Raiders have nothing at all on the defensive line as far as that interior, that defensive line goes. It is an empty cupboard as far as the Raiders go. So there's not an option there. Broncos have a Dominic Purcell, a backup defensive lineman who maybe could kind of fit a little bit, but doesn't really what we need there. They don't have really much else other than one viable option here that I was looking at, and that would be one Mr. DJ Jones. DJ Jones has been a very good player in this league. He has been more of kind of a nose tech kind of guy, but he gives you a little bit of fluidity in his ability to play, and that he can both give you a bit of pass rush, a bit of run. He can play a little 3-tech, play a little, play some nose tackle for you too. So there's some versatility from him in that. Now, since he's come to the Broncos, outside of having some flashy moments, he's not been a terribly consistent player for them. And there is a little bit of money that you're bringing back on the flip side of this if you do look at DJ Jones. So I just don't think that this is going to be really a guy that they will pull the trigger on. It's a guy they'll look at, certainly if the Broncos make him available. But I don't think with where his recent performance has been with the Broncos that they will, the Broncos, I don't think it's been a great signing for them, for the Niners. Didn't cost them a lot of money, but it's like 3-year, $33 million or something was the deal. He's been okay for them, as you can see by the scores here I'm presenting to you. So we get back to our image here on the other side of it. And thank you for the donos, by the way. We'll get just to those donos in just a second, I promise, or tacos. So we go through the rest of the Broncos roster, and this is in recent years has seen a defensive line. While it's been a good defensive line, that's been bleeding, hasn't it? Draymond Jones, Shelby Harris. They just released Randy Gregory, Bradley Chubb last year. Von Miller the year before that. This is not the same defensive line it was a couple of years ago that you could look through and say that there's a lot of really nice little bargain basement shopping, but great value stuff to go find from them. No, indeed, there's not right now. It is on that Bronco roster and looking at it on that line, it's very, very, very empty as it stands right now at the moment. And so we're kind of in a nowheresville when it comes to the so far of the options we have available to us of these teams I'm reading. And I went through and looked, and you guys can do the same. We'll have a lot of chat here and discussion in the chat about if there's maybe a name or a guy that you guys think I've lost, please do present it. Go ahead in the chat. I tried to piece through this very closely, and this was the best I could come away with as far as some of the options. It's just very, very thin out there right now. And I just don't think there's going to be a ton of teams necessarily in sell mode at the same time of it being very, very thin. So we get to the one team that maybe has a couple of options here in the New York Giants that we can take a look at. Giants certainly look like the way we're playing them and where the trend's going with this team. We'll see if once, Saquon Barkley comes back, it's a different tale. But we could certainly see this team maybe be a potential team that goes into a spot at some point or another here and says, okay, Saquon comes back. We move him for whatever draft pick we can get. We start to offload maybe some of the parts that we have to offload to maybe then put a package together to eventually go get our quarterback in the future if Daniel's not going to be the guy there. And I think there's a couple guys on this roster to take a look at on that defensive line. First one, which I would say is a pretty solid no for me, is A'Shawn Robinson, former Los Angeles Rams the defensive lineman that signed over with the Giants on a 2-year deal. He would cost a little bit of money on the 2-year deal to make this work, not bringing a tremendous amount of impact to the Giants so far this season since he's gone over there. I'm going to have to go with a kind of a big fat no with A'Shawn. He wouldn't cost us a lot. He could help us as maybe a rotational guy in that front of things. But I think that the team, if they're going to make a swing here, it should be looking to make improvement rather than just to bring in a warm body. And this would feel a little bit more like maybe just a warm body you're looking to bring in than anything else. The guy that is interesting on this roster, and I have spoken about him often before, and the guy that maybe sits at the head of the stack of I think feasible in going and getting him. The cost isn't tremendous as far as both in draft capital nor what he's due to make, is also then as a fourth factor on the final year of his deal, which then helps those teams to maybe think a little bit more aggressively about moving those players because they are heading into that last point and maybe are not part of as much the plan, moving forward with the team. And this is going to be Leonard Williams, a former first-round pick from the USC Trojans, who came over from the Jets to the Giants as a player that wasn't ever really able to realize that potential the way the Jets wanted when they drafted him. Since he came over the Giants and really burst on the scene at first for them, he looked like he was going to really jump back into that role of, into that upside that he was kind of promising a little bit. And it's been a little bit of some of that, little bit of downs, a little bit of backup with the Giants, but overall back to playing really well this year with them. 77 PFF grade, which is great. Been an outstanding pass rusher, which is the one thing I think you're with as good as, if we look at this year, I know the pass rush has come along and the overall numbers are really good. They're buoyed up by the Panther and Giants game and the tremendous amount of pressure numbers that you created in that game. This could be the real part of that line that you could look to maybe want to improve as we go into the rest of this year, is bringing in a guy like this, putting him in the rotation. He gets to have his snaps managed, bring him in those pass rush situations where you have maybe him and Draymond on the field both same times at times on the interior of that line. And he's able to maybe provide you a little bit more pass rush and wouldn't cost a lot to get in draft capital. Maybe like a 4th-round pick would be the cost here to bring him in at that point. But this would be a really great addition if they could talk the Giants into being willing to move him. And I think he remains, and he's been this way for a while, of the guy of the realistic options that could be out there. This is kind of the brightest of the bunch to me a little bit with Leonard Williams because it's not a big bunch, first off. So it may not be a guy that gets you tremendously excited, but it's just not a big bunch of guys that we're picking through. But Williams has played pretty well so far this year on a Giants team that has struggled out the gate. That would be about it for the Giants team as far as guys to kind of look at there at that point. Lawrence has signed his contract extension there, so there's no opportunity to even, try to kick the tires on that one. Next up, we have the Vikings. Vikings defensively right now are blitzing way more than any other team in football. It's like, what were they blitzing? Like 54, 6, 70, 60, 70% of the time? I don't know what it is, but they're blitzing an insane amount. Now, part of this is because they have Ivan Pace at middle linebacker, and that's what you do if you have Ivan Pace at middle linebacker. But part of this is because they don't have a lot of talent. And so you don't have anybody to pick from on this defensive line for this Viking team. It is a no-name bunch, if there ever was one. And nobody's there to help us or upgrade us on that one. So it's like, yikes, yikes, yikes. We've got next up the Bears, who right now are up 30-20 with 9:13 to go here in the Thursday night football action that's ongoing. 0-4 here. Looks like they might be able to squeeze out their first win. Once again, though, we come down to there is nobody on that defensive line. There's nobody that's going to fit for what we want. There's nobody that's going to be able to help this line out or significantly look to improve it if you make a move with this team. It's just a bad defense that needs a lot of help across the board. Next up, we got the Panthers, 0-4, and we have another guy that I am going to raise as a viable option, and this would be the dream shot move is what I call this, the dream shot move. Panthers are 0-4. They are looking to go get a number one wide receiver. They're no doubt going to possibly look at getting some draft capital to pull that off because as it stands right now, they don't have a first-round pick for, I believe, the upcoming draft because of the trade that they made to go up and get CJ Young. So they could be finding themselves in a position by having lost that draft capital to looking to recoup it, which could then drive them to make a trade that maybe they normally wouldn't make or making for other reasons outside of the player isn't good or they don't like him or whatnot. And this player is going to be one Mr. Derek Brown, who we got to see as of recently pretty darn clearly with the Panthers. And our man Anthony Bradford did a good job against him. Now, Derek Brown is a guy that I do believe that I would put probably somewhere in the neighborhood of top 10, top 12, top 10 in the league as far as a defensive tackle goes. He does not give you a lot as a pass rusher, though that part of his game is improving. He's really coming along with his hands and his ability to fight with his hands really well. But he is a guy that first and foremost is known for being a run stuffer, and that's where, he makes his bones. This is a guy that the Panthers are going to have to decide to pay sooner or later here. He's getting into that point of his contract. I would reckon to believe that they may not be looking to want to do that because they're going to look to want to put the money in other places like offensive line for Bryce Young or getting him playmakers on the outside. And so I do think that this is a guy that maybe becomes available. The cost would be probably pretty high. I don't think you'd have to go full first round pick for him because you are going to have to, you might be only getting him on maybe even a rental deal, but it still would cost a good amount. It would be a significant improvement on that defensive line to help him out in the rotation. But I don't know if the team would be willing to give up what it would take to get him. I don't know if the Panthers are going to get quite close enough into sell mode to sell him. But I could see some of this coming together by just the logical way the way is going. You're especially hearing the Panthers now looking at trying to get aggressive to find a receiver as they don't have a lot of draft capital to make that happen. It's hard to get a number one receiver without a first round pick if you're not selecting one but trying to trade for one, unless you're going for one of those guys that are angry and mad or whatever, or a little disgruntled, I guess is the word I'm looking for. But Derek Brown would be a sensational option to bring into play. Still a very young player, strong as an ox, and would help out both in the run defense and give you a little bit in the pass rush too. So not a lot of choices here, but there are a couple of options that could raise up here, though it would take a couple of moving parts. The final team I want to look at here is the Arizona Cardinals at 1-3. Not a lot on this team. No shocker to you guys on this as well. There's not a lot on that defensive line right now to look at and say, oh, let's get that. There's something that we can use. Here's a helpful part here. As well, we always have the background too of teams within their own division don't tend to trade to other teams within their own division. And so that's very much the long odds that you would even be able to pull any kind of deal off with the Cardinals, even if they had somebody who was available to you. But that's pretty much the list as it stands. I know some of you might be expecting a little bit more of an expansive one here. There is I looked through the schedule. There's a Steeler team that certainly has looked pretty poor here to start things off, but they've managed to carve out 2 wins from that nonetheless. If they were to fall off a little bit more, could you talk them into a Cameron Hayward whose career starting to wind down and who's maybe looking for an opportunity to go get a Super Bowl run chance? Can you say, hey, he's going to retire at the end of the year anyway, and he's, why don't you guys maybe throw us him? Or Larry Ogunjobi, former Cincinnati Bengal, who's there with the Steelers. Not a very great player as it stands right now. Not tremendously impactful. He is a name you guys might be familiar with. But it goes through the rest of the list, and there's just nothing really else to go through. Some of these teams, like the Vikings and the Raiders, you're just looking for something in there that's some value, and you're just, no, that's crap. Nope. And that's just where this quickly goes. So, unfortunately, I'd love to give you guys more picks. I don't think any of these things are changing anytime soon. Take the Saints, for instance, 2-2 right now. Their upcoming schedule has them against the Patriots, Texans, Jaguars, and Colts. They're probably going to pull 2 more wins out of that. So they're not going to, that's not a team that's going to fall back into it. One other team to maybe take a look at here would be the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee Titans are going to go against the Colts, the Ravens, the Falcons, and the Steelers over the next 4 games. Falcons before that trade deadline. So let's just go Colts, Ravens, Falcons. That's their next 3 games. If they go 1-2, do they go into more of a sell mode at that point in those couple of games there is easily 2 losses maybe to be had? And if they do, there's a guy by the name of Danico Autry who would be a really good player for them, who we could maybe pick up at that point. But that's a team that always seems to play, even if it doesn't have the strongest of rosters. Vrabel gets them to play hard, and they seem to find 5, 6, 7 wins in their schedule somehow, some way. And so I don't think they're going to get to that spot either. And their outlook of this, which just again leaves us back to the spot of there not being much else out there at that point. So I really did want to look and see if there was some other names out there. Washington's going to go 2-3 in this game. If they go to 2-4, you might say, well, what about the Commanders? But Commanders have now paid Allen. They've paid LaRon Payne. Those guys are out. There's not really anybody else that they have on their roster that you're going to be looking at that point past that that could help you out. John Ridgeway, Abdullah Anderson, no. So just not a lot of options. We're going to have to maybe just ride quite simply with what we got. And that's not the worst case here when we consider that we are in pretty good health, or we're going to be in pretty good health to start this off through the end of the bye. And that's just maybe there isn't as much of a requirement for that now that the pass rush is stepping forward, and not just stepping forward with the outside rushers making it all happen, but we're getting the interior guys providing some pass rush, and we're getting the blitz game dialed up a little bit more. So maybe that removes some of this necessity back just a little bit. And I'm okay with that. Completely okay if the team were to stand pat at this point. If there were some better options out there, this might be different, but you can only deal with the lay of the land as it is, not how we want it to be. And the lay of the land right now tells us that there's not a lot of crops growing. You're just going to have to work off of your food reserves and storage. It's just the way it's going to work on this. I appreciate you guys checking out the channel tonight and watching. Hit that like button if you could for me here on the stream as well. Definitely trying to get to that 15,000 subscriber mark this year. So if you're not subscribed up, please do get subscribed. I would really appreciate it very much. I also want to thank, as I click the wrong button here, I also want to thank the sponsor of this show, which is going to be Underdog Fantasy sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout this year. And we'll be doing so on into the future here. Use my code. Just click it down the top of the description section. You can find the link. Use my code right now, NEST, or click that link in the bottom of the description section. And when you do, it will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100 on me, on the Hawks Nest to you. And it is a fun little app to play around with. A lot of different contests you can get into. Go up against others head to head. Go against the overs and unders, like I like to do with the players on their yardage and whatnot. I mean, that's the fun way I've loved to play it, but a lot of different ways to enjoy the app, and I really thank them for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year. They're giving away $200,000 every single week of this football season. But thank you to you guys for that. Appreciate you guys watching tonight. I hope everyone's having a great Thursday night. I am wanting to propose to you guys as well for a Sunday stream, if you guys are open to it, of maybe doing a deep, long stream day. So I'm thinking of doing a 10 to the end of, we do 10 o'clock and do red zone throughout the day, and then do the Niner game as a finisher to the day on Sunday. So I don't know if that will be appeal to you guys or not, but I'm thinking of doing that here on this bye week. Always got to keep an eye on the enemy. You know what I mean? Dio, honestly, they should bring in a quarterback just in case Geno or Locke goes down the same game. I think that's why you got Holden Allers, Dio. Free Truth, Allers should be on practice squad. I really don't like us not having a third quarterback. Is Allers not on the practice squad? I thought he is. Chad says I would be $1 million that Russell Wilson would have stayed in Seattle. I always take up for Russell, the guy. I would be $1 million. Sorry, you guys are having some conversations there. Ran the cut. How's it going, Brian? What's up? Gabriel, hello. It's good to see you guys in the house. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Wilbur Knight, we definitely need a trade for a defensive lineman. I'd like to see it, man, but is there one available? That's the key here. Chicken God, I would vote for grabbing some depth at inside linebacker, but I don't know what that would be. Tough call made too, as far as where you could go. Maybe like a Josie Jewell from the Broncos you could look at, I guess. You're certainly not going to look to get necessarily an impactful guy because you got your starters in place. So you are looking to get the guy that you could trust to put out there if it maybe got a little bit lean. But we do have Devin Bush there too, sort of sitting on the bench. Daniel Berry, Sports Highlights. What's up, man? Ran the cut. Friday Eve. It is the Eve of Friday. Dear God, aggressive at the deadline? Yes, but only for the right type of player. Locker room chemistry is on point, and they can't risk disrupting this. I'm of the same mind, Chicken God. I would love them to see them aggressive at the deadline, but let it be the right deal. Not just make a deal to make a deal happen, but because, boom, this is the right one to make in point. This is perfect addition to the team. And if it's not there, it's not there. That's okay. What a catch by Brian Robinson. Cheese Taco, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate you on that, brother. He says, hey, B, going to my very first Hawks game against the Cards. Let's go. Let's go. I love it, man. That's a good game to go to. Hopefully a dominant affair on our part. It says, I'll be in the hundreds for the seats. I'm going to lose my voice because you told us all to bring the noise. What else would you recommend? Go Hawks. Great questions. And first off, I love that you're down in the lower section because that's the ideal way to be able to view the game is down there on that low end of things. I'm glad you hear my prayer out to my fellow 12s. Man, I'm making the call this year. We're taking notice of this. We're all putting everyone that we know on heed. Okay? You know someone going into that stadium. It's your job right now as a 12 because we got to recognize this. We have a deficiency. We have a failing. We have something that's not remaining as strong as it once did. And that is the strength to keep our voice loud in that stadium, to make sure that when we walk in there, because you paid $30, $40 extra for the ticket than you did 20 years ago, I don't care. Get loud. Make sure everyone in that stadium is being loud. And if it's you and yours walking in, you're taking care of business, you're doing your job. But we got to get back the volume in that stadium to the place that it was prior. And why? For the very reason you saw against the Panthers 2 weeks ago. Because when they are voicing the full breadth of what they have to bring to play, it has an impact, an actual impact on the game itself. Not in a subtle way. Not in a, oh, it's kind of loud out here, Joe. Can you even hear yourself? No, I can't. Not in that kind of, the offense is having a hard time even functioning kind of way with this noise. So that's great to hear, Cheese Taco. I hope you have a great game, and I hope that they blow the doors off the Cardinals. Blow the doors off them, I say. But I love it. As far as other recommendations go, you're going against the Cardinals, so the weather should be relatively good. Definitely, it can get cold in the stadium if it's a cold day, so bundle up right. Be able to, you can always unbundle. You can't bundle back up if you don't have the jackets or whatnot, so make sure you bring the proper attire as far as warmth goes. Try to get to the stadium early. It's hard sometimes to get to the food and stuff throughout the course of the game because the lines can get packed up and stuff. Some move fast, some places in there will move slower. But you can find yourself missing the game at times trying to get a drink or something like that. So it's good to try to get there early and get that in your hand. But then other than that, just enjoy the game. Just enjoy and watch from there. Maybe get a little bit of pre-funkin' done right down near the bars down there if you're of age. That's a good way of doing it too, Cheese. But it doesn't take much. Other than that, you're good to go. Thank you for that $10 donation, though, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. And I hope you're having a great night. EKF has subscribed to the channel. EKF, thank you for heeding the call and jumping aboard the Hawks Nest as a new subscriber. I appreciate you, man. We are barreling along, folks. Barreling along here to 15,000. Quicker and quicker. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what do you think about Randy Gregory? I've not ever been a big Randy Gregory guy. It took him a lot of years there with Dallas to remain to get to a relatively productive state. He's always been a guy that's had to deal with injuries and can't seem to ever kind of get his body prepared right, it would seem like, which is frustrating as hell. And I don't think that he had played very good for the Broncos since he's come over there. I think he'd be redundant here. I don't even know if he would be better than what we get out of Darrell Taylor right now at this point, to be honest with you. So he probably ends up going back to the Cowboys now, when it's all said and done. Just becomes a rotational rusher in there for them or something. But I don't see much value in him, unfortunately. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate you. Vagabond, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, this team is building like 2012. Drafting is key. Don't force a trade, but take it if it comes. And the nickname you're looking for is Boom Boom Spoon. I got to get my, I was rewriting them down. I'll put that on the list, and we might do the poll tonight on this. I had all my nicknames for Spoon, and then my computer locked up on me before I had it saved in my notepad, and I lost a lot of the names, but I got them all memorized, luckily, for the most part. So But boom, boom, spoon. I love it, man. That's a great suggestion, Vagabond. And it's on the list, man, for a potential option. I love what you say, though, as well. We are, I believe, like you say, working off a bit of the 2012 blueprint model. And that is that drafting is at the forefront of getting this done. And you augment when you add on other players. You're not looking to fill holes and stuff. You're augmenting what you got. So it's got to be the right trade. It's got to be one that you can take advantage of a situation where there's some value in a depressed asset, and then you can jump on that asset. I think if you got a Leonard Williams, for instance, for a 4th-round pick at the trade deadline, I would chart that in that same kind of manner, saying that's kind of that equivalency of what I'm talking about a bit. But don't force it. The team is, if it remains on track where it is right now, as how it's looking from a health standpoint and how the talent is working together, how the young guys are stepping forward, there's not as much of a breaching need as there might have been in the past to get this filled. And you can feel a little more patient with where things stand right now by the nature of how people are playing. So great. Thank you for the donation, but well said on your part as well. And completely agree with you all the way down the line on that one. Brian Meyer says, I know the price would have been a little steep, but damn, Roquan Smith would look so good on our team. Yeah, indeed. I was advocating for that trade at the time. I knew he was a really good player and would help this defense out if you brought him in. But the cost would have been, you would have had to have beaten the Ravens offer, which would have been hard to do for where you would have had to have gone to make that trade happen. Sleep Beams, if Cam Sutton was on Seattle, it'd be so good. The cornerback? I don't know, man. Where would we put him, Sleep Beams? Who's he? He's not starting over Witherspoon, or is like a slot guy? Is that what he is? I don't know a lot about Cam Sutton, so I guess you're thinking maybe as a slot. And DJ Moore just going to go, holy crap, DJ Moore's going ham. DJ Moore just scored another touchdown. I think he's got like 350 yards receiving in this game. What is going on? DJ Moore has 230 yards and 3 touchdowns. I'm sorry, whoever this week's got DJ Moore in their fantasy. You're getting the hell beat out of you this week just by this. He's winning the whole week. Look out. Duran Ever says we should pick up another nose tackle or defensive tackle. I was thinking that too, Duran. Having a guy that could float a little bit between nose and 3 tech would be nice. I think that the team's going to count on a little bit of Brian Monet coming back into the fold and giving them something from the position at that point, which may steer them away from them making a trade. Because if they made a trade, it means you are sort of peeling off Monet's snaps. Brian Myers, Jalen Smith. Nah, Jalen Smith's done. He's bounced around. He's done. Stephen Grand, yes, be aggressive. Trade deadline. Get us a badass lineman, a Hall of Fame type. You think we could get Max Crosby? No, I don't think you get Crosby. I mean, you could get Crosby. Yeah, you could. There's a pathway to getting a deal done to get Crosby in here. But Boye Mafe's stepping forward, and you like what you're getting from him. Uchena's giving you really good play. You got Derek Hall behind that, Darrell Taylor behind that. I mean, if you went and got Max Crosby, you're having him start over Mafe and taking his snaps out. And granted, Max is a better player right now for sure, but is that the best way to upgrade the team at a spot which is actually kind of strong right now? Jonathan Salazar, what is your opinion on Randy Gregory? Decent pass rusher, I believe. He's not really done a lot for me, to be honest with you. I didn't like him a whole hell of a lot coming out of college, and I just think that he's a guy that's always beaten up, always injured, barely on the field. When he's on the field, his impact's okay, But, I mean, where that Bronco team is at right now, as bad as they are, if he was a good player, if he was an all-in guy, if he was helping them out even a little bit, then they would be, they would be working him right and left. They would have kept him on the team. I think that's a representatory of the fact that he's probably got paid and was sort of win the tank a little bit. I'm not against Max Crosby as a Hawk. I'm not. I just Can't see how the dynamics of a trade would work out for that with where we are with the edges. Yeah, and the Raiders just did sign Max Crosby at big money. That's a great point too, Brian. There's so much dead money, and the Raiders are not going to be in the business of wanting to eat a lot of dead money. They're not a they're not a cash-rich franchise. Steven says, I think Von Miller was the difference for Buffalo. When he got hurt, they lost. Yeah, agreed. Last year, that was a big hit. Addis the Gamer says, Reed's been playing good, but could always use more. Yeah, that's where I think it's at. That's where you'd like to attack. And it's pinpoint, right? It's laser focused into where you'd like to upgrade. Can you get that upgrade done? Oli Prospecting says we should trade for Russell Wilson, quarterback from Denver. Stephen Gron, I love the Jets other Q from Alabama, though. Quinnen Williams? Yeah, but he's not going anywhere either. Emerald Hayes, I've not heard any updates on Kenny McIntosh. With the bye, too, we're not going to hear anything until we come back to the other side of the bye. It's been very quiet on the McIntosh front, but I am anticipating that the team just made their peace at one point with we'll have him come back after the bye. Give him that extra time. Addis, add him as Prime. I'll just say Prime. Prime says, if we're looking for a trade, we need to especially go for defensive tackle. Everything else on defense is great. I'd even offer everything else as offense is fine, right, Ad? So we're all on the same page, I think, and looking at the same spot that needs to be addressed, which is good to see. Greg, PFF really tanked Woolen's grade because he allowed like 4 small completions thanks to Pete's annoying soft zone cover 3. Blaming him for something outside of his control is crazy. Yeah, Greg, I think PFF has sometimes have a hard time with how to grade hot corners in their cover 3 responsibility. Because how much credit is the PFF giving to staying over the top clean, which is the number one aspect of playing cover 3. So yeah, you're giving up the catch, but there's the part of the response, what the coverage is trying to succeed at preventing. It's preventing. But I don't know that PFF has a lot of building that into their grading system. Or if they have some feeling like, yeah, you should stay on top, but then still break on the ball underneath. Dean says, I agree. Crosby, very unlikely, but I don't think there's a player out there that would make a better Hawk, so I can dream. You can always dream, Dean. I love dreaming. Let's always get creative and thinking outside the box, and turn it over. I love that, man. But your bottom line's right. It's going to be hard with what we have really available and what there is really out there as far as available options, which is just very thin. Ryan Meyer says it's hitter spoon. I got hitter spoons on there. We'll definitely run in the poll here at some point on this one. We'll do it this Sunday when we got the most people in here. Stephen Gron says Buckner would be great for the Colts. Finally got their quarterback, so I don't think they will deal him. They think they can win. That's what I think, Stephen, is I believe the Colts are in a mindset of we can win right now. We're not trying to trade. They're 2-2 on the season. They have 2 players, both Buckner and Grover Stewart, who could be, helpful guys to us in our defense. But I think that they're going to try to go for it this year. Jonathan Taylor's kind of the canary in the coal mine on that. If they were moving Jonathan Taylor, maybe you'd look to believe that they're a little more open to moving Buckner. But holding on to Taylor with the death grip probably means that they're not looking to go into sell mode. Nick says, hey there, curious if you got a chance to look at that Jamal Adams knee to the helmet tackle. Did it look kind of strange or nah? No, my belief is on this, Nick, is it breaks down like this. You have a football player who's been off the football field for over a year. So, he's not hit, he's not tackled, he's not done any of that type of stuff, right? And you can go out there and you can practice and you can get yourself and run through all their drills that you want to run through, but there's no way to replicate live game action. It is one of a kind. And so I think, Nick, what happens here is you have a guy who's just still getting right back acclimated to the game speed and all that. He has a quarterback coming up, and he goes down like he normally would go down to make that tackle. His technique's maybe a little sloppy. His strike point is a little bit off. But that's understandable with a guy that's knocking off that rust at that point and trying to get back into the flow of things. It was like, his 7th, 8th play back. So yeah, his strike point was off. I don't think it's strange that would happen. I've seen that kind of tackle many times before go like that. It's just the knee got through at the right angle, at the right spot, to the right side of his helmet, and it was enough to cause it to go down. But I don't think there was anything weird with it. You know, I don't think he was falling premature. I just don't think he was as locked in on his strike point like he'll be at week 14, 15 of this year, for instance. Prime says, I can see Derek Brown's not bad either. I'm okay with Derek Brown. If they want to make that deal, that's certainly a guy that helps you now and into the future. He's just going into his prime. And as we saw with these defensive tackles this offseason that all got signed, from LaRon Payne to Lawrence out there with the Giants and Ed Oliver. And these teams do not let these fine young defensive linemen go free. If they got a guy in-house, they're going to pay him. He's going to get rewarded. He's going to stay. So having an opportunity for a Derek Brown and a move where the Panthers make it because they have to look at their situation like we got to offload one side to add to the other, and helping out Bryce Young and helping out our draft pick, maybe we can take advantage of that. Emerald Hayes says, feel the rhythm with your hands. Save me. Steven says, if we aren't going to bring in some high-end talent, then forget it. We need a Percy Harvey level ad except for the D. Solid point. Cameron McLaren, how's the Judon contract? The Matt Judon contract? He's up there. He just went down to a season-ending injury though, Camden. Don't know what he had. I think he had like a torn pec or something. I'll look here though. But I do believe that he, unfortunately, Judon's got a $16 million hit. He's got a $9 million dead money hit. So even if he was healthy, he's not going nowhere. Only prospect can get the Carter kid from Philly. Vagabond, so Spoons like sauce is better than a homage to Bam Bam Cam. Witherspoon brings the same energy. I like Boom Boom Spoon, Vagabond. I'm with it, man. It's on my list. I've got it added. We'll let the 12s decide on this eventually, We'll post it as a poll and see what they think. Probably do it on a Sunday, though, when we got a maximum amount of people in here. Yeah, Brian, Eagles aren't trading any of their defenders. Candace says the Chargers might get rid of their old contracts if their season falls off. It's possible. The thing I guess I would ask with the Chargers is who do they have on that defensive line that we like? I don't see. I mean, it's kind of not a good defense as it is, and it's a defense that's really ran by Mac and Bosa doing what they do to make it happen, along with that kid they got in the second. Well, Samuel's a good player, and Derwin James a good player too, but I don't know they'd have a guy that would fit the mark for us if they did get into that phase, and then they have to still get into that phase. So if we look at Los Angeles right now with their current upcoming, Chargers with their current upcoming schedule, you got a bye week this week, and then you got Dallas, Kansas City, Chicago. So even if they went 1-2 and they were 3-5, would they be in sell mode at that point? I don't know. Emerald Hayes asked, what about Otis Sistrunk? Well, Otis Sistrunk's 77 years old, so I don't know if he's willing to go back out on the field at this point. Nick Craig says, what about BJ Hill from Cincinnati? Could be a good fit, still youngish. I don't think, Nick, that the Cincinnati Bengals are going to get into a sell mode. I think they're going to trust in the fact that at some point Burrow's cap's going to get back to near 100%, and then that he's going to be able to steer them back. They've made trade deadline deals in the past. They've even made trade deadline deal with Seattle with Carlos Dunlap a couple of years ago. But I don't think that they've been so good in recent years. I don't think they look at themselves as a team that's not going to be able to make some noise this year still potentially. And as long as they can stay around somewhere close to the 500 mark over the next couple of weeks, I mean, they're going to play us. So So I guess let's look at it. If they technically because the Bengals are 1-3. So, if they play this week, let's see here. They're the Cardinals. They're likely to win this week, I think. 2-3. We beat them 2-4. And the Niners beat them at 2-5. Could they get to a place that BJ Hill's on the board at that point? Maybe. Maybe. If we're at that point, though, I might also just as much want to kick the tires on DJ Reader, Nick. If they're willing to start off, I'm like, well, what about DJ Reader? Is he part of your long-term plans? Might also ask that too. I think the Hawks just got home from work. Any health status updates worth noting? When they go to the bye week like this, it goes quiet. So we don't get any updates for like a week on this stuff like this on the bye. So we'll have to wait back until probably like Monday to get an update. Kelly Hawk says, every game I visit, the Seattle, we win 4 years in a row. I was at the Panthers game and we were freaking loud. Let's go, Cali. I love it, man. You guys were loud. Props to y'all for doing what you did, because that was a lot different than how it's been in that stadium in recent years. Phoebe Moore Seahawks says, can you gift a membership to a specific person? Nope. I would imagine it would change down the line, but it just goes totally random into the chat when you do it. It doesn't let me have any control either over it. Guy says, praise the 12s for always being outstanding people towards opposing fans. Only 1 year I saw a drunk guy talk a little S, but it was nothing offensive. We're pretty good people, those folks come in our stadium. You got to let these videos with folks getting into fights in stadiums across the nation, and it's pretty rare that you see, I can't remember of one in Seattle that you saw. There's probably been one, but it's not something that it seems like the 49ers have a fight breaking out every other week in theirs. And ours are pretty good with that. It's good to hear. You guys were awesome with how loud you were, Callie. That was just amazing. Johnny says, if the Bears lose, they have the top 2 picks. If they win, they still have the top 2 picks. Shane Waldron will be coaching them next year either way. Well said, man. Well said, Johnny. Chicken God, they should give Eskridge reps in the kicking game and at receiver in his first game back and hope that he flashes and can increase his trade value. Well, I guess I'd ask you, Chicken God, do you want to take Jackson Smith and Jigba off the field at that point in order to accomplish that? I don't know if you're going to be able to build any value to Eskridge right now, outside of him just coming out and having 100-yard performances or whatnot the second he gets off of the deal. But he's not even back to week 6. So you'd have 1 week to do that kind of unveiling. Church of Sacred Cacti, I say we should start going for it this year. If we can get to an NGC championship, that's the building block. I'm okay with doing it. If they want to make an aggressive trade or stand tall, I know I should probably be more in this situation and analyzing this and looking at this team and telling you guys, oh, this is exactly what they should do. But this is one where I don't know that there's as much that certain North Star guiding us through on what is the exact right answer to apply here. I think it's one that requires flexibility. And then if they want to go either way, I'm good with it, Connor says, I think Forbes got benched. He's been really bad the past 2 weeks. Yeah, he had a play in this game where DJ just came off the line and barely tapped him. And remember that Forbes kid, that was the kid that was weighing 160 pounds at his pro day. And then we're all going, how's that going to work at the pro level? And DJ Moore showed you. DJ Moore's a pretty thick little receiver, and he came out there and just barely tapped him, and kid went flying, and Moore's just wide open at that point. But Forbes can cover. He can cover like nobody's business. Phoebe Moore Seahawks has gifted Connor Oshwagler a membership to the channel. Thank you for doing that. I don't know if that's who you were trying to get it to, Phoebe Moore Seahawks. I wish I could give you a pathway to gifting to somebody specific, but there's no function for that. They don't give me any control. But thank you for doing that, man. You're awesome. And addicted to the Seahawks, I can always give you, if you want me on Twitter, I could throw you the membership benefits. I know you've been a long-time subscriber and donator to the channel. So if Amy Moore's trying to get you a membership in here, you can just hit me, DM him on Twitter. I can send you the links when we do those shows and stuff. Not. Church says, I don't get why Seattle isn't getting more hype just off the roster alone. With Adams coming back, we don't have a weak position group, and we have many very strong position groups. Brooks is back. It's hard to say. Team's going to just, national media is going to be a little slow, I guess, on embracing us with this a little bit. And week one kind of probably stayed in people's mouth in a way that they didn't like nationally and lost faith at that point to some degree. But it'll come eventually if they keep playing like this. I'll tell you that. B Country says, my fantasy opponent has Justin Fields and DJ Moore. Oh, Lordy. Well, it's always good, at least when you know you don't come close in a given week, when it's like one of those where it's like, there ain't something strategical I could have done to get around this one. I was going to get taken out to the woodshed one way or the other. Dionysus the God says, Hawks should grab Matt Ioannidis from waivers or Melvin Ingram or Carlos Dunlap. What do you think? Ioannidis, I'm okay with Dionysus because I think he's more of a fit as an inside 3-4 guy. Carlos Dunlap, Dionysus, they moved off of because he is a pure 4-3 cat. And so he doesn't fit as a stand-up edge rusher, nor do you really need him for that. And he's not an inside guy. He's too tall and too long to try to ask him to play inside as a 3-4 defensive end. Ingram's really long in the tooth, and I don't think Dionysus, he's an outside linebacker, so you don't have another one where you just don't have the need. You're already 4 deep at edge. You're already getting a high pass rush win rate between what you get from Uchenna Nwosu and Boye Mafe and Derek Hall, even Taylor into that mix, that I don't think that there's really a spot for him. He says 40-point game for DJ Moore in fantasy. It's brutal. Yeah, thank God. Seahawks game, that's how I was saying. Thank God I don't have to go DJ Moore this week. I'm trying to turn my fantasy around this week, and it was not going to look good if that was the case. And Eskridge is a punt returner, kick returner. I think that's an interesting thing to look at. I do. Emerald Hayes, Greg Gaines just signed a contract, and I don't think it with Tampa Bay. And Tampa Bay is right now is leading the division. Why would Tampa Bay? No, Tampa Bay's not in sell mode. They're leading the division. They're not going to look to move any of their players. That's why I did leave them off. Vita Vea just signed a contract, restructure with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They'd have to eat so much dead money to move off from him. Vita Vea is not even an option, unfortunately. Seahawks Gaming says, remember when people said Emmanuel Forbes was the next Woolen? He got benched midway through the game. DJ Moore cooked him bad. Church of Sacred Cacti. We need a record to put next to Jones and Reed, and suddenly we're stacked at D-line. Not sure who's available, but someone like Buckner makes us serious as F. I'd love Buckner. Buckner would be great. Derek Brown would be great. But I think what you touch on here, Church, is there's not a lot of options out there. There's not a lot of those kind of cats walking the earth. And the ones that are signed and held with a death grip by the team that they are on and that they were drafted by. So, unfortunately, I just don't think you're going to get any of those kind of top line available options. I agree with you. That would make this defensive line dangerous if they could really bring a wrecker in there. But I think it's just hard as a pathway to find. Dig Talks, I wonder if Pumpkin has a big date after the live stream. Well, she's tired tonight. She's really sleepy. Yeah, you're tired. Why are you so sleepy? Maybe you had a long day? Yeah, you have. I know. Robbie Red, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, the new era called the Legion of Spoon. Thanks for the $2 donation, Robbie Red. I'm with it, brother. I can go with it. So sleepy. Bears get the win. I tell you what, that Washington football team at the end of the year, I was looking at this game going, where's this team going to be tough? Like that front four, for as vicious as they're labeled as being, they were kind of on a Bears line that's not very good with a Washington team playing at home. they didn't bring a whole lot against Justin Fields. He was not under very much duress at all, and a lot of those throws he was making was down the field. Connors, if Moore didn't get called out of bounds to that one catch, he would have added another 9 to 10 points too. Whew. Look out. Don, the Hawks Nest, a strange new pod raid. Hello, Brandon and all, and happy Global James Bond Day. Hope everyone is well, despite the Paramount Plus revival of iCarly being canned. Sad to hear on iCarly. Yeah, rest in peace to Dick Butkus, Don. Rest in peace to Dick Butkus. Maybe one of the few men who sits atop the all-time middle linebacker list ahead of Bobby Wagner at this point. If he does, that's a good debate to be had. But Dick Butkus was there's a guy who was a football player who played like his name. It would be that man. You know, what you have in your head when you imagine what does a football player like Dick Butkus look like when he gets on the field? That's probably pretty accurate in your brain to what you would have seen in the field from Mr. Butkus. Jacob Garcia says, I wouldn't mind interior defensive line or O-line. I think guards definitely is a sort of a dark horse candidate for upgrade that a lot of fans aren't necessarily thinking of a possibility. But I think we're all in pretty much firm agreement, Jacob, that the defensive line stands at the head of the stack. We got someone saying no new Legion of Boom nicknames. I know there's a lot of folks say we got to no more Legion of Boom names. We got to go to something else. I get that. I totally get that. And Jeff, we trust is Spoon equals 21 Savage. I like that. 21 Savage. How about that, guys? Let's throw that one on the list. I kind of dig that one. 21 Savage. Jeffrey Trust, how do you feel about going after a guy like DJ Jones? We had talked a little bit about it at the top of the show here. You can see his PFF score over my right shoulder here. I think that he is not exactly, he's a guy that is in alignment for the type of cat that we could probably look to target. I think he's not necessarily been very impactful for the Broncos at this point. And if it comes down to, I just don't know if he provides a whole lot. I think he's going to cost a little bit of money to bring him in here. He's got another year remaining on this deal. No, I did think about it, but when I'm back and looked at how he's played there since he's come to Denver, I don't think it's worthwhile. He's a good name to mention, though. That isn't the right path. James says, I think we should be aggressive and go add a defensive tackle that's a game changer. We have everyone on the rookie deal. We can compete with the Niners. I'd love to see it, James. Who is that guy? Though that's the question I'd pose back on you. And just who's the guy? Who is the team available with that player that's going to put him out there? Sensei Bonsai. It all matters who's contending and selling. I could see Danielle Hunter, Myles Garrett, maybe Miles Crosby being traded. Yeah, and some of these guys, I don't know, because I do see Sensei, the folks that speak about edge, and it's the part where I don't quite get that a little bit because our edge is in a good shape right now. I mean, we spent 2 second-round picks on the edge. We've spent all this money on Uchenna Nwosu. We've got 3 second-round picks, actually, on 3 different edges on this roster alone. I don't know if edge is the place to go to right now and look to as a place. And with Crosby, he just signed the contract. Raiders aren't going to move him and eat all that dead money. Browns aren't going to move, but Garrett, that's the guy that makes their defense work, and they're 2-2. They're not going to be in sell mode. Ad says that Jessen's way better than Eskridge. I agree. At least I want Spencer Rattler. Rattler's good, man. He's good. I struggle with him a little bit. He's got great arm talent, and he's improved himself quite a bit, but I can't quite get fully on board with him myself. In Utero says we should call this secondary the regulators. Mount up. Regulators. I like that one. It's not a turn on the boom name, and it's got its own little flavor to it. I dig it. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. What's up, man? It's good to see you in the house. Everybody get subbed up to Jose's channel over there. Got some good stuff he rolls on his side of things. Church of Sacred Gap Tie. Woman is a bigger, faster Sherman. We finally got a second lockdown corner, and he's an amazing man defender, which we've lacked, and he's amazing versus the run. And in Diggs and Adams, hard to top. Secondary's rounding into shape. It certainly is, man. It's really rounding into shape. Addis the Gamer says, have you heard Jerry DiPoto today from Seattle Sports? I did. I'm gonna do a reaction on the Crow's Nest channel to me reacting to the press conference of Dipoto. I think that the team is being incredibly silly, and I think that he tried to do damage control and be like, no, I wasn't clear in what I was saying. No, you were very clear in what you were saying, and everybody saw it for exactly what it was being said. And this team is pretty clearly at this point, until it chooses to show us evidence otherwise, pretty succinctly is aligned with, we need to get our profit margins every year. We need to be making our money. And that's the first thing. And that's the number one priority above anything else. And if that's going to be the number one priority of any sports franchise, is first and foremost, we make money and then we'll try to win a championship second, it ain't going to work. And you're not going to do it. And he can talk all that noise all day he wants about 54%, but it's a load of Huey. And the three teams that win in the playoffs this year over the top of you, the Blue Jays and the Rangers and the Astros, all spending well north of $200 million. You're sitting at $130 million, but it's not that. No, it's not that. Give me a break. Give me a break. Camden says, B, what do you, I'm thinking about writing a song about the Legion of Boom called Emerald City. What references would make the song cool? Good question. Great question. Vernon Davis snot bubbles. Oh goodness. Let me think. Something like earn every inch. Hit like a truck. Physical and mean. They'll let you know. You know, I'd get something in reference to, like, you know, individual moments, you know, Sherman's tip, Vernon Davis snot bubbles, Earl Thomas tomahawk chop at the goal line versus the Rams to keep a fumble from happening. Something like that. Not super creative tonight a little bit, but something like that, Camden. Expat Adventure Turkey says, wishing the best for our guys with the bye week. Get healthy and get after the Bengals with the W. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Fleeces of the defense plays like that all year, we can win a Super Bowl. We can. I think we're not going to get kind of the offensive line that we saw last week or the week before with Carolina that brought a lot of this success with the recent pressures. But they're on the right path and approach here. And the fact that they dialed up those blitzes and forced the issue a little bit, certainly to me is representatory of possible improvement as we go forward from that group, because they're more open to doing it than they have in the past. Jennifer Colon says the NFL's top three quarterback pressure by defense right now is the Hawks with 97 pressures, then the Niners with 96, and the Cowboys 95. Our defense is getting better and stronger. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Jennifer. Well said, and I love that stat. Leading the league in pressures. Leading the league in pressures. That's pretty nice and very impressive from this group. Great stat. Green Watson says Waldron's been doing well. So Waldron's been doing really well, Green. Yeah. Got to give him a ton of credit, too, beyond just getting success offensively right now and being productive offensively, putting up points. It's that they're doing it while they have so many offensive linemen out at the same time. And that just makes Waldron's job so much tougher in order to find success. But find success they have. Space says, we need to keep rolling. Yeah, we do. Church Sack to GSN's younger. He hasn't Diego says we need linebackers and O-linemen in the next draft. I think that's accurate, Diego. I'd add in defensive linemen too to that group, but yeah, I think that's right. Mason Dale says, despite us being ranked 10th in offensive touchdown scored, I don't think this is sustainable given the fact that we're 31st in third down conversion rate. Who do you think is most responsible for this? Well, let's unpack this a little bit, Mason. I think in general terms, you're in third down, and ideally a lot of times in third down, you're going to be wanting to be in 3rd and 3s, 3rd and 4s, 3rd and 5s, 3rd and shorts. But a lot of times you do find yourself in 3rd and 9s, 3rd and 11s. And I think that when you have offensive line with backups across the board, you're asking them to try to block as little time as possible so you don't get them exposed. And that's going to prevent you from getting longer developing routes like the 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 11s, able to convert those throws. That's the first problem of it, I think, right out the gate there. The second part is that you went and got JSN partly to be a chain mover, to be a third down guy that gets those conversions for you. But you've had to take JSN off the football field in order to put the 2 tight end sets out there in order to have better protection for your tackles on the edge and to give them chip blocks, to give them double teams. So the conversion rate to me is directly representative of the offensive line and the injuries that it's had to sustain early on. And I would expect that the healthier the offensive line gets, Mason, the better we're going to get in our conversion rate on third downs, especially as now we can start to use JSN, especially as we don't have to take him off for so many snaps off the football field in favor of giving your tackles those protections. He says, we play defense like this all year, we win Super Bowl. Yeah, we can. Harrison Phillips from the Vikings could be a solid add. I'm not too familiar with him, to be honest with you. 6'3", 307. Yeah, he's played pretty good for them. It's like a good little run defender with a little bit of pass rush. That could be an interesting guy. Former Buffalo Bill 3rd round pick from the Stanford Cardinal. I like it, man. Love where your head's at with that. I was looking for options. You found a creative one. I was looking at that Vikings team. I was like, ugh. But that's actually a decent suggestion there, Red. Harrison Phillips, not bad. It could be kind of guy that we look to bring in. Church says, I think we have some 4 and even 5 wide receiver sets with Eskridge and JSN on the field, saving some looks for the Niners they haven't seen. I love it, Church. Spread them out, man. Spread them out. And indeed, I think the team's going to try to find Eskridge some kind of role in this team. Brian, I think they would have just released him if they weren't planning on keeping him on the roster after the suspension. I might be wrong on that, but I think that's the way that plays out. New Blacks just got the stream. Would Randy Gregory be a good pickup? I don't believe that he would be a good pickup. I don't think right now he's an edge rusher, so he's not an interior player. Your edge right now is playing really well. You've invested 3 second-round picks and spent a gob tank of money on Uchenna Nwosu. I don't really see Randy Gregory as where's his role come at that point. Are you looking at taking Derek Hall off the field now to give Randy Gregory? Are we looking to remove some of the small number of snaps that we have in Darrell Taylor for Randy Gregory? His first year with the Broncos, he barely played and had 2 sacks. This year so far, he's got 3 tackles and 1 sack, and his PFF ratings across the board are not good. He's a guy that doesn't give you a lot as a run defender. I don't really see, honestly, a lot of the draw with Randy Gregory. I mean, let's just go through his sack numbers. 2020, he has 4 sacks. 2021, he has 6 sacks. 2022, he has 2 sacks. He has 1 sack this year so far. He's had a whole year for suspension. 2018, he had 5. I mean, he doesn't provide you a lot to me. He's a pass rusher with no run defense who doesn't provide you a lot of pass rush. I think that you feel much better about what you got. Maybe he's an upgrade over Darrell Taylor, but I don't think you go through this rigmarole to bring that guy in for the guy that's going to get this tiny number of snaps versus letting Taylor just run out there and see if he continues to maybe get a little bit better this year from what he's done so far. But he's not horrible, just doesn't have a value add to the team as I see it right now. New Blocks. Mumbles, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate you for that, Mumbles. It says, petition to change a nickname. Boom, boom, Witherspoon. Also, really don't care about the media not caring about us. It's how we got so much for a quarterback that fought the kitchen and the kitchen won. Well, I think you kind of bring up something, Mumbles, that I haven't really touched upon as much that maybe we should touch upon, is that this whole thing with the media respect thing, it kind of works two ways. Okay? What I mean by that is that the media respect works two ways, and you might get screwed out of awards at times when you have guys that deserve it because it'll go to East Coast players instead or something, right? But then there's the upside of this, where there's a narrative out there that what Russell Wilson is this like top end quarterback, and he's trying to get out of Seattle because Seattle's kind of holding him down, and like look at all of his wonderful highlights because nobody's watching our games, right? All those guys in the East Coast, they're just seeing the moonball highlights from Russell Wilson. They're seeing these moments where he's supermaning it, and they're missing all of the in-between moments where the offense is non-functional. And so that might have helped out in a little bit of that narrative being out there that Russell was still this guy, and giving for instance, the Broncos were assailed with nothing but praise post that Russ Wilson trade, right? Everybody going, oh, they fleeced the Seahawks. Seahawks lost this one. Man, how did they take this from Seattle? So maybe the lack of media respect also mumbles, like you say, maybe it works out in the other way too, where we can kind of sometimes get the benefit from it, too. But Boom Boom Witherspoon is on the list. It is on the list with the others, with Monsoon Spoon and Devin the Demon. We got a lot here for Witherspoon. We got a lot of different little nicknames. But thank you for that $10 donation, man. I appreciate you. And we definitely, that trade with Russell Wilson this is why we are where we are. This is why we're doing what we're doing. This is what's allowed this rebuild to turn around so very fast. And we'll see where this finishes off and the returns of this, when this is all said and done. But it has absolutely been one of the best trades in NFL history for us. And we'll see. We're on nothing but the rise because of it, Mumbles. And I love it. Love it. All right, Broncos. But thank you, man. Mumbles with another $5 donation. Appreciate the double dono, brother. He says, also, the person writing a song, Wham Bam, and have some booms in there too. No idea what type of song you're writing. There you go. You got to get the wham bam in the chorus. Wham bam, wham bam. Some kind of chorus around that. I love it, Mumbles. Let's go. I usually am more creative with I give you some lyrics and even a chorus normally, but my brain's blanking out on any suggestions for you tonight on that one. Camden. ALG Investment LLC, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I think left guard is a priority next draft. Thoughts? Yes, I do believe that it is a priority as well, ALG. I think that the team is probably going to count on just letting Damian Lewis at this point walk. I don't think that they look to bring him back. He's not exactly a schematic fit for what they want to do here. And then that's definitely going to then open the door to the left guard needing to be addressed. Maybe even both guards at this point, to be honest with you. We'll have to see how it goes. The two early on guys, if we're talking about maybe finding those guys at the top of the draft who really interest me at this point, ALG, are Cooper Bebe is one of the best left guard prospects we've seen in recent years. And if you added him to Charles Cross and Lucas and Bradford long-term and Oluwatimi, I mean, our line might be set at that point. He's kind of just ideal as a left guard prospect. There's not a lot of blemishes on him that you can pick apart with him. Graham Barton from Duke, who's playing some tackle, as is Bebe is at times here so far this year, but is better and going to be better as a left guard in the pros. That's the other guy I'm looking really closely at. But the good part here in general, ALG, is that it's a good guard prospect this year. Versus last year, it was pretty much Steve Avila, Osiris Torrance, and then it was a really, really huge drop off to the next guard prospects. I think you're going to see a little more of a thorough, group this year for this draft. I think that's probably why we didn't really look to address it last draft and early on, is that there wasn't as good a guys there at the top. But ALG, I would say if you look through the first 4 rounds of next year's draft, if we end up walking away with a left guard, a defensive lineman, and a middle linebacker in those first 3 in the first 4 rounds somewhere, it wouldn't shock me that that's the way that would play out, because it is going to be a need. New Black says, I forgot Eskridge was even on the team. Easy to do. Very easy to do. Very, very easy to do. A little too easy to do. Yeah, Felicia, the tough thing with Jamal needs to learn how to tackle. Jamal's been one of the best tacklers in the league since he's come in, especially the strong safety position. He knows how to tackle as well as anybody, but it's just that this is part of the rules in the NFL is that you don't tackle in practice. You can't replicate tackling in practice. So it's like, how do you work on it if you can't practice it? I think it puts him in a bit of a pickle to find the way to make it go. You got to have the live action, and that just means you're going to have whenever you got a guy who doesn't play for a year and he gets back on the football field, we're going to see some rust. You ain't going to see the guy just run 100% full steam of what he's going to be when he's back in the thick of it and he's back in the rhythm of it. Cacti says, remember the Eskridge Patriots game? I don't. Oh, kitty. What's wrong? What's the matter? Connor says Chase Young had 10 pressures and looked good. Nobody else flashed, though. Yeah, nobody on that, at least nobody on that interior line. Chase looked pretty good. He did have some plays I saw him making, but everybody else in that interior line was, ugh. I agree on Utero. Jamal did nothing wrong. He'll figure it out. DJ says trade right. All right. Justin is still looking for us to trade for John Wick. John Wick would always be useful. Start capping fools on the field. Yeah, he goes, is it me or is it frustrating when the Seahawks don't unleash our Punisher Charbonnet on a 3rd and short? Walker is our swift weapon and number 1, but not a wrecking ball. Well said, Diego. Beautifully put, man. And yeah, I've been a little bit frustrated at times with the lack of using him in 3rd and short and the lack of using Charbonnet at times down by the goal line. Like, let the hammer, man. Swing that hammer. And yeah, Deshaun Watson is supposed to be back after the bye, so we're going to end up having to deal with Deshaun. Addis says, if Cross and Lucas are healthy, then I'm sure the team will try to get JSN the ball sometimes. Mark my words, folks. If you're worried about JSN and you're looking for a Brandon prediction special here for you, watch how JSN's production starts to rise right with back the presence of Lucas and Cross in the mix. Those two things will be connected. Jag Sports Talk with Jose says, or how about a boy named Ndamukong Suh? Maybe, man. He's just 36. My guy's so old, That beard's fully gray at this point. But you wouldn't have to trade for him, Jose. You could just sign him off the street, which ain't bad. Mason says, I know it's one game and some of his splash plays were opportunistic, but how can you not keep Spoon at the slot after last game? He's just a corner. He's a playmaker. He's not just a corner. He's a playmaker. Well, with me, Mason, is you've been in here for a long time, that with Spoon, I've completely been open to moving him into the slot, letting him run in there, and that he could absolutely be tremendously impactful from that spot. The team's going to have a good problem to have in making that determination. I think Trey Brown and his emergence as an outside corner on this team might inform them to make that change too, Mason. And we'll have to see how that does play out once Trey does come back, if that's the way that they go with it. On top of the fact that Kobe Bryant and Artie Burns aren't exactly setting a high standard at the position, as you guys can see with the scroller beneath me here. I mean, Kobe Bryant's your lowest rated PFF guy this season. So, that you definitely have a room for improvement here out of that slot. And that may be what they decide to do. We'll have to see, Mason, but there's an argument to be made that if you want to talk about putting your best 11 players on the football field defensively, that's the best place to then put Spoon is in the slot. Seahawks Gaming says Justin Fields goes on to win 13 in a row, takes the Bears to the playoffs, and wins NFL MVP. Slow down. Grandizer, Seahawks, Brandon Kane, to terrorize y'all's neighborhood and whoever shall be found without the soul for getting down. Oh, here we go. Let me try to do the voice here with that, Grandizer. To terrorize your neighborhood and whoever shall be found with the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds. Where's my Price voice? Come on. To terrorize your neighborhood and whoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell. Price, he's awesome. Kurt says, wonder if we can get one of the Giants' defensive tackles, Dexter Lawrence or Leonard Williams. I proposed Leonard Williams is really, to me, Kurt, if we're talking about realistic, not costing too much, and also being a true upgrade and helping us in our rotations, Leonard Williams would provide that, and he would be, I think, in play. Lawrence, there's no chance because he just signed a contract extension. He is there with the Giants for the foreseeable future. Dino McCarty's, the Mariners ownership has always just wanted to be competitive. In 2001 and 2002, they stood pat when they could have used another bat. Yeah, a little, easier in 01 to understand them standing pat with where that team was rolling. But 2002, and you're right, this is where this team has been for many years now. And it's one that, for a long period of time pushed me away from the team. And, if I see them coming into this offseason trying to do these like half-assed moves again and selling it to the fan base of somehow, bargain basement parts are going to put this team over the top when the rest of your competition is spending far, far beyond you, in some cases more than $100 million of what you're spending on payroll. I don't see how that they don't see this as eventually going to dissuade the fan base, no matter how many 86 win seasons they want to put together. But that does seem to be the way it is at this point, Dino, and it's disconcerting. And they've got a PR problem right now for whether or not they consider it an issue or not. But there's a big part of the Mariner fan base out there that believes this and thinks this. And it's up to them to change it or not, but they're going to push people away from it if they're going to take this stance. You're not in this to win 54% of your games. You're in this to go out there and win World Series. And I don't connect that. Well, if you win 54% over 10 years, you'll win a World Series. Okay. He's out there talking about a 10-year plan. Like, shove it. 10-year plan? How nice is it as a general manager? Like, you go to a general manager and you're like, hey, You're not getting the job done. You're not doing what you need to do. Your team's not going out there and really being competitive to push the playoffs. Yeah, we got a 10-year plan, man. Why are you so jumpy? Why are you so, why are you so Johnny-come-lately here? We got a 10-year plan. You got to wait. There's a 10-year plan. Give me a break. Few more Seahawks. Hey, B, you're ever going to do a tailgate stream? We'll eventually do a stream, I think, on the west side, where we try to maybe find a bar where I can stream out of when I do the bar or something like that. At some point I will, but I've got to find a way to get over the west side and set it up and all that. So it'd be a bit of a process. But yeah, I'd love to do that. Yeah, I'd love to do it. Mason says, I haven't been focusing much on what type of defensive fronts we're running this year. So as someone who's been watching the All-22, what have they been running the most? What's worked? What hasn't? They've been running mainly whether you wanted to call it the 2-man front or the 4-man front. You walk out there with your defensive tackles in the 1-tech and 3-tech positioning, and then you have your outside linebackers in wide 9. And that's by far the front that you're running at the most. They have had their most success to me with running some kind of form of pressure-based package or some exotic form of pressure-based package. In a lot of the snaps I saw from the Giants game, for instance, a lot of it was zone blitz concepts, and not your Steelers-based zone blitz concepts, but basically we're going to rush with 4 guys, but you don't know which 4 are coming. And so there was a lot of bringing them from one side of the line at the Giants and then releasing another guy out into coverage on the other side, but just mixing things up and being a little more exotic rather than just, here's our front 4 that we're rushing up against you. Here's our corners and off coverage that are going to drop to bail depth post-snap. That's been your weakness. That's been when you go into that position, that's been what's been attacked by quarterbacks, where they've been free and easy and they feel good about it when they see those kind of fronts like that. But when you stack things up and you make things uncomfortable at the line of scrimmage on tape that I've seen, that's when you get the best results. I'm working on right now, Mason, a blitz video. If it's not out by like Saturday or Sunday, we'll have it out by Monday at the latest. But I'm working on a blitz video that's going to feature some of these concepts that they used in this last game, why they were effective, and why they should continue to use them on into the future, because they're very beneficial. Jeffo Hefo says, I want DK at tight end. I don't know, Jeffo. I think they would have tried that out at this point if they were going to try it out. He's a pretty good outside receiver for you. Banana, the bad guy, Williams. I wonder why the Hawks aren't throwing to Jackson Smith and Jigba. I hope they make him more of a threat after the bye. The reason why Banana, Jackson Smith, and Jigba has not been more utilized is because you've had backup offensive linemen across the board, specifically backup tackles throughout the majority of the course of this season. And the first thing that you're going to usually do if you have 2 backup tackles, which is usually going to be pretty hellacious for every NFL given team if they have to be overcoming that, is that you're then going to keep those tight ends to help block. And if you have 2 tight ends on the football field, because there are only so many guys you can have personnel-wise out, right? 2 tight ends come on the football field, that's going to come at the cost of your slot receiver. So he's had a big chunk of his snaps that gotten bit and eaten up on Banana by having to be taken off the field in those moments. And then he's had other snaps where he's out there and he's open. He just hasn't been the primary target, or Geno's not had the time to throw to him by his progression. But he will be worked into it eventually here, and he will find a role here. And he's a really good player, and he's going to help us win games at some point this season. Dino says, I heard that Burrow's looking better in practice this week. That's not good for us, but I will say that with when he sustained that calf injury, he should start getting around if he hasn't had any real huge drawbacks, should be getting around back to front here pretty soon. And maybe by the time we play them. I'll be watching how he plays this week, though. Space says Rockstar says. In utero, I don't have a problem with how many times GSN is targeted, but the short routes suck. Yeah, the bubble screen short routes aren't exactly the best way to use them. I agree with you there. I could go for less of those. And Utero says, I was watching the L22 earlier, and Curhan is awful. He's not a starter in this league in utero. You know, he's much like with Stone, I would say. Those are backup swing tackle types. Those are backup guys that you have in for a short span and you're getting by with them. You know, but I think it's also in utero a bit of the nature of the beast across the sport, like we saw with the Giants on the other side of it. You know, if you've got to go to a lot of backups across the board on a line, it's going to get pretty ugly pretty quick most of the time. Kelly, what's up? Good to see you in the house. Hope you're well. And who's our right tackle? 74, that's Curhan. Brian Brown, Olu, and Bradford will make a good inside offensive line for the next few years. They could. We'll have to see on Brown. He is on a 1-year deal. But I certainly feel like with Olu and Bradford, you got some parts for the future there. Sajan says, did anyone see the Lynch and Sharp show on Russ by the bye? Did anyone see the response Russ gave to Lynch? I think Russ took the high ground on it. I think Lynch was trying to parse his words pretty closely, but I think there's also some pretty clear things to take away from it. Greg says JSN has 20 targets. DK has 23. Ooh, great point there, Greg. I think it's how the targets have come as much as anything that bothers folks. Steve McCabe says, which Seahawk on each side of the ball has impressed you the most? Ooh, great question. Let's start out with defensively, I think Devin Witherspoon. Devin Witherspoon had a holdout where he was, first week of camp he was out. Injury, missed all the rest of training camp. No preseason games. He's in and playing his third professional game here this past week, and he's the most dominant player on the football field. On top of that, he was very impressive through those first 2 games of action. He has been as advertised and as advertised instantaneously. There's no, let's wait 2 years down the line and we'll get there with him. He's ready to roll right now, and that's impressive. Very impressive to see. Bobby Wagner would be an honorable mention for me, Steve, as he's helped to lock down this run game in a major way, and been a big improvement from where we were at the position last year and what he's done with his leadership and all of that. He'd be definitely an honorable mention. Offensively, the most impressive to me offensively. Wow, what a great question. I think Geno Smith has been the most impressive to me, Steve. And this is as much not necessarily just from how he's played, but because he's weathered the storm of the quarterback position, and it's a storm. Like I was saying a little bit a second ago on one of the questions I was answering about backup offensive linemen. You know, you as a quarterback, when you have 3, 4/5, 5/5 of your offensive line all out, your starters or changing positions, and you're operating behind that, there's a lot of quarterbacks that are going to freak the hell out, that are going to get jumpy in the pocket, you know, they're going to play out of control, and self-preservation instinct is going to kick in like a mofo. And what you saw, especially in that Lions game, on the road, loud environment, that fan base was into it. That Lions team was feeling itself. And you came out in that environment from Geno's perspective, and you didn't just get by. You didn't just kind of try to look calm in the storm. You were calm in the storm, and you were super impressive and productive throughout the course of the game, and just keeping the offense sustained, highly productive, putting points up on the board. Did it again against the Panthers. Last week, I think that you just reached a spot where once it got to 5/5 of the line, it was like, okay, this is just, not holding up enough at this point. But Geno's been, to me, so impressive by doing what he's done, despite having what's happening happen. Look at last year too, Steve, as far as this is a bit of growth from Geno, because Geno through the first 12 games last year played either good or great in every single game. And then you saw from week 13 onwards, it was a little bit more of it wasn't spotty performance, but it was a little bit more of an up and down. And it was a little bit of his reaction to some of the issues on that line then. Your rookies hitting the wall on the edges with the tackles, the interior of the line getting more beat up and injured as the year went along. And Geno really struggled in the face of that kind of storm there to still stay at that productive spot. This year he's done so. That's been super impressive to me to see. And I'd say probably Charbonnet and Walker are the two behind him that have stood out to me, along with DK as far as honorable mention goes, as those guys have been doing the most with whatever they've been given in front of them. If they're given a hole, they'll bust a 40-yarder off. If there's no hole and there's penetration in the backfield early on, they're getting 4 or 5 yards up the football field. I look at what they're doing and I say I love what these guys bring. Maybe the best tandem in the entire National Football League. And Brian Brown could be a guy that you get left guard long term, but remember with him coming from Detroit, the whole thing was he was better, and he's even said he feels like he's better at center. So that's where you go, how good is the performance going to be at left guard if you have him play out there? Versus maybe drafting a higher level guy that's a little bit more on the upside front from a talent perspective. ALG says Bradford could be this year's Woolen. He could be. He's not getting as much love with the PFF stuff as Woolen even was getting last year, but he is very impressive to me, ALG, and he's definitely on the rise in my mind. I think we've got our right guard for the future here. And boy, he's a big, strong man. Kingdom Joe, aloha. How you doing, man? Kingdom says, I have no clue who comes out next year except Marvin Harrison Jr. Who are we going for in this next year's draft, guys? I'm off work. I'm just catching up now. What's up, man? Well, definitely Harrison's not going to be in line for us having a possibility of him. We're not going to look to receiver, obviously. Jatavius Sanders is a tight end out of Texas in the second round who could maybe be interesting to the Hawks if they choose not to re-sign either Fant or Parkinson. Cooper Bebe, Graham Barton is interior offensive lineman on the high side on the interior there. That could be some interesting cats. Chris Jenkins with Michigan. You're talking about a 3-4 end who would just be awesome here if you could jump onto that guy. Just good all-around player, violent player, high effort, high motor. Just a fun player out there. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. with Clemson, middle linebacker maybe of the future. Barrett Davis also there with Clemson as a middle linebacker guy who could be an impressive dude. There's definitely some middle linebackers in this draft who were standing out early on that certainly would be fits. But something along those lines, Joe. Euro says, Brand, that's what I've always said about Russ too. Yeah, it's where I feel with it. It's where I stand with it on him. I'm not trying to throw Russ any shade, but yeah. Masons, I'm not concerned about JSN's lack of protection. However, I did expect him to be better runner after the catch. There was a play on Monday where he was one-on-one with the defender in the open field and got tackled easily. I know that's not the main reason we drafted him. I just haven't seen him make anyone miss. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't a super yak guy at Ohio State, I'll say, Mason. You know, he was an okay yak guy, but it wasn't his greatest skill, I might say. But this stuff will come along with him, I think, with time. Addis says, I like Boom Boom Witherspoon. I do too on that one. It's got a nice phonetic ring to it. Some of these haven't had that kind of phonetic ring. It's like Bam Bam Cam. Yeah, it is. Boom Boom Witherspoon. Aaron Donald says, nobody should gamble in the NFL. It's a bad idea. Spoon Tang. I think we have that on the list, don't we here? Let me see. Yeah, I got Spoon Tang on there. Legion of Doom, says Sijin. Not the Legion of Boom. Prez will be back when it matters most. Yes, he will. New Blacks, I honestly thought it was still a good trade for the Broncos. It was just a train wreck on offense more than I thought it would be. I remember one point this season the Broncos would have been 8-2 with 18 points a game. That's right, man. That's right. I think it was if they scored 19, it was 9-1. Even going even more extreme on that, New Blacks. My issue with the Broncos and bringing Russell in was on two different main folds here. Two different main folds with that trade with Russ to the Broncos and worry on having its success. And I'm on record as having presented these two reasons. Number one, Russ, the prior year to being traded, was in a West Coast offense, a true West Coast offense for the first time in his career. And he wasn't really succeeding within that offense. He was struggling to play that offense, play it on time, play it on script. He still wanted to fall back into his old machinations. Now he's going to a pure West Coast offense out there with Hackett. How is that going to work when that doesn't fit to what he exactly does? The second part being is that the whole big thing with Russ at the forefront of this, the whole major reason, among other maybe reasons he wanted out of town, was he was getting hit too much, according to him. I'm getting hit too much. I'm under too much pressure. I need more protection up in front of me. Well, then you go to the Denver Broncos, who the 2 prior years prior to Russell arriving there were 28th and 26th in pass protection efficiency, respectively. So you have a team that can't pass protect, bringing on a quarterback that doesn't want to be hit. Not too good. Not too good. And it didn't turn out well. But it didn't mean that those were the things that were going to deep six it on their own New Blocks, because I wasn't going to say like I just sat there and was like, I know this is going to be a failure. I didn't say that. I said this has a chance of success, but those were two big major reasons to look at it and go, how's that going to work? How does that magically repair itself? And indeed, I believe it hasn't, and does remain to be seen, I think, on both of those two questions, especially with a guy like Peyton that tends to want his offense run on time, on script, the way he draws it up. Coke spoon. Kingdom Joe, I have a name that I would like to hand in for Witherspoon. John Wick, Devin John Wick, Witherspoon. Let's go. I know that's a lot. That's a mouthful, man. I'll put it in there. I like Baba Yanga better. Devon John Wednesday. And Utero says the Commanders look like they could compete for a wild card spot. Maybe. I don't know, man. I haven't been tremendously impressed by the Commanders so far this year. They barely got out with a win against the Cardinals, right? To start the year off. Like they just by the crack of their butt, they got that. Then they come back the next week and they barely get a win against the Denver Broncos. And then they have lost the last 3 weeks where every single game they're giving up more than 30 points. I don't know. They got the Falcons up next. They're going to lose that game. Who knows what happens in the Giants game. They still have the Eagles to play twice this year. They have to play the Cowboys twice this year. They have to play the Rams at one point, the Dolphins at one point. I see the Commanders at like 7 wins this year, 6 wins. They're going to miss out, I think, on that one. Herbazad, what's up, man? How you doing? And Utero says, Depoto should have explained the short list of teams to win 54% over the last 10 years. Short list and lots of World Series. I saw the list with it in Utero, but it's not, yeah. I don't, the problem with this too is we come back to, you look at that list and a lot of those teams in Utero, absent, let's say a Tampa Bay team, are also spending money on top of it. So, when they're getting, how are they getting that 54%? They're being aggressive in there. They're not just, well, internally we just develop everything and the problem comes in too, is that you start talking to a fan base about, just give us 10 years on this. You've been waiting your whole franchise to even get to the World Series and you haven't done it. Is there any point in time where a sense of urgency clicks in? Is there any point where you're going to just say, we got to keep telling the fan base to be patient? And then what happens when it doesn't work in 10 years? What happens when it is at 54%? And have there been teams that have won 54% over the last 10 years that didn't get the World Series? There never should be one single stat, in my opinion, in Utero that guides or directs an organization or a team. When you take something that's eminently complicated and derive it all down to something that's just a simple bargain-based stat that's supposed to sum up everything, I think that's troubled waters to head into. The answers on this kind of thing, I think, tend to be a little bit more complicated than that. But, you know, we come down to it. The fan base ain't morons on this one in utero. You have a $130 million payroll. Those three teams that went ahead of you in the playoffs, the Rangers, the Astros, two in your own division, and the Blue Jays, are all spending well north of $200 million in payroll. There's a one clear spot that you're choosing not to address as a team that other teams are willing to address. And in my mind, in fact, in being into this baseball team for many years as I've been, I can go back to the 95, 96, 97, 98 years, right? And you go back into those years and remember the Yankees beating you with those payrolls that were $120, $130 million more than you were spending. And feeling like at that very time as well, man, feels like we're not really being beat by the better team, that we're just getting outspent here. And that's the way this does kind of feel right now with this Mariner team a bit. Maybe it's wrong, but it is the way it feels. Kingdom Joe says, I'm actually working on a Seahawks track right now called 12th Man. Always using this remix a lot. My Posse's on Broadway beat. Let's go. Love it, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Saijan says, Hawks have the Bengals, Cards, and Browns. How do we fare? We'll go 2-1 in those games, Saijan. We'll take the Cards and the Browns. Bengals will handle us at 10 a.m. maybe. I don't know. Just guessing. Jordan says, during the Giants game, we were eating our sack lunch with a spoon. Yes, we were. Chicken God, if they dropped another tackle, they could move Curran back inside where he's much better player to guard as a backup, of course. He is. Look pretty good in there, yeah. Yes, yeah. He's a good run blocker inside. Sean, at this point, I have Bobo over Eskridge, especially for Bobo's blocking ability. Yeah, I do too, Sean. The luckily part here, right, or maybe not luckily part, but the good part here, I guess, whatever, on this is that you do have it goes to the 4-5 on this, being receiver 4, receiver 5. Bobo's your 4, Eskridge becomes your 5, Cody Thompson becomes practice squad. ALG, I want Puka to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Spoon, and Spoon only. It's going to be hard for Puka here, maybe a little bit, LG. You get Cooper Kupp coming back. Where does Puka line up? I mean, is he an outside guy too? Or do they try to move Cooper a little more to the outside? Kurt says, I'd love Devin Bush to come back and fill in whenever B-Wags is done. I'd be open to it, Kurt. I'll tell you this, man. B-Wags keeps playing like he's playing. I'm not looking for him to retire anytime soon. He can just keep it rolling. Indurido says, when you watch the All-22, Bobo stands out. Amazing blocker. Oh, he is indeed. He's fantastic. Greg Kemp says, Lockett has 27 targets. Where did this narrative that JSN doesn't get targets come from? He has done anything with the targets he gets. He has done anything in the targets he gets, and I can't think of a play of him making someone miss. Definitely hasn't made anyone miss in the open field. A big part of his targets, he's got at least 4 or 5 balls that come straight from bubble screens. There's a lot of the targets in there where they're not accurate throws by Geno, or they're overthrows, or there's not a chance of even making the catch. So I think that there's just a feeling that there's not a lot of realistic throws to him where they're really trying to target him for a true, situation for him to go and make some noise with it. It's just the way it feels more than maybe what the data says on pure raw targets and the look of that. Could be wrong, just the way it feels. JB, would love to see Charbonnet get more touches. He averages nice yards per carry and a hit stick a game. He does have a hit stick a game. And I would too, JB. Running the ball a little bit more, I think, wouldn't be the worst thing for the Seahawks team going forward, as these guys have done really well with the carries they've been given. There's been times, especially last game, where you went away a little bit too much, I feel like, from the running game. Got a little bit too engrossed with passing. Sajin, Kupp, and Puka will be dangerous when we play them again. Not going to be easy, man. I will say with Puka and Cooper, they are kind of slot guys only. So maybe the Rams just go 4 wide 24/7 with 2 slots. But they do tend to be both those kind of guys like that. I don't know if either of those guys are as effective if you put them on the outside. LG, we have Spoon next time we play the Rams. We do have Spoon next time we play the Rams. That's right. That's right. He might only be able to lock up one of those guys. Nublax, the JSN takes are actually absurd to me. Maybe if he stopped getting basically passes the line of scrimmage, we would look better. I think it's going to come with the JSN thing. The kid's a rookie. He's a young man. It's like, give him time. He's not a number one option in this team. It's not like you have like Justin Jefferson where he comes to the Vikings and instantly then becomes the number one option. He's stacked behind a lot of really good players on this team and getting the target attempts and passes his way where he's going to get a lot of opportunities. Kurt says, I think the Rams look to trade Kupp once he gets healthy. Carolina's looking for a number one. Ooh, Kurt, thinking outside the box. I love that, man. I hadn't thought of that one, but I think that you might have something there. You might have something there. ALG Investment, thank you for the $2 donation. This Thursday night conclusion. Cody Barton still sucks. Indeed, he does. Let's see, what is Cody at for the year right now? Is his PFF coming into this game? Cody Barton, PFF. He's got no excuses either right now. Holy hell. He's at a 42 overall coming into this game. 29 run defense. 29. Surprising to me too, LG. I didn't think he was going to be bad because he was actually going to go to a 4-3 defense where he had some protections. He can't even do the thing he could do last year where he blamed it on the second level blocks. He's just not getting the job done. But not surprising. Just not a very good player. Deshaun Scott, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, Deshaun, and welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. You guys, if you are not subscribed, please do get subscribed over here on the Hawks Nest. Helps the channel out a lot. We're on our way to 15,000 subscribers. And boy, we're motoring fast to that mark, but you can help us get there by subbing up today if you're not already, and I would really appreciate it if you could. But thank you, Deshaun. Appreciate you. In Utero, thank you for the $2 donation. This is Brandon. You made some good points on the 54%. Thank you, In Utero. And I get where Jerry's coming from and trying to look at that kind of high-end data of things, but you've got to read the temperature in the room a little bit here too. And this trust the process approach thing is fine with me give us a couple of years to kind of get this figured out. But when you start telling me, give us the 10 years to figure it out, and then we get to the other end of 10 years. And if you've won that 52, 53, 54% of the game and you don't have a series, what's to be said then at that point? You can change your way then? You're going to get adjusted? You're going to get aggressive then? Like, no, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. Okay. So it wasn't really about the 50. You just wanted to give people an answer on something to, shut them up on this. But, the fan base, as a Mariner fan base goes, and it's a different type of fan base than even the Seahawks fan base. The Mariner fan base is one of the more patient ones I've seen out there. And it's one that's been sitting there, holding on in the process, waiting in this process. And for them to be getting to the point where they all recoil at that press conference and go, no, that's not going to work for me as an answer, Jerry. No, Jerry, I'm not going to sit around for 10 years for you to put your finger out of your butt and start to work to do something. Get to work. We're stacking that stadium. We're putting $3 million in there, win or lose. Get to work. But I feel pretty passionate about this as well, as it's damn frustrating watching them put a team together like they did this year, which is not only is it a team falling short of the mark, it's a team put together that doesn't make a lot of sense. You play in a pitcher's park, so what do? We'll get a lot of home run strikeout hitters. You play in a pitcher's park, your right field porch is the place where you actually, if you're going to have home run hitters, you want left-handed hitters so they can pull it to right field to take advantage of what is the shorter porch versus the left field porch, which plays like a freaking Yellowstone Park. And you do the opposite. You fill your lineup full of power hitter, right-handed hitters who strike out all the time. But we don't. Let's just give it 10 years. We'll figure it out. But appreciate you, man. Thank you. Chicken God, don't sleep on Trey Brown. He's a great outside corner. I think he'd be solid for us. I don't think Michael Jackson's going to push Witherspoon inside where the team's like, well, we feel so good about Michael Jackson on the outside. We'll put Witherspoon inside. I think Trey Brown could do that, though. Trey Brown could I think, build up that kind of confidence in him. Herside says Spoon played all the snaps at nickel and outside. Keep that kid on the field. Oh, yeah, he ain't going nowhere. In Euro, GSN was drafted to take defensive pressure of DK and Lockett. Take defensive pressure off DK and Lockett. That's right. Brian says Kupp on too big of a contract to be traded. Rams want him around. Let's take a look at where he's at. I think you might be right on that, by the way, with where it's It does feel like they just signed him to an extension. And we know the Rams were backloading those contracts to an extreme degree. Let's take a look here. Where's the cup, man? What's going on here? Where is he? How do they have him listed? Oh, because he's on the IR. Oh, yeah. Holy hell. So the Rams would sustain a $59 million dead money cap if they were to release Cooper Kupp. He's on a $1 million base salary, so he ain't going nowhere. He going nowhere. Felice says, Witherspoon reminds me of Jalen Ramsey a lot. I could see a bit of that. Herbicide, what's up with Lucas? When's he come back in? No, my understanding, Herbicide, he's due back after the bye. He comes off IR 4 weeks, and then he's ready to roll. James says, to me on the Adams tackle, it looked like he had his head down with his chin tucked in his chest, not eyes on the prize, head up. Yeah, it wasn't a good tackle spot. My explanation for it, I've mentioned it to a few people who've brought that up, James, or what's going on. I haven't heard anybody kind of like, okay, that makes sense. I think that's what it was. So maybe I don't know if anybody's kind of thinking that this what I'm saying is the truth or they feel the same way on this. But I just think he hasn't played in a game in over a year. He hasn't tackled in live action over a year. His target striking and his accuracy point on those kind of tackles is probably going to be a little rusty. And there's going to be probably some moments here and there where he's got to knock that rust off, like that situation. Unfortunately, not only was it that it was maybe a poor technique in getting there on the tackle, but then it was also he got injured at the same time. And yeah, the head's supposed to be up. You're not taught to put your head down like that, but I think most players don't play for over a year and then they go back on the football field. The rust is going to show itself somewhere or another. You're going to feel it a little bit. And maybe to a large degree at times, especially if they haven't had a training camp or anything like that to really go off of. I'm chalking it up to that. JB, I say put Witherspoon in the slot and move Kobe out to his natural outside spot. Either way, we have great problems to have. Can't wait till we play the Bengals. Me neither, JB. I like the thought of putting Kobe back in the outside. I think that's a better spot for him than the slot. And then I've been a big proponent of if it's the best way to get the best 11 guys on the field is putting Witherspoon in the slot, then put Witherspoon in the slot. ALG, we should trade Kelnick for Mike Trout. I'd do it. I'd do it. I don't know. Kelnick is progressing along at the speed of a tortoise in his... Started out great, but woof. Brandon the Cut says, imagine if Pete came in with a 10-year plan. Jeez. Yeah, imagine a football team trying to tell that to their football fans. We got a 10-year plan. We're going to win 54% of our games. And we've got a track record that shows as an NFL team, if you win 54% of your games over an NFL season, then you're going to win a Super Bowl in that 10-year plan. Shut up. Give me a break. No, give me a break. Addis says the Mariners are going to trade for someone. Juan Soto. I'm with Juan Soto. He's got a good eye. Doesn't give you the best of defense, but you can DH him whenever you need to. I'm with it. Still very young. Herbicide, what's up with Kenny McIntosh? Don't have any update on Kenny McIntosh right now, folks. I'm sorry about that. We will get an update on Monday. I'm expecting him to come off the IR and be ready to roll by this next week, though. The owner sucks indeed in utero. That's my feeling on it as well. Sucks. Stupid. Holy hell, I got behind a bit on these. Kingdom Joe, I think it's kind of funny how everybody stresses over the Mariners. In my day, we didn't stress over them. They weren't good enough. They weren't good at all. The San Diego Chicken was a bigger draw. Mariner fans in the mid-'80s weren't necessarily super active. You didn't get a lot of good baseball to go off of back in those days. And, there wasn't, you were a new franchise. So as a young, still finding its way franchise, it was going to take you a while to get to being good. But the second that Griffey arrived on the scene, and fans definitely were willing to fill fill the park up and show their support at that point, and we're interested. It was a football town, though, in the early 80s. It was more football town than baseball town, but baseball's really grown over time as far as the fan base goes. Gibson, our defensive line, has actually played surprisingly well. It was also nice to see us mix up the defensive schemes last week, open to adding any talent on the D that makes us better, not just on the line. Love it, Gibson. I don't know if you got a lot of other places you need to address anywhere else but that line. Everybody else is looking pretty good defensively. Mervin Yabbit says the 54% comment from Depoto does not make sense. Before he said this team is ready for the playoffs, World Series run play. Then you heard the other day fans should be grateful that we should be that we should be patient for winning the World Series. Dude, we ain't the Dodgers organization. Yeah, that was it's an awful press conference on his part the whole way around. And you know, there was a Mariner executive at the start of the year that was telling Mariner fans that they didn't need to be patient anymore, that they shouldn't be expected to be patient anymore. And now he's doubling back around not a year later to say, no, you guys should be patient. Right at the point that the fans are going to start chirping about, why don't you guys start spending money? Why don't you guys start being patient? And it's a message that just does not resonate at all. And I think that this team would be very smart for the foreseeable future to try to make this a little more aggressive, if for the sake of it, at this point, trying to reverse a little bit of this PR. I mean, you've got the whole comments a couple of years ago by that former executive of the Mariners talking about how they would play with the playing time of guys like Jared Kelenic and whatnot as they're coming up in order to push out their arbitration years and their club control years. You know, they show all of the slip signs of being cheap and not willing to spend money and it being about the profit margins. And I've got no respect, zero respect for a billionaire owner that buys an organization in any sport and buys that organization in sports so that they can get a yearly profit that they get to tuck back into their pocket. I think that that's a POS move, in my opinion, and it doesn't make any sense to me. You buy any kind of franchise, you wait 10 years on that franchise, you're selling it for what, 5, 6, 7 times what you paid for it? There's your return. There's your profit margin. I'm okay if you want to get to the end of the year and go, look, we don't want to lose money every year. I might even offer, though, that like really you should even be willing to lose a little bit of money considering the major amount of profit you will turn down the line. What did Paul Allen buy the Seahawks for? A couple $100 million back in 97. Well, what's Jody going to sell it for here now in a couple of years? $6.5, $7 billion. So like there's your profit margin. Don't talk to me about we got to get our profit on top of we'll try to make it competitive. Because there does come down to a line where you got to make a choice about one or the other. And it seems like this ownership has made the choice of the other that we're going to make is we're not going to make those moves. We're not going to come to the table in that way. It was even disingenuous with him saying things like, we've given out 3 of the top 50 contracts in baseball over the last 3 years. This is where it's a politician answer rather than being truthful. Because he says that stuff and it's not that it's not true, but you're still in the bottom third payroll of baseball. So, you weren't spending money on anybody else. You gave those contracts out. You weren't spending money on anybody else. Doesn't mean you're spending money now because you handed those 3 contracts out if there were no money on the books, as there basically wasn't. Greg says JSN was brought in to dominate on third down, and JSN being covered by a slot cornerback doesn't really help DK with linebackers in the middle of the field's deep safety looks. I think the thinking and the theory goes on this is that you get so many cover 2 looks on the back end of this, Greg, cover 2. So you get the corners trailing on the outside up to the safeties deep. And that then leaves a lot of open area for JSN in the middle then as a slot. And then JSN goes in there and he becomes really productive in the slot and then forces those teams to pull their coverage out of the cover 2 slot to go to more single high situations at times. More single high situations creates more single coverage on the outside for DK or for Tyler at that point. And then by JSN's presence, it does free you up to give them more production because of that. So one works to the other, works to the other. It hasn't kind of lined out at that point like that yet, but I think it will in due time. Sigen's got the Cardinals taking the Bengals. They might. Cardinals have been tough this year. They haven't been easy to get through. Connor says Cody Barton was the lowest graded linebacker in the league going into tonight's game. It means I shade him too hard, but the kid's just not a good player. He never was a good player, hasn't been a good player. The team had some sort of like super, like, I mean, this is the guy that drove you to move on from Bobby. They thought so highly of Cody and his third round status out of Utah and that he was so ready to ascend. And they're like, let's get rid of Bobby for this Cody guy. But he's not good. Just not good. What's up, Wicked Garden? Mervin says Bezos should buy the Mariners at that point. I want to throw as much money to the win approach. Me too, Mervin. I'd be on it. I'd be for it. I just want an owner that's committed to winning. That's all I want. That's all I want. All right, I'll be back. 1 second, folks. Bear with me. La di daddy, I likes the party. Regard, let's go get DeForest Buckner. I'd be with the Wicked, but are the Colts going to be willing to do that? Space, what about Bill Gates? I don't think Bill Gates wants to own a sports team. Yeah, he's been, I think, asked. I don't think he doesn't have any interest. We're pretty sure there were talks about Bezos with the Commanders, and the word has it he was waiting for the Hawks. Kurt, he wanted on the Commanders. The word I heard was that Dan Schneider wasn't going to sell to Bezos because Bezos Washington Post that he owns said something bad about Dan Schneider, and that made him mad. So he said, no, I'm not selling to him. But I do think that Bezos is the front runner to buy the Hawks because he does want to badly. And I think when it comes to the Amazon deal, ALG, there's a way to get around this from Bezos' standpoint. There's always where there's a will, there's a way when it comes to billionaires. John, I would rather a would you rather question. Would you rather win a championship for the Mariners or Seahawks, but then suck for the next 10 years, or have 10 competitive years but no championships? I think this is a very good question, Sean Lee, and it's presented a good amount of times here on the Hawks channel at times, because this is something that we have faced here in Seattle in recent memory. If you look at the Mariners as a baseball team over the last 10 years, you know, we've won over 100 games. As far as like, you'd be like a 100-win baseball team. Because if you look over the last 10 years, you know, you basically played 160 games, right? You'd be a 100-win team, but you haven't won any Super Bowls at that time since in this 10-year period. I'm of the opinion that what we're trying to do here in sports is win the ultimate prize, win the ultimate goal. That is, in my opinion, what we're trying to do. I do think there are some fans, though, that their standpoint is, I just want a good game. I just want a competitive team. And that seems to be that there is a segment out there that feels that way. But for my own personal belief, give me the Super Bowls, give me the World Series. Being a consistent winner is not worth a whole hell of a lot to me. Myself. Gibson, I would have Witherspoon and Reed defensively and Walker offensively. He already has 5 touchdowns been signed. There we go. I'm with that. I said I'm with that, Gibson. Johnny's with me. He says championships are better than consistently good, but never getting over the hump. Eli won 2 Super Bowls with crap years in between and after. Cowboys are always competitive, but never win. There we go. Whoever's that, how big is Bowers? He's only 6'3", 230. He's at least 6'4". Brock Bowers. They have him listed at 6'4". Maybe it'll be one of those over the side where he measures out at like 6'3.5" at the combine or something. Big Docs, Brandon, do you see Bradford and K9 or Charbonnet doing their 2023 imitation of Hutchinson and Alexander? I don't know. They definitely run over his side when he's in there. Bradford's side at Dick Docs, like when he's in, they go right over the top of him a lot. Spoontang Clan. Joe Bub was an honorable mention to me. They don't even go to him that much. When they do, he produces, and when they ask him to block, he does. He does like it's his only job. I love it. I did too, man. He's good. He's been really good. One of the best run blocking tight receivers in the game this year. LG, Russ can't do the quick play and use the middle of the field, which are the two most important plays in today's game. Well said, LG. And I agree with you on that. I also concur. Guys, the Sunday stream would be great. I would love to listen to the Niner game. So with my dad, I think that's what we'll do, Kelly. So guys, I'm shooting for. I'll see if the chat's in favor of it. It'll be a long stream day if we do, but I do a 10. We do a 10 to basically a 10 to like a 7-8. It'd be a long stream day. We're just kind of casual, but watch some Red Zone to begin things. The first two games, the first two things that we got going, right? And then we do the Cowboys game to finish up the night. Just have a long day on Sunday. LG Bengals should have traded T. Higgins. Yeah, they're just in that kind of go for mode where they think they're a contender, and that'd be kicking out kicking out the leg of one of the things that helps make them a contender. They're driven by their offense, driven by their quarterback, and he needs the guys to throw to who are going to win on the outside one-on-one. But they can't afford to pay him, that's for sure at this point. Yeah, this Bagby Wag still does have it, man, for sure. Mason, do you think Russell's number will be retired once he's done playing? Personally, I think it should be, but at this point, there's too much bitterness between him and the team to fully expect it. There'll be a day where I don't think they're going to retire his number like there'll never be anybody else who ever uses the number 3 again, but I do think that he'll be put in the Ring of Honor. That'd be my guess. Because my dad, Joe, loves Bradford. Shout out to Michigan bred kid. Bradford's great. He should. And Kelly, he's a fun player to watch. Turn on the table with him, and it's just, he might not do his job, but he's going to do whatever he's doing 100 miles an hour and giving everything he's got to the play to get it done. Taze Henderson, is Seattle one player away from the Super Bowl? It's hard to say early on in this season right now, Taze, especially with a young roster that's still sort of finding itself and maturing and figuring out how good it can be and how quickly it can get there. But there's an argument to be made that as this team comes along this season, that it is potentially one player away. As good as we've been this year so far and getting these wins against Carolina and against Detroit and last week against New York, are we on the same level at this point of an Eagles or a 49ers team? Would one extra player help us to getting closer to that mark if we are not there? I think very much so, yeah. How's Ryan Neal doing with Tampa Bay? He's been okay for them so far. I don't think he's doing a lot. 20 tackles, 6 targets. He's allowed 6 receptions on those 6 targets. 55 PFF rating. He's okay. He's been just all right. Spoon the Goon. People might give us a hard time for doing that. I like that one, Steven. People might be like, that's bad, making them sound bad. Mason says, I know this is a Hawk stream, but I'm curious about the Dan Quinn's evolution as a defensive coordinator. I've heard you mention his willingness to adapt to the modern game, unlike Pete. Can you elaborate any further as to how? He was one of the very first of Coach Carroll's tree of your Gus Bradleys, your Chris Richards, of being willing to transition away from the 4-3 defense and incorporate more 3-4 looks. That was the big main point that he stood up and was willing to go. He's been more willing to bring the pressure-based fronts than Coach Carroll has. He's been willing to run more man-based concepts than Coach Carroll has. It's not that he's gone to a blitz-heavy scheme with the Cowboys, but it's just, and maybe we're starting to do that now this year, Mason, because that's been the big uptick that you've seen early on this year. If we look at the data from last year, where you were, 15% of the time you blitzed, which was about 28th in the National Football League, up against the other teams. This year, you're blitzing at 30% or middle of the road, and you're getting a lot of returns from it. So it's sort of like Coach Carroll sort of walking in the footprints of Dan Quinn on this one. Dan Quinn walked through the snow first and is finding all of the spots where there's a goal for a chasm you can fall into, and Carroll's just retracing his steps a little bit as far as I kind of see it right now a bit. Nubelax says, I wish they would have left Brian out at outside cornerback and let him learn instead of jerking him around. Me too, Nubelax. It's the thing that kind of drives me crazy with the young players. These guys come in the league and the length of which he'll play in this league is very reduced and by a lot of players. And the chances are long that you're going to play them more than a couple of years. And it's already very hard to find your place and footing in this league, much less just getting into the league. And it gets even harder when you talk about taking a player and moving him to different positions and all over the place, and instead of letting him refine and get better at one and master one position. And I do worry about that with Brian a little bit. Taze, if the Seahawks win both games against the Niners, are they a Super Bowl team? Well, as long as you, Taze, haven't gone out there and lost every other game, right? I mean, as long as you're still playing well in the other games too, I think that you certainly are a Super Bowl contending team. It's hard to say you're a Super Bowl team by just winning those two games, but Super Bowl contender? Sure. Yeah. Mason, is it me or does anyone else not sold on the Nuka hype? Is it me or I've seen McVay's scheme open so many different receivers, I'm just not totally convinced that Nuka is just some lame late round revelation. He's played really good. But indeed, McVay's got a scheme that is very, very slot friendly, and you're going to get open and you're going to get your share of touches out of the slot in this offense. Hard to say which one's which a bit on that one, but man, he's had as good a start as any receiver to their career. That part's undeniable these first few games. I think part of it too is how good Stafford's playing, and he's making some throws that are just ridiculous through the first few weeks of the season. I agree, LG. I think the Niners are using CMC just a little bit too much right now. Just a wee bit, Just a wee bit. Jack says, no chance the Angels trade Trout in their own division. Probably very true, Jack. Yeah. Johnny says, I'm not that impressed with Dallas. They beat up on crap teams, Giants, Pats, Zach Wilson's Jets, and lost to a crappy, scrappy team. If they beat San Francisco, I'll be convinced. They got some proving to do. I think they're going to be a good team. I think they're right there like we are, kind of kissing at the edges of Eagles and Niners as far as us being on that same level. I think the Diggs injury hurts that defense. You could say that just past Micah Parsons and maybe Lawrence, he's the second or maybe the third, maybe the second most important guy on that defense. And that's going to hurt them at one point or another this year, you would think. Diego says, Joe Burrow looked so uncomfortable against the blitz. The Seahawks must rush him. Well said. Not to mention, Diego, we've had so much success with it. But it's the place to go after with him. And right now, that's the thing Joe's mentioned, is that it's not that the leg injury has hurt him in his ability to throw the ball. It's the movement and the escapability that is lost on him a little bit right now. And that's the part you want to challenge. And you can challenge that very well by blitzing him and forcing him to move and see if he can move. I love it, Diego. Well said, man. ALG says, Will Purdy after next season needs to get paid? Would they? That's his crossroad unless he gets injured again. It's going to be hard for them not to do it at that point if he's playing how he's playing, right? Saijan says, what chance do we have to get Ohtani? I think he'll go to the Giants. I would put the chances down very low after this recent press conference, because I think a big part of this press conference and saying 54% and be patient and that's all coming from the standpoint of, like, to me, setting the foundation for us not pursuing Ohtani. Being like, well, we told you we have a 10-year plan. You know, we told you basically we weren't going to go after Ohtani. Very low. Very, very low. LG says, or they could be smart and don't pay him. It's kind of early right now. They still have another whole year and a half to assess him a little bit. If he plays like he's playing right now for the next year and a half, they'll pay him. Hunter Biden's crack pipe blazed again. Listening, brother. Oregon has a far superior flour and concentrate in edibles. Everything. One $6 edible and you're in space. Less if you're new. Decibel Farms and Caviar Carts. Trust me. I'm not shocked, man. I'm sure Oregon's getting it done, you know. Washington's doing its job over here. We're handling business too. But I haven't been to Oregon to try that stuff out, so I don't know. I'll have to try it, though, based off recommendations here. Kurt, they'll have to pay Purdy around the same time we have to pay both tackles in Walker and Mullen. Yeah, I think Walker ends up being a bit of the odd man out with that because there is only so many contracts to give out at that point. Sajin, Ford, Kelnick, Hernandez, I would give Ford, Kelnick, and Hernandez, I would give to cut the cost for Ohtani. I know some guys say to me that Ford is going to hit 50 balls. No, I don't think so. Yeah, he's an unknown to me, Sajin, and I would do the same thing. I would make the run at Ohtani myself. Johnny's with me. He says, I doubt we pay Walker. Just the trend the NFL is going. That's it, Johnny. And then there's the part where this is the part of having a strong class, is that you have this good of a class. Not everyone's going to be able to be signed. And so it's, you sign Cross, you sign Lucas, you sign Woolen. And that's going to be like $45-50 million of salary right there on the books for a season, right? On the cost of a single cap year. I just don't think there'll be room in there for Walker in addition to that. Brian Meyer says, now y'all hit the like button. Thank you for reminding me of that there, Brian. Do please smash that like button if you could for me. I would really, really appreciate it, as it does help this channel grow. Helps us get to that 15,000 goal as we are trying to do so. I want to also just make a quick thank you again to the sponsor of this channel. Who's that? That's Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy right now, you can use my code and get matched up to $100 in your pocket on me, from the Hawks Nest to you. All you got to do is click down the description link. Use that code down there with Nest, or just type in my code Nest on the site there at Underdog Fantasy, and they will match you up to 100%, up to $100 of your first deposit. A little bit of money from me to you, and some fun little contests out there that you can get into myself right now. These are my current running. Let me bring it up here. I've got my current running picks that I placed in here. I'll show you guys right now if you're out there playing on the app. And that is that we've got... I've got 5 picks down at $20 here for these 5 guys. I did Isaiah Pacheco getting more than 57.5 rushing yards. Eddie Pinheiro getting more than 1.5 field goals made this week. Devon Achane getting more than 50 yards rushing. And Brandon Ayuk more than 56 yards receiving. And Marquise Brown more than 50.5 receiving yards for the Arizona Cardinals. And that is my picks this week. My $20 wager there will bring back $400 if I'm right. So we'll see if it happens this week. But I want to thank the Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring this channel throughout this year, as they are. They've been very kind to do so. Go show some love over there today on Underdog Fantasy. Use my code. So it's good to see you in the chat here, Samuel. I'd love it, Samuel, if you could kind of give me some response back a little bit. I saw your comment earlier posted on one of my videos, and I was trying to kind of make some sense of it, because you kind of put some accusations out there of me doing things that I didn't do. So I don't know if you were thinking I was Brendan and you were confusing me maybe with him or another podcaster, but before I went live, I didn't see a response from you. So I would wonder where you're at on that a little bit. So you had me a little confused. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit. In utero, data from the 9 games of 2022 shows how Locke and DK were greatly affected by double teams. It's why people wanted JSN drafted. That's right. That's right. Seahawks already more than your average team face cover 2, and they're facing that cover 2 because it's the easiest, most natural way to then slide into bracket coverage post snap on dangerous players on the outside. And that's indeed what they've done a lot of. Hunter Biden's crack pipe. Every year I pick 3 Hawks games. We have tickets on the Hawks home 50-yard line, 4th row. Woo! Let's go. One of them I go to absolutely blazed, and I tell you the experience is magical. Who else has done this? 6-hour edibles. Oh my God. You're in on that one. That's an experience. 6 hours. Woo! Mason says, just watched Lenny with Dustin Hoffman and loved it. Too bad Bob Fosse didn't make more films. He's one of my favorites. I know you're a big fan and was curious if you had any suggestions maybe. Well, if you're getting on a Dustin Hoffman kick, then Mason, definitely a little bit of Little Big Man. You gotta check out a little bit of Little Big Man, man. That's a classic Dustin flick there, if there ever was one. How about we go with a modern one recently? How about the 13th Warrior with Antonio Banderas? I'm Antonio Banderas. I am a swordsman. I am a swordsman from Mika. That's a pretty good one. Watched that the other day. Good film. Still holds up. What did I watch the other night? I watched a little bit. I think I watched that For the Love of the Game with Kevin Costner the other night. It's a good movie. Still holds up. Sam Raimi flick. There's a couple for you. Give you a little 70s, a little later on. Someone says if the ownership drops the ball and sits on their hands, it will haunt them and they should miss out on going further than they are currently capable of. Compete. Go after it. You have to get a defensive lineman. I love it, Samuel. I hope they do. I think they should. I think it's one thing with us competing with these teams, another thing to compete with the big dogs at the top, and we need all we can get to do that. Hunter Biden's crack pipe, urgent. Brandon Bro, do you blaze the Zaza, my guy? I'm Jada. I feel like you do or did at one point. Please answer me, bro. Indeed, we partake. I'm in Washington. We'll partake here as we do. So for sure, man, 100%. Samuel says the Seahawks are able to win now. The window of opportunity closes very fast. The NFL, ask the Bengals, ask the Bills, ask the Broncos, ask the Browns. Good point, man. Good point. Silver Shrew, how is Witherspoon and Woolen different from Shaquille Griffin and Trey Flowers? As night and day difference as you can get. And Shaquille Griffin and Trey Flowers, you had guys that were athletically, I think, a little deficient. Shaquille was fast, but I don't think he was necessarily really athletic. Flowers was not athletic and he was slow. Witherspoon and Woolen are both at the front of this, fast and explosive. Ball skills way higher with both Witherspoon and Woolen, I would say. Griffith and Flowers were just zone-based coverage. I think with Witherspoon and Woolen, those are both guys that can play man. Like I say, I think it's as diametrically different as you get between those two type of players, I would say. Connor says Quinn adapts his player strengths really well too. Cowboys ran the most cover 2 in the league last season with Diggs there so that he could play aggressive and jump routes. Great point, Connor. One I hadn't included in mine, but I think definitely is applicable. LG says, I don't want to see Forsythe anymore, but well played Stone feet for what he did. Stone did okay for what he is, but he's not a starter, that's for sure. What's up, Flag? How you doing, man? Seahawks blue and green. These comments from the Mariners management is going to make our players not want to stay. I can't imagine they would either, especially when you have multiple players now that have been forced to apologize in just the last 2 months. You forced George Kirby to apologize. And then you're going to go force Cal Raleigh to now apologize when Cal absolutely said something that was completely on point. It's a horrible look, and you're right. It's not going to keep players here in the long term. It doesn't endear the players to the team. Hunter, okay, kindly from penalty. You're welcome. Best buds. Sounds good, man, Hunter. If I'm ever in Portland, I don't know if I'll ever find myself in Portland though, anytime in the future. And Utero, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, do we have offensive line depth? I say yes. Yeah, absolutely we do. I'm not saying Forsythe or Curhan lit the world on fire, but they were definitely functional out there. You won every single game with those guys out there. Bradford, same way, I would say. He's not the most highly rated guy by PFF this year so far, but he's gotten the job done. And he provides you that depth for Lewis and Haynes, and then you've got Olu there for Evan Brown. Yeah, you feel really good about it, I would think. Feed me more like Seahawks. In my opinion, I would have Lucas over Cross, but you're sorry, speaking of him. Sometimes I think you guys are talking to each other, so I got to make sure I'm referencing who's actually speaking or question. Samuel says, I'm right here. There was a lot of negativity and giving up going rampant on your podcast. It just seemed like the narrative was to fire Pete. I didn't agree. So I'm all good, Samuel, with, and I'm happy if you want, we can bring up the comment and kind of go over it a little bit, because I think that it would be maybe a productive thing for us to have this kind of discourse, because this is one that I'm struggling to kind of find the footing on, Samuel, a little bit. And it's one where I really do want to kind of find a common ground. But, there's this thing that goes on and happens where if I'm the least bit of negative, I do 99% of videos that are positive, 1% of the videos that something comes out where I got to be negative. And people jump up and get real mad at me. And it's not a big contingent of people, but there's a small contingent of my subscribers like yourself that then get really, really mad if I bring up something that I'm not liking what I'm seeing. And it's frustrating for me because, Samuel, I've been doing this channel the same way for 4 straight years. The original video on this channel was technically not a positive video. The original video on this channel was me saying, this is why the LOB ended. This is why this went down. This is why this didn't work. And so what I do here and what I try to do here is be truthful and honest. And sometimes that means I'm going to talk about things that are good and bright and are interesting and beautiful and celebratory and the team's awesome and loving the moves. And sometimes it means I got to be negative. But it means I'm both of those things, not one or the other. And there is a big, gigantic push from the small contingent that doesn't want any negativity to be very loud and vocal like you were today on that comment section. And then what ends up happening next is exactly what happened in your comment, where then you guys don't actually hear the words I say, or you just start to paint me with a broad brush that's not accurate to what I said. And what you said in your comment was that I was calling for Coach Carroll to be fired, when in fact, I never said that. When in fact, every time I brought up my criticism of what I was seeing with the team in that week 1 situation, I was saying before, I was prefacing everything. It frustrates me to hell, Samuel, because I said it 50 times. I am not calling for Coach Carroll to be fired. I can't control, Samuel, what the rest of my chat says or does. It's free and open in there, and people can say and feel what they want. But you weren't directing it at the chat in your comment. You were directing it at me, saying I said that. I never said that. I never said that. And it does rankle me because I'm very clear on what I say. I've been streaming today for 2.5 hours. I streamed this last Monday. What did we do collectively on that day? 9 hours I streamed between 3 different shows, including the Bleacher Report. I spend a lot of time talking, and I'm very clear about what I say. I'm very precise about what I say. And so when you then take my precision and then make it imprecise to suit your argument or your narrative or how you feel about it, that's where you're going to kind of then frustrate the hell out of me with it. And then you went on top of that to say that I said that Geno sucks or I didn't like Geno. I've been one of the biggest Geno stans you'll find out there. Once again, I don't get where you're coming from that comment. I've been one of the biggest guys, the benefactors of Geno Smith you'll find. I was the guy that posted the video last year, doubters beware in regards to Geno. So I don't know where you got that narrative I said those things. But I will say this, I get a comment like yours from a random person here and there, and there's all these other effusive, great comments, but those ones I just don't quite get where you're coming from. It's okay sometimes to be critical. It's okay sometimes to look at the team and say, this isn't working. This needs to be fixed. And the one thing I'll say that stands out with the folks, just as a final point on this, that have your stance, that get emotional a little bit when this gets raised up, is that you don't end up arguing the points. It ends up going back to draping onto what others are thinking or what you think I said, but wasn't what I said. And that's where it gets tough to now have a bit of a discourse back and forth between our different camps and what we each think differently on this. But we got to be clear on this, Samuel, and I need you to understand this as a person following this channel or anybody out there that follows this channel. We've had, in the past year, 5,000 new subscribers. So I got to make sure that I'm keeping this out at the forefront. There are channels out there that do nothing but positivity, okay? There are plenty of Hawk channels out there that do that. I don't knock them. I don't tear them apart. It's not my style. It's not how I'm built. It's not how I'll ever be able to build. So if somebody being negative at times or somebody having to bring up stuff that isn't the brightest of bright gets you thrown off and into those kind of places, then you got to understand this might not be the channel for you at that point, because I'm not changing my ways, and not for a very small, highly vocal contingent that doesn't like this type of stuff, because there's a silent majority that do. That's why my channel is successful. That's why we've gotten to where we've gotten, I think, is because there is folks that this resonates with. They don't want to be BS to, they don't want to be lied to, they just want to be told the truth. It's not that I'm right all the time, but I'm seeking and aspiring to try to be right. And I'm glad you came in here, Samuel, because that was one thing in your comment. It's certainly something I've seen out on the trek, and this gives me an opportunity to make sure I'm just presenting that again to my chat, my subscribers. I love all of you guys, but understand in this channel, if it's me being positive to get to 100,000 subscribers, positive Pete at every turn. Oh, that's who Brandon's going to be. If that's what it takes, or being real and true and honest and forthright with you guys and only being at 20,000 subscribers long-term, I'm going to choose the 20,000 subscribers. The ultimate goal for me is not to get my biggest and largest in the name of losing my principles and what I wanted this channel to operate by. And I'm not operating by my principles if I'm lying to you, Samuel, nor the rest of you guys. In fact, I'm doing wrong by you if I do that. And if I came out of that game one and said that these same zone principles that are not being fixed or not being changed in the least in these last few years could be the thing that upends this defense, they could be the things that upends this defense. Now they're starting to make some changes, which is good. Hopefully those continue along. But the criticisms were valid then. And that's the part where we can debate that, but that's the hard part to get to do the debate of. Spencer Godfrey, how good do I think Cross is? Cross is pretty good. I think that he is, I think as somebody else said, I think Lucas is a little better than him right now, but he's a really young player. I think it eventually becomes kind of a Laramie Tunsil type when it's all said and done. This guy hates Jay. Holy hell. Samuel says, you're a little unfair to Coach Pete, in my opinion. He's the best coach we've ever had. He deserves a little more respect because when he's gone, we'll miss him. Yeah, that seems to come down to you, Samuel, on people in your camp of that who seem to believe that means that I can't ever say anything bad about Pete because he's earned this goodwill to never say anything that is off. And that's where we disagree. And again, Samuel, what you're doing with this a little bit is you're doing what you want the channel to be versus what the channel is. And I'm not really looking to be I'm 4 years into doing this, man. We're having my most successful year. Every indication of what I've done from this, Samuel, has been that I'm on the right track and I'm doing the right thing in my approach. There is a very small, like yourself, tiny contingent that'll come in and say that, but I'm not interested in doing that stuff that way. That's not how I'm interested in operating, because what that opens the door up to, Samuel, is a lack of accountability. And what has been a brazen problem with this organization, the reason why the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than us since 2017, is because we've had a lack of accountability. And you don't help that out by saying, we got to cover that up and not pay attention to that because he won us a Super Bowl 10 years ago. And, it's valid if you want to look at it and say that I'm being too hard on Coach Carroll. That's fair. That's fine. But I'm not going to do the thing of, I got to shut up about my criticism because of what this guy's done in the past. That has nothing to do with what's going on here in the now. And I think I can do two things at once, Samuel. I think I can appreciate what Coach Carroll's done here and his contributions, and also critique what's happening in the situation. And I think it's just part of what I've done from day. The other part I struggle with this, Samuel, is I've done this from day one with the channel. You're asking me to change something I've done from day one from the channel, in a channel that's been very successful, that's having its best year of success. Can you understand why that doesn't quite add up to me, why you'd even want that, or why you think that I should feel that I have to change that for just simply you or this tiny contingent that feels this way versus the majority that doesn't? It doesn't quite add up on me, man. I try with it, but that just doesn't, I don't quite get it. Yeah. And we do reach a spot on it where this is who I am, this is where I'm going to be. I'm not changing who I am. I love what I do, and part of loving doing this channel is that I don't have to wave pom-poms. And I feel like a little bit, Samuel, when you start advocating for what you're advocating, you're getting me more into the lens of having to wave pom-poms. And if I have to get to the place, Samuel, that I'm waving pom-poms on this channel, I will stop doing this channel. That's the way that works. So if the requirement is I've got to grab the pom-poms and put on the short dress and start doing can kicks, not doing it. Can't do it. I'm not incapable of doing it. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Says SUO, late to the party, but if Seahawks D goes back to soft zones all day, dude, I'm going to lose my mind. I hope Pete saw the light against the Giants. As well I do, as we're just talking about, I think that the team has started to take some steps forward with these coverages. Jamal's return, tightening some things up, the blitz-heavy approach, taking yourself from 15% blitz rate last couple of years, marching it up to 30%. These are points where they're taking schematic improvements, making schematic adjustments to bring this team forward. And it's encouraging to see, and I hope they keep it this way. I, like you, Ski Nation, just don't feel like the soft zone coverages are going to bring any returns anymore. If the team's going to play off coverage and then ask their corners to drop to depth, quarterbacks and good quarterbacks are going to pick that defense apart. And that defense, even this year with how well it's playing, good quarterbacks will pick that defense apart. For instance, a Brock Purdy, who gets the ball out in 2.6 seconds, is going to pick this defense apart if they play it the way they did last year in the final 2 games of the year where we played the Niners, where we indeed dropped to soft zone coverage. So you gotta find a way to adjust on that. Hopefully they continue to make those adjustments, but that has been a tangible thing that they have moved in a different direction from where it was in week 1, especially with Witherspoon's presence on this team. Spencer Godfrey too, man. I try to get to the comments. I'm usually behind on it because I try to respond to as much people as I can. So it does put me behind for new people, but that's once again, this is the way I've always run my channel. So I know it's people want me to be at the end of it, but Lordy. Seahawks Spoon Green. Do we keep Spoon at slot corner every game or only if the opponent has a good slot receiver? I think you end up probably keeping him there at every game for the most part because you have Trey Brown on the outside, and that gives you your best 11 on the football field at any one given time, would be my opinion. And Euro says, Brandon has always said, I'm not calling for Pete Carroll to be fired. Brendan too. That's it. And we do that in order. Brendan does it too, because he's got the same thing. He raises criticism and then people go, oh yeah, you don't love Carroll. You don't have any respect for Carroll. How dare you? How dare you, sir? How dare you? It's like, can we find a nuanced area here? Does it have to be black and white in this world at every turn? Does it have to be either you're with us or you're against us? You know, does it really got to be so simplified all the way down the road at all the times? Can we find that place where it's a little bit more deeper than that? That's what we're seeking out here with this channel. That's the goal, you know. Simon says, no, Brandon never said that. I can vouch for that after following for years. Thank you, man. I hope you guys can understand why it's frustrating that when you get comments like Samuel, and go look at my last video, check out the comment. I mean, it's like, you know, it goes right after me. I'm like, you know, yeah, I hope you've learned your lesson going against Carroll in week 1. How dare you? Like, what? No, I haven't. I wouldn't do anything different in how I do my content this year at all. Perfectly happy with it. Samuel says that I'm still a fan of yours. Thank you for clearing it up. And I appreciate you, Samuel. Look, to it. That's why I want to have this conversation with you right now. That's why I'm pulling this aside and I want to talk to you on this. This ain't a spot of me like, oh, bad on Samuel for saying bad comments. Let's have a discourse in the right direction of things. There's going to be people on your side of the fence that will get frustrated at times with the criticism. That's okay. In your frustration, find the counterpoint back. So rather than it be me say, I'm really frustrated with these off-zone defenses that we're watching that are getting picked apart by even middling to below average quarterbacks and backups across the board. I'd like to see the team take steps towards fixing that. Okay, what's the counterpoint on that then from your side of it? The counterpoint, as it was a little bit today, Samuel, becomes, how dare you try to ask Coach Carroll to be fired? Show more respect. Well, can you see how that doesn't open up any bridge then at that point to communication? Communication is now stopped completely. And again, we get to what's the point of this channel? To have folks like yourself, Samuel, with your point of view and folks like with my point of view and folks with points of view all in between that can flourish and have a position to have a voice. But there is no voice if you paint your opponent or the person that you're going up against in debate falsely, or you're mischaracterizing their arguments. That's not the way that we'll get to the place where we can have this kind of discussion. That will only close it down. And that's why I bristle about it, is when I see people take steps to close discussion down, I go, that's not what the channel's about here. We have hard conversations here. We can have difficult talks here. And that's going to be a hallmark of this channel now and moving on into the future. And I love it about this place, honestly. There's a lot of places where you can't do that because people are so sensitive to people freaking out and losing their mind. And I don't want that to be this place. That's why I'm hammering this right now, as it might even be a little annoying for people to listen to, because I want this to be a common thing of the way that we run this channel. I don't want this to go away. And there's a big draw from some to pull it, to go, no, don't go. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Sijin, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Christopher Walken talking to the Seahawks on a bye. What would he say to the team? Christopher Walken would walk in and he'd handshake Coach Carroll. Drink a coffee here. He would say, Seahawks, Seattle football team, hear me now. Listen what I tell you. You've been a team here for a while, sitting down in the shade like the lion, sleeping, living, enjoying yourself as you sit down, sunning yourself, tired. You've worked hard. You've looked for prey, trying to find them. And everyone's pulling at you. You got the animals in the jungle yanking at your tail, pulling at your ears, and yet you've stayed quiet on the ground, relaxing. And here they come again more, the elephants with the trunks and the tickle in your ears, and yet still you do not move. Still you sit. And here comes the female lion. She's scratching and biting at your back. And still yet, you don't move. Until one day, after a bye week, when you set the stage in a major way, you come out into Cincinnati and you tear everyone a new asshole all over the field, and you got children screaming, stadium steps, mothers running for the exits. Never seen anything like it before. That's just how I see it. Seahawks teams, be the lion this year. Roar. Let them hear you for one time at least this year. Niners, what is that? I don't even know. What is that? That's not going to do anything. You're the lion, king of the jungle. Now it's time to roar. That's what I got, Sajin. Thank you, man, for the $5 dono. Thank you so much. And I do appreciate where you're coming from, Samuel. And disagreement, always remember this, man, is always going to be okay on this channel. The only thing I ask in that disagreement is that we just keep it respectful and we paint the opposition, if we disagree with them, respectfully and what their position actually is, you know? Because what happens a lot of times in this discussion is you see people go, well, I can't quite get them quite on what their points are on this, so let me kind of mischange it, you know? Let me kind of adjust it a little more to this, a little more extreme than it is. ALG says all coaches make certain decisions that doesn't get them to the next level. Andy Reid didn't win with a lot in the playoffs at the Eagles because he didn't change his ways. Agreed. I think that offense became a little bit stagnant with Reid with the Eagles. I thought it got a lot more open and creative, especially with, of course, Mahomes' presence there in Kansas City. But I think that is one thing that stood out with Reid as a guy that is a what would we call it? It comes from the Coach Carroll tree and having a little bit of that purified West Coast offense from that Coach Carroll tree. But he's adjusted it. He's built upon it. He shows imminent creativity. I mean, I think Andy Reid, I think at one point they said they had like a janitor make one of the plays. Like, you talk about thinking outside the box, you know? Yeah, he's adjusted. He's continued to evolve. And it's part of why he's had the long coaching career. And that's what it takes from the long coaches to get that there. And Coach Carroll has done some evolving too. And just in the last couple of recent years in a way that he hadn't done for 10 years with, adjusting to this new style of offense, which is more about the not the dink and dunk, but more about the moving the chains and getting the consistent drives rolling along. And even then throwing the ball more than you run. I mean, and look at what it's brought Coach Carroll in that evolution. His teams right now, as it currently stands, been driven by the offense for the last year and a half and making this adjustment and making this change. I dig Doc says, come on, Brandon, maybe pom-poms and short dress just once. Teasing. I'd love to see Brendan's face if you showed up for the B&B stream wearing it, laughing out loud. Go Hawks. Yeah, I think Brendan would give me a look. You'd see his eyes go up and then you go click and see the little video end off on the other side of it. Cameron says, B, you're the best Seahawks podcast I've heard and seen so far. Hawks for life. Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that, man. That's kind of you to say, brother. Sony Dan says Geno should slide and kick his legs out like Brady did since he could never reach the sticks with his slash speed. Yeah, he's got a sunny day. He's just got to knock that ball down if it bounced back to him. Just knock it down, let it go. Kelly says, I got a song to describe how we're going right now on F. Cat's feisty as hell tonight. Cameron, okay, I was just going to listen to live now, but I've got to chime in and say that B doesn't sugarcoat and gives like it is as far as I'm concerned. Thank you, Cameron. And I know by far this is why we have, I think the success we have is I took this track very early on with this channel. And it's not going to get me the most subscribers. But for the folks that don't, I'm not, and I'm meaning this truly, guys, I'm not going for the most subscribers. The cost you have to make to go milquetoast, middle of the road, and basically hold your tongue is the cost to go to that size of an audience. And I cannot imagine a worse reality of life in order to try to operate from myself. That would bum the hell out of me. I'm just not built that way, frankly. It's not able to happen. Sonny Dunn, good receivers catch everything. Elite receivers catch, and again, yak after catch. True. AI says, what's up with JSN? Did we draft a dud? No, AI, I think it's just more of a matter of he's a young kid, 21 coming into this league. He's trying to find a role in an offense where there's a lot of good options to be had, especially when you see DK, when Geno's dropping back, he's going to trust DK and Tyler first and foremost. And sometimes that makes JSN the third read when he's in the game. You also have used a lot of 2 and 3 tight end sets, which have taken directly JSN off the field. That's removed snaps from him over the last 3 games. And so I would say my prediction on this would be that when you see Cross and Lucas come back, you're going to see the production of JSN go up with it, would be my guess. Justin Shook, do you think the team can stay healthy for postseason with such an early bye week? I do, Justin. I've kind of sometimes have felt like, as ideal as it might seem like for the end of the year bye and that being a good thing, I don't know that it always has been. And it certainly can help from getting you a little healthier at the end of the year, but it also can kind of shake out a team that gets on a roll. You got 5, 6 in a row, and then here comes a bye. And it kind of shakes you out of that a little bit. Maybe there's something to be said for this being able to be something where we can just lock this in and everything is on the program is on its schedule. You're just going to be rolling through now as it is as you go through the rest of this year with that schedule locked in. But I think especially this year too, Justin, with how our health situation is, this works really well. As Coach Carroll said, he was okay with the bye being early this year because of that. So I just said, keep doing what you're doing, man. Don't stop. Much love, brother, man. I won't. I love what I do, and I think it is something that resonates with you guys and that you like it too, the way I do it. So I ain't stopping. As Kurt says, now the routes where JSN is a top target are not great routes. Line gets healthy, playbook opens up for him. That's right. Grandizer says, why are they pushing our guys, Seahawks, Brandon Kane? They often push too much and go too far. I prefer the objective and factual content creator. Give it to me straight. I think most people do too, Grandizer. I think that there's a thinking of that, oh, well, maybe it's just that I'll be positive. That's the way I should be. I just think that you can get some quick, easy audience with that initially as a channel. But there's a lot of channels out there too that start out with this whole positive thing and they don't go very far because they realize there's a limitation to how far it'll go, because you're limiting what you're covering, and you're sometimes at times lying to your audience. It's like all those, videos you get with people that aren't Hawk creators that want to just latch into Hawk content when they can to put something super positive up, and they only put the positive stuff up because they know, yeah, the Hawk fans will watch this. They'll see it's positive and they'll buy into it. And it's like, yeah, you'll get some views with that. I might even be my highest growth if I went just so positive. If I went no negativity and nothing but positivity, I bet you guys I would get bigger, but it wouldn't be any fun. And I don't think you guys would. I don't know. It just doesn't interest me. Silver True, what's going to happen to Kobe Bryant? I miss his peanut style plays. Hard to say where the plan is for him right now, Silver Shrew. He might be a man might be a pilot without a plane, a ship without a captain, a player without a position to go play on the team right now. He can play everywhere and nowhere. And yours says Pumpkins, oh shit, Rand's raising his voice, I'm out. Yeah, she knows when I'm on one. Seahawks Blue and Green, is Adams getting any discipline from the league about his outburst leaving the game? They're considering it. I think it's stupid that they're considering it, and I don't get it at all. When you get concussed, you get emotional. That's a common symptom of concussions. So why the hell is it that we're not taking that into account right now? I don't understand it at all. And boy, just Jamal can't get a break sometimes with stuff, Dig Docs, Brandon, more Bobo, please. I need some more. I got you, Dig Docs. Samuel says, I get that. I'll make sure a clear point of debate or counter argument and not just go after someone I disagree with next time. I appreciate that, Samuel. 100% I'm okay with disagreement. You don't have to think like I think. You don't, if you have not a problem with the soft zones, or maybe you had faith that, like some did, that it would get corrected with the health of Jamal and Devin Witherspoon and more man-based content. And that would be a counter to that. That'd be like, okay, you say that this stuff's not getting corrected. I think it's going to be corrected en route with the changes to more man-based concepts, more blitz-heavy approach with the Devin Witherspoon and Jamal. And then bam, you look a lot more righter on that with my worry about that not happening now. But then that's where we can have that push back and forth then, right? That's where that then starts to build something that's productive, which is that I don't have all the answers, Samuel. I'm not a grand poobah with it. You have just as many good ideas in your head as someone else, or anybody that disagrees with me has just as many good ideas. And that in our challenging of the ideas between each other and challenging it in a constructive fashion, that we get closer to the truth. That's what I do believe in this. And that the challenging of the ideas and the bringing of the different ideas into place, as much as it's sometimes painful and hard, and you have to hear people that you don't want their perspective on it, you don't like, and it's like, I don't agree with any of that. But you do get to a point, I feel like, when you get that head banging going on a little bit of, we get the other side of it and we get a little bit closer to the truth. The arguments have been tested in a way, stress tested in a way that we get to that spot of, okay, I think we all have a little bit more of a common understanding of the lay of the land. And that includes me being informed by you guys, right? It's not just me going, I want to make that the head of it. That's why I do say oftentimes, Samuel, with this, that this channel is about the community and about the people in the chat, because it is so much about that, as long as we can keep those ideas free flowing. We can shoot them down. Just got to let them flow a little bit at first. And Euro says, Brandon, you should turn these Christopher Walken impressions into YouTube shorts. They're great. I will. I think someday I'm going to do Seahawks content. I see you, Seattle. You're doing good. I'm going to do definitely a Walken narration video of a Hawk thing at some point here. I'm really excited. The next thing we're setting up for the channel here is I'm doing a full wall green screen in my apartment. So this wall behind me, I'm going to go all the way up, like it's going to be 10 feet high. It's like 15 feet wide, and it's going to be stretched straight across. And then I'm going to be doing full green screens on the back, and I'm going to be doing some more funnier kind of bits. Got to, mix up the channel a little bit. Not everything having to be straight content as far as just analytical stuff and all that, but Going to get a little bit more humor brought into it, I'm hoping, once we get that full green screen background. So that's coming soon. It's coming soon. And we might have a little bit of walking mixed in there on that one. Little Jerry, definitely going to be doing a Jerry Jones bit for the Cowboys game when it comes up in a few weeks. Addison can never go wrong with impressions, Brando. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And Euros, a $2 donation says, that was your best walking yet. Thank you. I appreciate it. And your donation is very kind. I see you in Euro. I see you. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. User 3056, should we sign Chandler Jones or maybe trade for Chase Young? I don't think so, user. I think that right now you're 4 deep at your edge class, at your edge group. Uchenna Nwosu just got 2 sacks this last game. Boye Mafe's got 2 sacks on the season and one of the better pressure rates in the NFL. Derek Hall is coming around nicely, including creating a pressure in this last game that led to an interception. And then you're struggling to still find Darrell Taylor snaps. You know, you've invested 3 separate second-round picks, a third-round pick when you consider that Taylor cost you a second and a third to get him. And then you've got this money you're spending on Uchenna Nwosu right now at the edges as it stands. I think that we feel pretty good right now with where that's at, you know. So no, I think you stand pat. I think you stand pat. Ethan, D. Witherspoon went off last week, open for more. Me too. You guys liking the walking? Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. ADLLs, I like Christopher Walken as the mob boss in True Romance. Oh, that's one of the best. That's might be my favorite scene of all time, ADL Williams. The Walken and Dennis Hopper scene. His son, F-head that he is, left his license in the hand of the dead pimp. You can tell when you reach heaven that you saw the greatest incarnation of evil you've ever seen. Rest assured, you had no hope. It's a great scene. Walken killed it. So did Hopper, though. That just perfect dialogue, perfectly shot. I love that scene. Spaces, Christopher Walken was in a movie called Communion. You should check it out. He gets abducted by aliens. I think I've seen that one, man. It's been many years. And I think that movie's actually based on a true story, supposedly. I believe. But I have seen it. It's a good flick. And yeah, Chandler Jones is a no for sure, 3056. That guy's, there's definitely some issues there. I think that might be going on beyond the field a little bit with him. Yeah, we're good at edge. We need more interior defensive linemen. Gabriel says, I prefer the critical yet fair perspective from both Brandon and Brendan. I don't care to watch cheerleader channels with clickbait videos telling me what I want to hear. Well said, Gabriel. I can't put it better than you just did. And I think that that's, you know, doing this channel, I learned in years what fans are looking for and what they resonate with and what they do like, you know, and I doing 5-6 hour shows, I get direct interactions to get that feel for it. And in doing this for years, I think that that's the overriding thing that the vast majority of Hawk fans want. There's contingent that will want the others too, but this is what they want when it comes to it. And that does mean at times there's going to be some tough talks that we have to have. But we're all going to be able to have those talks because we're going to realize what we're trying to accomplish with it, which is let's get to the truth. Let's get to a place of, does something need to be changed? Is something broken? Is something okay? And that's all we're trying to do with it. But thank you, man. I appreciate you, Gabriel. Sunny day, and the road to the Super Bowl in the NFC is through the Niners. And last season, the Seahawks were 0-3. We're 3-0. Yeah, we lost three games in a row, the Niners, when you're in their middle of their Super Bowl window, and we're negative $57 million of dead money. And they got us in that year. We'll see if they can pull that off this year, though. I think we're going to be a better team, a year older, more talented. But look, the Niners are probably the best team in the NFL right now, too. I don't want to take anything away from them. They're rocking and rolling. But we'll see where it's at when we come to later on. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I can't give specific people memberships, so I'm using this super chat to give Addicted to Hawks a membership so he can join the next member-only stream. Yeah, do me a favor, Addicted to Hawks, just hit me up if you can on Twitter or even email me at HeyHawksNest. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, I'll get him a link if he can send me that deal. I'll send him the link off, and then he can get into into those streams. So if just have him DM me. I can't control the membership thing on YouTube from like a direct to give him a membership thing. I wish I could, frankly, but definitely give him or Addicted Hawks. Just send me the DM on that. Let me say, hey, it's Addicted Hawks, and we'll get you. So I know Addicted Hawks has done a lot of donations to the channel, so I have no worry about throwing him a link on that at all. Ain't nobody signing Chandler Jones. Yeah, I don't think so. Addicted Hawks, my favorite walk-in movies are Deer Hunter, Dead Zone. His eyes in Dead Zone just seemed spot on. Dead Zone's probably my favorite walk-in movie, I would say. Well, I mean, obviously his Pulp Fiction and True Romance and those, but he wasn't like really the main guy in those films. But yeah, one of the best Stephen King adaptations, Dead Zone. Just went back and watched that movie too, and it still does hold up as a film. Kind of one of the small little King movies, you know, not one of those grand, big production type things, but Walken was perfect for that role, playing kind of a haunted guy. You know, he's got that kind of character down pat, especially when he's a younger man. He just, you know, he woke up with eyes haunted. Samuel Forsyth, thank you for your $2 donation, man. I really appreciate it. And it's, I appreciate you understand where I'm coming from, Samuel, and knowing too, man, it's nothing but in respect and love for my fellow Seahawks fan. We're all on the same page here. We're all in the same fandom here. And, you know, you guys are my brothers and sisters as I see it. And that's why I want to see this have open conversations, because at the end of the day, we are all part of the family here. And we got to recognize that, you know, there's only so many finite of us out there, and we got to stay together, you know. But you know what, Samuel? Families are going to have internal, you know, strife and whatnot. You know, you in a family, you don't care if you do. And that's the important thing. That's the thing I don't have to question on you or anybody else in my chat, is whether you care. You know, whether whether you love this team. You know, whether you ride or die for this team. Whether you want to see this team have the success. We all want that, and that's one of the things I love about my fellow 12s, and I think that makes us unique versus other fandoms out there. There are fans that might be able to match our energy, but it is a unique energy, and it ain't in every NFL city. Being that there is a care, being is that we want to see this thing be great. It isn't just a casual, let's go watch a football game on a Sunday. It's let's go into the stadium, watch this football game, and see if we can have an effect on this game. Let's see if we can do something in this game to drive this victory our way, like we did in Carolina 2 weeks ago. And I love that about this fan base. I love it. But Samuel, thank you, man. I appreciate that donation, brother. And I appreciate you understanding even beyond that. Yeah, I just don't think 3056, you're so stacked at edge, man. I just can't see how we could need to go with edge right now. Other than, I just can't see it. I can't. I think the team would love to give Taylor, as it is, some more snaps than he's getting. And unless you had an injury, I just don't think, over the next couple of weeks, I don't see how either guy would really be a viable. Silver Shrew says, have you seen the Rain City Redemption series from YouTube? It's a well-made documentary about the Seahawks made by a small channel. Yes. The Rain City Redemption series, I think, is probably the best docu-series. Hell, I mean, I would put it beyond any of the sort of documentary stuff I've done on my channel here. I think they did a really well-done job, a thorough job. They told the story without narration, which is hard to do when you're doing this type of stuff. Right? Like it's all just done with just telling the story off the clips as the history kind of unfolded. But I have a great amount of respect for the series they did on that. I know how hard a work that is to put that together, and they did a fantastic job with it. It tells the story really, really well. And yeah, they've done some great stuff. I don't know why they don't do more things. They haven't done a lot outside of that, you know, the original kind of series they did, but they do good stuff. Sam says, this is exactly why I spend a lot of my free time on the channel. It's like a Seahawks jam session. You put it beautifully, brother. That's just how that's my ideal for it. You know what I mean? We'll go off everyone. We might have somebody in the corner playing jazz. We got somebody doing a drum solo, but we're going to eventually find the same beat. You know, we'll eventually get to the hook here eventually, you know? And Samuel, I would love for DeForest Buckner. I mean, if you want to talk about the grade A number one target, that's really a maybe possibility. Let's call it a maybe possibility of coming to the Seattle Seahawks. I think DeForest Buckner would be the top option above anybody else. But the Colts seem to be in the mode of competing. And I feel like Jonathan Taylor, if you're not going to move him as it is right now, because you're thinking that we're going to be able, the Colts thinking is that we're going to be able to salvage some Jonathan Taylor production this year to help further make the offense a little better than what it's been, which will now help us to maybe get in the playoffs. And then once we're in the playoffs, anything can kind of happen. The Colts seem to be driven by that ideology for this year. And so it doesn't seem like Buckner is going to be on the table as a possibility at this point. They're 2-2 right now. And the schedule is not daunting in the next couple of weeks. They could get another, even just one more win, would probably have them firmly going, okay, we're 3-5, but we got a chance to kind of find our footing here. But Buckner's awesome. He's a complete player. He can play some zero tech. He can play some one tech, some three tech, a pass rusher and a run defender. Hard not to be on board with him. A top 10 defensive tackle in this sport. User 3056 besides the Giants game, I don't know how we're going to hold up against top tier offensive lines down the stretch. Besides the Giants, I don't know. User 356, we'll see. You have some varying levels of offensive lines you play throughout the rest of the year. But they certainly haven't been tested recently with the last couple of offensive lines we played. I think that's where we go to when we talk about this kind of insane level of production you've had over the last couple of weeks as far as your pressure rates, which has allowed you to now lead the NFL in pressures. Is this defense what it's been the last 2 weeks, or what it was in the first couple of weeks? Or is maybe the answer somewhere in between? And I think the answer is probably somewhere in between. But it is a young crew, 3056, and so one that you might also think is going to continue to get better as the year goes along and not worse, with the more maturation they get, with the more seasoning they get. And Euro says, I'd watch a Lynch documentary. That's a good idea. I should start trying to maybe put some of that together. I think that would be interesting. Addie L. Williams says, Chandler Jones would be a horrible mistake. When Antonio Brown thinks he needs help, it's a problem. Yeah, Chandler Jones is just, he's never interested in me that much, to be honest with you, but even more so now with the current situation as it's gone on. Addis says, are the Niners fans scared that the Hawks might have a chance to come back this season? I think they're looking at us in the rearview mirror. They know that we're the greatest threat in this division to them. And I've talked with Jesse over the last Second Sports enough about this. They're well aware that we're right there nipping at the heels. They do feel pretty confidently that they're a full stride ahead of us, though, rather than nipping at the heels. And that's the part where we'll have to see once we play them this year, if we have closed the gap or not. Eli Salo says, Devin Quick Draw Witherspoon. Doesn't rhyme, but certainly accurate. I'll throw it on the list, man. We'll do a we'll call it Quick Draw. It's old Quick Draw Witherspoon out there. That's how you have to reference him, is Quick Draw Witherspoon, Eli. But we're going to put that to a vote this Sunday, I think. We'll put the Witherspoon vote to a poll vote this Sunday. Drunk says, what are your thoughts on Marshawn Lynch's comments about Russ and Pete? His thing with Pete is understandable. I think in the case of both Pete and Russ, you have two personalities that Marshawn, I think he's got love for Pete. I don't know if he's got as much love for Russ, but it was very much a professional working relationship in certain respects, I think, with both of those two guys. I think with Russ, in trying to read into a little bit of Marshawn's comments, I feel like he's, I reached out to you to console you about a situation I felt like you maybe were feeling bad about, and just trying to reach out to you to say what's up and just check and make sure your mind's right. And then you call me from a blocked number. I can't get a number to call you, or like, what's going on? It's that, and this is not the first rodeo for Marshawn, I think, with Russell on this. And it's probably frustrating where these guys often reference each other like brothers in battles and brothers in arms. And, is your brother going to not be willing to give you his phone number because he want to call you from a blocked number? Does that add up? And I can see how it would be a little bit frustrating for players to deal with that a little bit, especially like in Marshawn's case there. He's just trying to do something good by Russell. Like he said in the interview, it's like, I'm not trying to call you for something. I don't need you to do something. I was just calling to see how you're doing. Alexander says, Walk In and Catch Me If You Can. I really enjoyed. It's another really great movie. I think Walken's one of those guys that kind of makes whatever he ever is in better. He's one of those actors that's always going to improve whatever he's in and take it up a notch. And Travis Walton's story is a good story. Maybe one of the best true abduction movies out there, especially with you talk about the scene that holds up where he's pulled onto the ship and they're doing the whole, probing, and that is legit freaky and very accurate to what we've been described about on people that have been taken like that. Jamie says, I doubted Mario Edwards at first, but I'm rethinking that. He's been really great for us so far. I'd like to see more of our rookie defensive tackle, though. Agreed. Yeah, Cameron Young would certainly be getting him fitted in a little bit more would be nice. I think Samuel, too, with the pulled groin by Jaron Reed, you're going to get a little bit more of Cameron probably out there to maybe take off a little bit of that. I'm a bit shocked by it, too. I thought Mario Edwards could give us a good run defender, but I did not expect a guy to be this good as a pass rusher. And that's the part that's been kind of interesting to see him stepping forward on. But I didn't see it coming either, man. He has been awesome. ADL says, let's not sleep on Christopher Walken as an SNL host. The Continental sketches have me rolling every time. Yeah, he's got some great bits on that stuff too. Is the Continental one where they're doing the first person with the camera and he's trying to like flirt with the girl and get her to come into the unit, I think it is. I forget how that one played out. It's funny though. The Dig Docs, yep, he crushed Dead Zone character for sure. He did. Martin Sheen was good in that too. He played the smarmy politician really well. Because I read the book on that, and King did a great job of describing and really getting it clear, just the pure kind of evil politician type, right? And I thought Sheen did a great job on that too. Didn't have a lot of screen time, but he made it work with what he had in that. Sonny Dane, Geno can't throw 50-plus times a game like Stafford did and almost beat the Niners, and he doesn't have receivers who can catch or be open that often. That's the only way the Seahawks will beat the Niners. He doesn't have receivers who can catch. I don't know what you back that up by, Sonny Day. You look at the targets to catches on our team, and every one of our receivers and tight ends has been efficient in their targets to catch. We don't have any players on this team right now in the top 50 in the NFL in drop passes. So I don't know exactly where you're gathering that from. I am guessing you are a Rams fan. As to whether Geno can throw 50 times a game like Stafford did, how about we don't have to by the nature of how we're built as a team? The Rams can't run block for their life, and they don't have a good running back. So they throw 50 times a game, not because Stafford's just so awesome at it. They do so because it's out of necessity. We don't have to do that out of necessity. We can be balanced as an offense. And part of beating the Niners is how you run the ball. They play a wide nine scheme. And in that wide nine scheme, it's going to leave natural openings and cracks, especially on the inside, to take advantage of in the run game. If you're not taking advantage of that, you're being foolish. So I don't know how that's a metric stick on Geno being good or bad, as he has to throw 50 times a game and beat the Niners. That's a very specific outlook on what it would take for us to view him successful or not, I guess. I don't even know what you're saying exactly. Alexander, I wonder how many starting O-linemen we will have back in Cincinnati. I think we're going to definitely get back Cross and Lucas. I think Damian Lewis, the odds might be a little long with him. And with Phil Haynes, unsure. We'll have to wait. We'll get Monday next week an update on the injuries, Alexander, and that'll give us an update of where things are kind of at a little bit better. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Ski Nation says Watkins' best movie is Joe Dirt. Also, you suck, and I would never pay you money. You suck, and I would never pay you money, not even once. Go Niners. Reverse psychology for the football gods. Thank you. I was trying to figure out, what is he saying? He said, also, you suck, and I never pay you money, and not even once. Well, thank you for all the donations you have donated to the channel, my man. And hey, I hope your reverse psychology is working, man. I hope it works. You may be on something with that. Appreciate you, man. Sonny Day says, Stafford threw 55 times and his receiver dropped a ball that hit him in the hands and resulted in an interception that led to the 30-23 loss. Geno isn't throwing into tight windows like elite quarterbacks yet. I have a stat that disproves that a little bit last year, as Geno Smith led the NFL last year when your precious Matt Stafford couldn't go because of his back injury. Geno was leading the league in big-time throws of over 20 yards last year. So if he can't throw into tight windows, you're not going to lead the league in throws of over 20 yards. That stat in itself is representatory of the fact that you can throw into tight windows because you're not making those kind of throws down the field if you can't. So I don't know exactly what it is from your mind that's going to make you have to, I guess your thinking on this, Sony, is that Geno's got to throw 50 times a game against the Niners and beat him that way, and then you'll give him his props and respect. That's kind of an arbitrary decision on your part of what it would take to prove himself to be a quarterback, an upper-level quarterback in this league. He set Seahawks records for us. We've been a franchise for 50 years. Geno Smith last year set multiple Seahawks records for us as a Seahawk. And Sony Dane, the one part you're not taking into account at all is we were rebuilding last year. We're in year 2 of rebuild. Geno Smith last year for the very first time had 2 rookie tackles he was playing with and still excelled last season. No team in NFL history has played with 2 rookie tackles, including your precious Rams. So, I'm not going to knock Stafford in order to make my point about Geno because I like Stafford and I think he's a very good quarterback. But I think they both can be good quarterbacks. I don't think it's a either or. And I think Geno's put a lot of film out there over the last couple of years to show you he's a really good quarterback in this league. Is he a top 5? No. But would I say he's a top 10 quarterback in this league? Yeah, I would. And is that good enough with the type of roster we built? Because we're not trying, Sonny Dane, to build our roster all behind just the quarterback. We're trying to build up the strength of the team, or, like we did in 2012 when we built a team that went to back-to-back Super Bowls. We're utilizing the same blueprint. Pete called me Homer Draft. People called me Homer Draft Night because I said Witherspoon was awesome and generational talent. Antonio Winfield and lockdown coverage. Not calling me a homer any longer. No, they're not, man. No, they're not. And he's definitely finally brought, I think, the final amount of folks over to the Witherspoon side after this last game. ALG says Geno threw to a tight window to DK last game. There you go, man. I mean, Sonny Dane, he tossed that end zone. There was no separation there, and he had to work it in there. There was another throw to DK in that game where he threw a post route that he had just put it right in a spot, get in between the safety and the trailing corner, and he put it right in there on a dime. Geno's made some pretty insane throws. Samuel says, seems like our defense is getting better every game. I'm going to go ahead and say that we'll be a top 10 defense by the end of the year. Anybody agree? If they can keep building to this approach, they can get there. But they got to stay in the build, and they've got to stay on the use of the blitzing and the creative approach of their coverages. And I think that does open the door to that. I think the offenses are going to get more challenging as we go along this year, and that's going to be where we see the test of that at its strongest, so to speak. But I certainly think at least top 15, Samuel. Addis, Geno was one of the best deep ballers in the league and led the league in completion percentage last season. Again, what do you mean? Yeah, I don't know where he's coming from in that one. 70% completion percentage. And he's got the best deep throw accuracy of any of the sport last year. I mean, those are directly related to tight window throws and whatnot. I don't know. Seahawks haven't been keeping up on the track. I was trolling Geno. Hard to understand how we could troll him, seriously. Geno's got his people that just cannot get on board with him. It's pretty crazy to me. I mean, well over 4,000 yards last year. He's had all of his offensive line broken and beaten this year, yet still performing and rattle off 3 straight wins at the court. Like, what? But I think there's just some players that they're never going to bring the people over. They get the narrative set in their mind of what they are, and it's just they can't move off the spot. Samuel says, is there any other defensive tackles we're looking at besides Buckner? How about trading for Jordan Riley from the Giants? Maybe offer D. Eskridge and a DJ Dallas and a pick. The guy that I'm really locked in with, Samuel, the Giants, would be Leonard Williams. He's the guy to me that's a little bit of a better option, I think. Because if you're going to bring somebody in, get somebody with we don't need to get a star impact. It's going to be hard to find that. It'd be great if we get a DeForest Buckner star impact. We're probably not likely to find that. in the case of a Leonard Williams, you have a guy who's in the last year of his contract with the Giants. The Giants have already paid the money to Lawrence. They're probably not going to pay both defensive tackles going in the future, especially for a guy like Williams, who's probably heading towards 30 sooner than later. So that would be one I would look at, Samuel. Could you do it with Eskridge and DJ Dallas? Probably not. It's probably going to take like a 4th round pick and maybe a player thrown in of some type or a 3rd round pick. But would that guy, I think, help us out in the rotation? Yeah, I do. Yeah, Sony Dane, again, remember last year with us, Sony Dane, we're in year 1 of a rebuild with what Gino's doing at the helm last year. He's setting all those Seahawks records. There's no tackle. You have 2 rookie tackles on the outside. You have an offensive line that's destroyed. You have most of the year that he's without a slot receiver. He has his running back room completely decimated to the point that you're signing guys off the street. And yet he still sets those Seahawks records last year. Then to start this year, Sony, which is a part I've seen you haven't included, and I know you're a Ram fan, so you're slanted to the way you're slanted. I appreciate that. But you have him this year now, and halfway into the first game, you lose both of your tackles, then your guard, then your center, then your left guard. Like last game, as we beat the doors off the Giants, you had 5 offensive linemen you were down. And yet you've won these games, and he's played well in those games. Most quarterbacks, Sonny, go look at Daniel Jones on the other side for what's a representation of what happens when a quarterback loses his offensive line and how well he can play and how much of a siege he's under and how much quickly many quarterbacks go into a shell the moment that happens. But there's been a fortitude from Geno Smith as he's played behind that and not let it shake him at all. In fact, he's flourished where so many wouldn't. Big Boy Jess, Joe Dirt, another great Christopher Walken movie. It's been a while since I've seen that. I got to go back and watch that one. Funny film, though. I bet it still holds up, too. ALG says the Q quarterback is the most important because they mess things up. Doesn't always mean he's the most important player on the team. It's true. John Ski says, what's your early take on Jackson Smith and Jigba? I think he's a really young player, first, Johnsky, and we got to remember that he had not played for basically a whole year prior to coming here. I think as well, he's been the player most directly impacted by having to go to the 2 and 3 tight end sets in order to give more protections to your backup tackles early on this year. I think Johnsky, the second you get Lucas and Cross coming back, will be the moment that you'll then see Jackson Smith and Jigba's production go up. So I think one's been directly related to the other, really. It isn't to say that there's not been some maybe bumps in the road here for him as he's finding his footing, but he will find his footing. He will help us win football games this year, and he will be a very good player in this league. But you've had to provide those protections for your offensive linemen. You couldn't ignore it. Black Sabbath says, oh yeah, Watkins' SNL Colonel Angus sketch was good too. I think he's been on there more than anybody else, I think, or just about more than anybody else. Samuel says, this team reminds me of the 2012-13 when we had a lot of different personalities. An exciting time for the Hawks football. We never left, but it sure feels like we are back. We're back, baby. And yeah, I think that they went back to the blueprint, Samuel. I think once you moved off of Russ, they went, okay, let's move off Russ. We'll move off Bobby. We'll move off Carlos Dunlap. We'll get all these bad contracts off the books. Take it down to the nub, rebuild it from scratch. Let's utilize the blueprint that we had prior because that blueprint took us to the Super Bowl. And I think that they're aligning themselves very closely to that blueprint as close as they can and running it in the same kind of way. And I think that they very well could find the same kind of success now that they're operating within that. I think what is their best zone? What is their best operable point? Having a young roster, being a one that you build for depth, and that you build for strength across the board that's not necessarily just star-driven in its approach. And I think they're going back to that. Yeah. Red Ace, Brian Monet will be a late season addition as well. He will. And I think Brian Monet coming back, Red Ace, is going to be a big thing that then doesn't make the team feel like it's got to go out there and press and go and look for another zero tech or one tech out there. That part I think is going to, this is part of what has me then concentrating on the Hawks. If they're going to look to make a trade, if they do, it will be probably for a defensive end, 3-4 defensive end type, or a 3 tech in this 2-man front stuff that we run. The Utero Niners have led the league in yak for the last 5 seasons. Ooh, I didn't know that. Interesting. They do a good job just getting the ball in their guys' hands and letting them work. Alexander, Brandon, you remember they made the Dead Zone into a TV show with Anthony Michael Hall? They did. I kind of couldn't take my Anthony Michael Hall in anything but Weird Science. He was one of those actors with kind of one of those punchable faces that just I always struggled with a little bit. But that was a real popular show. They did a good job with it, I think. Samuel says, hey, I work with Brian Monet's nephew. Samuel, tell the nephew to give me an interview for the Hawks Nest. Have his people reach out to my people. Feed more Seahawks. All Purdy has to do is throw 5 yards and the skilled players do the rest. Brock Purdy is overrated. I feel that way as well. But he's making it work. Sajin, I love this team. Those guys that you mentioned. I love the fact that they remain in Seattle and still support the team. Who does that? Definitely cool to see the old guard coming back in, helping out as they can. Seahawks Gaming Commanders have a great front seven. We have a great secondary. How about we trade Kobe Bryant or Julian Love and maybe a second rounder for one of their defensive linemen? Unfortunately, I think Seahawks Gaming, you're looking at the interior defensive linemen if you're going to make a trade for them. And that specifically means either Allen or LaRon Payne. And they just signed both of those guys to major contract extensions. And so they're not going to move either guy because there's too much dead money for them to have to sustain to make that happen. So sadly, unfortunately not. Why San Francisco has done an amazing job of keeping Purdy clean. I want somebody to get pressure on him. They've done a good job. And he's getting the ball out of his hands as fast as he is. It's hard. It's hard to win in under 2.6 seconds. And that's part of what Shanahan does, which is so brilliant in scheming guys open so quickly after the snap. YDY says, I take into consideration that a cornerback plays 100% of the snaps while a defensive tackles 50 to 70% of the snaps. Gives even more value to Spoon compared to linemen. It's a great point. I think it's even a little more extreme YDY too, because if I'm not mistaken, Carter's more like 30 to 35% of the snaps this year. And so it gets even more out of whack there a little bit. But yeah, I think that's a part of that you have to factor in, especially YDY when you're talking about being a guy like Witherspoon, who will make his presence felt on every play. Right? He ain't going to be that cornerback that's out there not trying to tackle in the run game. He's going to play it like a safety or a linebacker. And that value is there. Eli, although I'm not a fan of the 3-yard JSN catches, the fact that Waldron is even trying consistently to get a wide receiver 3 in the offense with a deep running game and a 2 backup tackles bodes well for him. Agreed. He's trying to do what he can with him. He tried, and it didn't quite work, but you could see the spirit was there with Waldron trying to get him featured a little bit. LG, CMC, Debo, Bosa guys who have injury history, and Bosa looks good with his 1 sack this year. I think that's the thing for the Niners. If Niners stay healthy and good and can remain in good health throughout the year, maybe you lose just one of your main guys, but you stay in health and they'll be fine. They'll be strong. They'll be really good this year. You lose a couple of guys, I think that they are a team that gets really impacted if they lose some of their top end talent and that they don't have the depth to sustain it in the way that other teams might. Alex said, Noah Fanta first for Micah Parsons. I don't think you can get the Cowboys to jump on that. I don't know. I think the Cowboys would be like, yeah, how about no? We're not doing that. Jeffrey, hey, Thistle, thank you for the $20 donation, Jeffrey. I do really appreciate it. Says, wouldn't hate one interior defensive line pickup if we don't have to give up too much. Then we'll only need 2 more in the offseason on the inside. Also sick of how we always get the D-team commentators on for our games. Yeah, well, Jeffrey, that's why you got to just listen to me when I'm doing my live play-by-play, man. That's why. That's all. Yeah, this is where I get concentrated in on Jeffrey, or I get kind of locked into a Leonard Williams type. Would be a pretty substantial upgrade. He wouldn't give me extra years like you're looking for, but you might be able to resign him. But you're not going to get the extra years. It would be a 1-year deal. It'd be a rental. But then that does mean that the cost would be high for us. You could fit him under the cap with his current cost. Maybe it would be about like a 4th round pick that you'd have to give up to bring him in. I think that would be kind of a deal that'd make a lot of sense as long as we get the Giants into kind of a sell mode. But Jeffrey, as we were talking about at the top of the show, there's not a lot of options. It's a very thin crop of available teams out there who might be in sell mode. And with that, and with the fact the Hawks don't need a lot, it's going to make it very hard for them to, I think, find a fit just in general terms. Sammy says, I'm thinking we should think about keeping all of our tight ends. We have a 3-headed monster at tight end. I think we are more valuable than most give them credit for. It would be good if we could, Samuel. I think we might have to go a route of, rather than running with like a Fant, though, or Parkinson, you might have to get some more of the youth in there to do it. It's a deep tight end class coming up here in this draft class. You're looking at a guy like Fant, he's going to call for to be making probably $12 million a year, $13 million a year. When he hits the free agent market. And I don't know if we can afford to quite spend that much money on him. Parkinson maybe worth like a 5, 6 maybe. Can you afford that as well? Especially as we look at it, Samuel, the cap's going to get a little bit tight next offseason. It's not as kind of freed up as maybe we'd ideally like because we've had those conversions of base to bonus that we've done with Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams. You've got the contract extension to Uchenna Nwosu. Money really clicks in for the Tyler Lockett deals and the DK deals. It's going to get a little tighter there on that a bit. Kingdom Joe says, nope, Christopher Walken's best movie is Puss in Boots. Real talk, if you haven't seen it, go watch. It's gangster. Check it out. I don't think I've actually seen that movie. Sijin says, are the Seahawks making a deep run this season? I would put it down to two main factors. Obviously, health is there. You have some injury epidemic. All bets are off. As a secondary item that I'd say is an important part of this at this point, Sijin, is this. If you remain committed to running more of a varied defensive scheme and a varied defensive approach, varied coverages, more of a blitz-heavy nature the way in your aggressiveness, yeah, I think you can make a deep run this season. If you slide back into a soft zone-based nature in your coverages defensively and rely on the front four to generate the pressure at the same time, I think that your defense is going to kind of hold you back when it's all said and done a little bit. But they are making this change to the former, not the latter. That's where this has been going the past couple of games. The baseline statistics out there, like your blitz rates, are really good. And so I would think it's going to continue. Kingdom Joe says, real talk, Christopher Walken has meme commercials where he just dances, and they're better than some actors' full careers. Exactly. Why do I? On pace to give up 30 sacks this year. That's a huge improvement. What we want to see, especially why do I, considering you had backup guys in there across the board, right? Get that done with those backups, like, holy hell. Jeffrey O'Kelly, Zerzon Newton. I'm going to have to learn how to pronounce this kid's first name. Newton is looking like a stud. Hope we will be able to get him in this year's draft. Highly unlikely at this point, Jeffrey. I see him as probably a top 15 pick minimum, and very likely to be at this point early on the first defensive tackle taken off the board. So somewhere in there, at least the way it looks. No doubt about it, Samuel. The Titans have been killing it, man. All the way around. Blocking, catching, pass blocking, run blocking. It's all been there. And all of them do a good job with it. Jeffrey says, when did the Bears learn how to play football again? I don't understand the world. Well, I mean, it's the Broncos and the Commanders they just did this against, right? So when we come down at the end of the year, Jeffrey, I mean, aren't we going to probably say the Commanders are probably the worst team in the NFC East and the Broncos are probably the worst team in the AFC West? And you look at those wins at the end of the year if you're the Bears and you go, how did we win it? Well, we played against two settler dwellers. I'd be with Newton and we get him. That'd be great. I just don't think he's last until 32 where we're going to be picking. Jordan says, do you think if the Hawks trade for a player at the deadline, do you think it will only be a D lineman? I really do. We were kind of going through the practice of this a little bit, but you go position group by position group and you feel good about where everything's at. You feel good not only about what you got at the front line of things, but also with the depth that you have. So I think that outside of that, maybe left guard, Jordan. If they don't trust the health of Lewis's ankle going forward, maybe left guard. But outside of that, and I don't think that that's likely to be a position they address. I think that, yeah, it's defensive lineman. And then even Jordan beyond that, it's probably defensive end or a three tech is the better way to put it. It's like a three tech defensive tackle. Jeffrey says, stupid Bears lost me $50. I'm sorry, Jeffrey. That's brutal. For real. Samuel says, I'll ask him. I'm sure he will. He's a good kid, 20 years old, working hard. I'd love to, Samuel. I've tried with some of these players, to reach out to them to get some interviews for the channel, and I can't get responses back on Twitter or whatnot. Like, everybody's very evasive. So I'd love to get any of these guys in there. I'd have some great questions I think I could ask them that the audience would love to see. And it's always great for us because we get the player's perspective too. And that's always a good thing as well. So if you can pull it off, I'd love it, man. Flag Monet doesn't do much for me. I don't know. The team seems to be very high on him. They gave him that contract extension. I think he can be workable as a run defender. I don't think he's going to be a game changer, but I think he could probably help. Jeffrey says, I watched some college tape of Purdy. He might be better than people think. JS, John Snyder. He may be the real deal, man. He's been doing it for 9 games now, 8-9 games. You got to give him the props for that. Addis says, we got to take this one game at a time, but I think Geno is something up his sleeve against the Niners this time. I'd love to see it, man. I hope so. I think you're going to be a little stronger this year in playing them, and I think they're probably very close to where they were last year, which is still very strong themselves, but I think you have taken some steps forward. Let's Win says, what about if the Seahawks traded for Horn? Let's Win. Can you tell me which Horn you mean? Samuel says, did we talk about Drew Lock? Came in the game for Geno and didn't miss a beat. We have a real competent backup. He could probably start for about 3 to 4 teams out there. Jets, Giants, Denver. I think the Jets and Giants would love to have Drew Lock versus what they've got right now, or at least the option to go to that versus what they've got right now. Yeah. And I'm with you, man. I feel very confident in him going out there. He looked really good. So Let's Win. You're saying JC. I think you're meaning JC Horn of the Carolina Panthers. I think he's injured right now. I don't know what the Panthers would want for him too. I don't know if I could see him going for an outside corner right now. I think they like what they'd have in Trey Brown and Jackson as other options there. I don't feel like those are far, far off bad options to go with. Flags says, I'd hate to give up any draft capital for next year's draft. Looks solid for our needs. Yeah, this is where absent it being for a guy like either a Derek Brown or DeForest Buckner, I probably would be hesitant to do the same flag. I would do it for those guys because it is hard to find defensive tackles, and defensive tackles value is kind of going in the opposite direction of running backs and middle linebackers and safeties. Being if they're devalued, we're getting a valuation to the, what is the opposite of overvaluation, I guess. That's not the right way to say it. But a bumping up of the valuation when it comes to defensive tackles. But that's where I like the Leonard Williams trade flag. If you moved him for like a 4th, you still have a 1st, a 2nd, and 2 third-round picks at that point. So you haven't really removed a lot of your draft capital, yet still found an improvement, an upgrade. Sam says, hopefully we find a way to pay Kobe. His best years are coming. Hope they are with the Seahawks. Me as well. I don't know, Sajin. I don't know if the Panthers are the worst team in the NFL. I feel like there's a worse one. But maybe. Addison says, just got my tickets for the Hawks vs. Rams tickets in LA in about a month. I'm ready for the 12 to take over the stadium once again. You know we will, Addison. And boy, those tickets must have been pricey. So good for you on that. Angry Whale Watcher. Angry Whale Watcher. You watch the whales with binoculars and a big frown on your face. What can be expected from Kenny McIntosh? Potentially a special teams edition in the punt return game. A guy that they might try to utilize in some of the fly sweep element of things. Maybe a guy that works his way in as a third down back. Hard to say at this point because he just has been out for so long. We didn't see any of him in preseason. But he will probably find some kind of role in the football field once he comes back. Justin says, let's not forget that Bobby Wagner is hyping these kids to grow into the championship team he's familiar with. Totally not chasing an old legacy, but that Super Bowl interception needs its redemption. Hey, let's go. And yeah, he's getting those guys guided right. Rockman Jackson was propped up in spring training because they were looking to trade him. I think that ship has sailed. Yeah, I agree. Father Wagner, help our children. Help them, Father Wagner. Grandizer says, you call it the three-headed monster, but others call it Monster Zero. However, it's normally called King Ghidorah. Jeffrey says, Niner Hawk game is going to be a bloodbath if we're both healthy teams. Can't wait. Me neither, man. It's going to be a fun game, especially Thanksgiving. Oof. Look out. Look the hell out. DVN says, dang, hey guys, didn't expect the live to still be going on. I was just about to watch the playback during my shift, laughing out loud. Well, thank you, DVN. We're kind of wrapping on up here a little bit, but, you know, caught me at the end, man. Alexander says, Falcons 2-2, but they can't really be bad. 4 sacks in 4 games, and Ritter can't even dink and dunk. Yeah. Yeah, it's Falcons are in a weird place too, because theoretically on paper they've got the team that can win that division. But Ritter looks like, you talk about another team that would probably love to have their hands on a Drew Lock versus what they've got. Ritter does not look like an NFL quarterback right now. And they're trying to make it work, but I don't know if it's going to work. D says, I would be down to add another pass rusher or offensive lineman. I think it does come down to those, D. I think it's defensive end, maybe 1 tech, but a 3 tech more so than that. And then maybe guard, depending on where they see the health of Damian Lewis right now. Seahawks getting our last defensive lineman trades were Sheldon Richardson and Clowney, and we re-signed none. It's true. It's true. But those were more about bringing those guys in to fix what you needed fixed in the moment than the long term. DVN says, I didn't realize we faced San Francisco twice in a 3-week span. That's insane. Laughing out loud. Yeah, it isn't ideal. I'll tell you that. Though I will say, if I have the choice of playing them early on and where they are right now is a juggernaut versus get them twice later on in the year where we might be at our best, fullest of strength, I'll take the later on in the year trek. Yeah. Justin says, Red Bryant's speech to the boys is not fading. Week in and week out, that same motivation is being spoken in the locker room. The power of belief is already in motion. It's a beautiful moment there. You have a man in Red Bryant, the type of player that a guy like a Doug Baldwin or Cliff Averill can be, where they go to these players and they say, hey, you look at me. You think what you're doing is playing a game right now. You're earning your money right now. And what you do is just what lasts for today. But if you can go and do something special, if you can put yourselves together, team, put that dedication out there, sacrifice what it takes to get there, then this lasts in a timeless nature. This is something that will be remembered forever. And I thought it was awesome. Red Bryant certainly was one of those guys that was a leader in that locker room in his first go-around. And how can that message not resonate with those young players? How can it not? Addison says, I got the tickets with underdog money, Brandon. Just kidding. I'm not that good at the fantasy stuff quite yet. You'll get me there, though. I get you there, man. I get you there. Addison. Johnsky says, do you see us using Jack Charbonnet in the more third and short goal line situations? I'd like to see that, Johnsky. I don't know why the team's so enamored with making Walker that guy. I thought this was the point of taking Charbonnet, was to give him those kind of reps and carries. But I think eventually the team will figure out to use him like that. Yeah. Steve says, do we have any timeline on McIntosh's debut? I believe after the bye, Steven. I think he's supposed to come back off the injury at that point. Where does he fit within the stable of the 4 running backs you have? Because the team likes what they're getting from Dallas, loves what they're getting from Charbonnet, and loves what they're getting from Walker. What does that leave left over for McIntosh? Probably not a lot. But it's a little uncertain too, because we just haven't seen we haven't seen the plan for what their intent is and how to use him. Justin says, I know we face the Niners, even we won't expect what Seattle has for them. That's right. Devion says, I see what the NFL is doing. I watch other podcasts, and it seems like all the better NFC, AFC teams face a gauntlet around the same time. Yeah, it does. It does. They want to try to, I'm sure, to push the more, where it's possible, push those divisional matchups between the two teams. Like you come into this year, on paper, it looks like the Niners and the Seahawks are going to be the two teams going head-to-head for the division. So you go, okay, we want those teams facing each other at the end of the year, when the stakes are higher, versus like what we did last year when we put them together in week 2. I don't think you're going to see that this year, It's a hellacious stretch. Niners twice, Eagles in there, Cowboys in there, Ravens in there. It ain't going to be easy. It ain't going to be easy now. You say, a few more Seahawks. Brandon, thank you for your long and hard dedicated streams. That's why I pay the membership, and that's why I spend money on super chats. You're the best. Keep up the work. I love your hard takes on Seattle. Thank you, Phoebe. I appreciate all of your support to the channel as you do for that, man. It is not lost on me, and it's as I say many times on this, man. It's that support of your guys is doing that, the membership program and the donations and all that allow me to do this full time, so I don't have to go get some job and cut out hours of the day that everything goes into this. Today before the stream, I was prepping up a blitz video for next week, showing off some of how they blitzed this last week. So much fun to kind of put together and see what the Hawks were doing with the myriad of different things. You guys are going to dig this video because it shows them doing a variety of different things in their pressure-based looks, not just one thing. But I love doing that, and still being able to prep for this show at the same time as the day went along and getting a couple other little clips done. I've got this Boye Mafe rep I'm going to release as a short where Boye Mafe just takes this tackle and throws him on his butt in the Giants game. It's just so impressive. But thank you, man. It's awesome to be able to do this like I am able to. And it's your support that's making it happen. Flag says, I suck at sanity. Last time I played fantasy, I suck at fantasy, I think you meant. Last time I played fantasy, my quarterbacks were Kurt Warner and running back was Steven Slayton. Ooh, I think I had Vincent Jackson on that team too. It was such a long time ago. I've tried to get back on the horse this year, Flag, because I wanted to try to get better for even using on my underdog fantasy stuff. And I'm finding my way. Finding my way. Samuel says, so you're going back and forth with Tony there. But I'm with you, Flag. I suck at it too. Rockman, McIntosh has the best ball catching skills than all of our running backs. So yes, I would definitely use him. Third down back, maybe, Rockman. It's you got so many viable options now. It's and only so many balls to go around, Hey, oh wow, can you prove more than you want? No, I'm sorry. You're going to Sony. Steve Schmidt, Sony Dale's a burner account for Chris Bessard. Dude, so I have an ad of a guy hosting the Ravens saying Geno is trash and the Ravens are so much better than us. I've had it saved since the preseason. I need a Hawks win on the Ravens, laughing out loud, begging Pete. Geno gets that. This is why I did that video last year when I posted the doubters beware on Geno. Because I was this narrative out there that he was so trash and so bad. And you started to kind of pull at the corners of it and go, why you think about this? Why do you believe what you believe about Geno on this? Yeah, because he sucked with the Jets. Well, okay, but wasn't that 10 years ago? And didn't he come to that team for 2 years? And didn't he, win a decent amount of games with the Jets in that first 2 years as that green quarterback? And didn't he have Rex Ryan, a defensive-minded head coach, as his coach? And didn't he have a whole lot of little on offense to work with, including no playmakers on the outside and not really much of an offensive line to speak of? But that's the weird thing about it, is people not only came to their conclusions on Geno Smith very quickly about who he was as a player, but then they cannot have any other new information that will push them off of that line of thinking. Absent him going out there and winning an MVP and the Super Bowl MVP and winning a Super Bowl, it seems these people's opinion cannot be moved off of its spot from what it was 2 years ago. And that's sad to see because they're missing out on really good quarterback play right now. But that does seem to be something you see across the NFL landscape and fans in their outlook on Geno. Some give him the props. Others are I get if you want to say like, well, I don't think he's quite as good as some people are thinking, but to think that he's trash or not a good quarterback at this point, he's shown he's been quite the opposite of that, and doing it while not always having the best things to work with around him for success. Yeah, this is Jets can never develop a quarterback, right? No, they can't. They make some weird quarterback decisions, though, too. They always grab these guys that are just, I don't know. Just Sam Darnold, Wilson. They just kind of get these weird names that don't. They fall in love with the weird ones. That's how I term the Jets. The Jets fall in love with the weird ones. And Euro says Geno was a top 5 of every major quarterback metric last season for a full season. That's right. And again, doing it with not that he had like we have with Purdy right now, where Purdy's got all of this stuff to work with around him. He wasn't bearing out that success on the back of the strength of the rest of the team in front of him. Some of it came from that, but not in the complete fashion. Some of it was literally, okay, our running backs are completely broken and decimated. You don't have a slot receiver anymore, healthy or available, because Eskridge is out and Goodwin's out. Our offensive line is slowly weakening as the year goes along, and our defense can't stop much of anybody. Good luck, Geno. And he went out there and put up that performance like you say. And Spencer, you don't have to put multiples on your questions. I answer every question in the chat, so you can just post it one time, and I'll definitely catch your question, man. I promise you. It's part of why these chats go for 4 hours is I try to respond to everybody. I do indeed. And yeah, I think Geno's better than Dak too, Alexander. Well said, man. Again, too, Sony Dane, you're talking about a couple of misses to Metcalf. So, like, you want to avoid going to sample size data, right? Or that kind of information, because that doesn't tell you the complete story, right? Like, a moment can fool you. You can see a moment or two and let that be the thing that drives you. That's why you go to the data and you go, well, let me see what the whole data, rather than going off these couple of plays, Sony, let me go to what the data tells me in full about what this guy did over the course of the season. When you go, Sony, to the full data of what Geno did throughout the course of the season, he was the best quarterback in the league in his accuracy over 20 yards. That doesn't support the conclusions that you're trying to present. And if you disagree with that point of data, well, what's your exact data to counter that? You mentioned a couple of moments you have that you saw of throws that he could have made to DK that he, I could hand pick out a couple of moments of Brock Purdy missing throws too, right? But I should be going to the totality of the data, not the sample size point of data, because we can cherry pick anything to suit our means. But if you have a full spectrum of data, you're looking at like a full season of data, the story tells what it tells. You've had 16, 17 games to be what you are and who you are. But like I was talking about above, you also are in a bit of a camp that I've had a lot of people run into, that they're kind of in an for lack of a better word, an anti-Geno camp. And there's not a lot that can be sold to you in order to get you over to the other side. But the combinations of factors here, Sony, of 70% completion percentage, most accurate deep ball throw in the league according to the stats. Put those two together and they don't kind of add up to a quarterback that can't throw into tight windows or isn't accurate or isn't good, quite frankly. Like I said to you before, and I know Sony, you're responding to others, you're not responding to me on this. He set Seahawks records last year. We've been around for 50 years. We've had some good quarterbacks here. Yeah, on the top 50 all-time list for passing yardage, we've got 2 of the quarterbacks on that list. We've had some guys come through here where may not be, the best, but some solid, Matt Hasselbeck and Craig's and Russell Wilson's. He set a record in his first year as a starter. Is that worth nothing as well? Is that something you sort of just kind of skirt over and go, well, that was luck? In the year where you were $57 million of dead money on the books, in a year where well over 26, 27% of our cap was dead money with players that weren't there and going. Did the Niners have that last year? Were they dealing with that impediment? Did the Niners start 2 rookie tackles? Did the Rams start 2 rookie tackles at any point in the last few years? It's just kind of weird. I understand that you're a different fan of a different team, and so you have the predilection to hate the other team on the other side, but really go back and take a look again at the year he had last year. Look at what he's done so far this year, and understanding 4/5, 5/5 of his offensive line have been out for a lot of this season here. And yet still getting it done, 3-1. Not all on him, but certainly not in spite of him. ALG Investments, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, ALG, very much. He says, ask Kyle if the Winers will take Geno over Purdy. Kyle would push Purdy into the Pacific Ocean. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. 100%. There's no way you couldn't convince me if I put Kyle Shanahan on a lie detector test so he couldn't give some answer to like, well, I want my quarterback to know he has my support, so I can't say this other guy. But if I put him on a lie detector test and said, who'd you take, Geno or Purdy? He would take Geno all day long. All day long, he would. 100%, my opinion, ALG. Well said on your part, man. Well said. Jeffrey Thistle hated Hasselhoff. My childhood was full of screen passes. Hasselbeck could be frustrating at times. He had his moments when he was on, but when he was off, it was like he made the position look really hard. Spencer Godfrey, Geno versus Russ in a cage. Geno literally rips his eyes out and Coombs in the sockets. Maybe so. Addis says, I feel like Sony is jinxing his team right now. Steve Smith says, logically reasoning with a 49ers fan, you can find that in the encyclopedia under fruitless endeavor. Yeah, you're probably right. Samuel, I like the Brock Purdy story. It's kind of cool, but he's a game manager. He's not throwing 309 yards like Geno does. He makes short completions and hands the ball off. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Brock Purdy, and I'm not to hate on Brock Purdy here, Sony. I don't think we have to do it as an either or here. Both guys can be pretty good quarterbacks. I do think that he is benefiting from the fact that he has a coach that scripts up plays that gets the ball out of his hands in 2.6 seconds, which was the average time that the quarterback had to throw for the Niners last year, which led the NFL. So he's getting the ball out very fast to a player in short spaces who then goes out there and creates a lot of separation on their own. Niners had 3 of the top 15 pass catchers last year in creating separation on their routes. And then they had 3 of the top 15 guys in creating yak after the catch. So this is the purposeful way the Niners have set the team up. They're having a lot of success with it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's Purdy back there tossing dots all over the football field either. Sony says, Geno setting those records were a bunch of young rookies overlooking what they believed were an old, washed-up man. Really? They didn't respect his game and he punished them for it. So more records this year, please. You know what's funny about seeing in a conversation like that, Sony, and this is where it's, as somebody else said, it maybe it's just a fruitless endeavor. And I know you're a Niner fan coming in and hoping maybe to troll and just set off Hawk fans, and good luck to you if that's your purpose. If it's to have good, honest conversation in here and to have a little bit of a dialect, which is what the point is of what I try to run with my channel here, you can't measure what you say with that. And it's your opinion. And if you're going to try to, with what you're trying to do is you're coming onto a Hawk channel to try to tell people about what your opinion and your perspective is. You want to win people over to your perspective or get people convinced of what you believe on it, then you've got to present some data to back that up. You're presenting a perspective that is just your own general kind of, well, that's what I feel this was, but you don't have anything to back that up. You have no point of data to look in to back that up or anything else. The man set a record for a franchise that's well over 50 years old, that's had plenty of quarterbacks like I presented. I give you data, you give me back your feelings. I give you back facts, you give me back your feelings. You know, there's no room for that as far as any discussion to go further. And I'm okay if we don't. You're a Niner fan, it's going to go as far as it's going to go, but it doesn't have to be that way. And you can have some discussion back and forth without having to be just look at me bumping on my chest like some gorilla in a zoo, right? Because that's about as much as that is having, that's as much of use as that really has to the entertainment factor or the discussion factor of things. But that makes no complete sense. We've had plenty of crappy quarterbacks through that 50-year period who teams probably didn't take tremendously seriously, like you're saying, who didn't put up those kind of marks. And again, there's just, you can't really, you get, what's nice about what you're saying on this stuff, Sonny, is you don't have to really prove any of it. You just get to say, I'll just say this, say that. Yeah. I won't back anything with it. I'll just say this stuff this is the truth of it. All right, buddy. Good luck. Good luck with that. And we'll see you this year. I think you're going to find it's a little bit harder when we're not 57 million dead money. I think you're going to find us a little bit of a harder match this year when we're not starting two rookies on the outside. I think you're going to find us a little bit of a harder match this year when we actually have a healthy nose tackle as we didn't in that final playoff game. So talk your talk, feel good about where you are right now. We'll see you soon, and we'll see what the truth is at. But the one thing I'd love to see from you at that point, but I know I won't, Sonny, is when Geno goes out again this year and puts up 4,300 yards and throws for well over 30 touchdowns and has well over 100 rating. I know you'll come in here and at that point eat your crow and be like, well, you guys were right. He was a good quarterback. Or what will it be then? That, he just lucked out again for a second straight year. Right? And then again, there's no room for discussion on that because, he lucked out. What do you base that on? I just feel that way. Okay, buddy. Good luck with your feelings. I'll try to stick to the actual data and back up what I say with some hardened stuff. Sony says the younger Sony, you got an entertainment value to what you say. As they say that the younger rookies in the league now have film on Geno. Giants players said Geno has a tell and they shut him down. He couldn't move the ball down the field or barely complete a first down. He has a tell. Oh, does he? Does he? It wasn't anything to do, Sony, with the fact that he had all 5 of his starting offensive line out of the game. That wasn't maybe a little bit of what was impacting a little bit of the production. That couldn't be it at all. It was just that they had a tell that they learned about him. Sure. Where's your quote on this tell from the Giant player, by the way? Where's your can you provide me a link on where this quote would be at I could locate? Addis says, man, I can't wait to play the Niners. I can't either at this point. I can't wait for what excuses are coming from them this year as their Super Bowl window shuts and they find themselves going through this 5-year run and getting nothing. I can't wait. Spencer, Okung versus Cross. Okung's probably a better run blocker. Cross is a better pass protector, but they're probably pretty similar players in how they all settle out in their overall, rating of things. I'd say. LG says, way to go, Brandon. Purdy can cause turnovers. Geno got lucky. Yeah, I don't. There's nothing in football that happens by luck over the course of a full season. Sorry. I'm not a big luck guy anyway, as that being given an excuse in any part. It's such an empty, nowhereville explanation for what's going on. Georgian Larson says, would take Sarkisian in a second stint in Seattle with Archie Manning at quarterback after a bad year for the Hawks. I'll be open to the possibility. I don't think Jorgen, I'm not sure Coach Carroll's looking to move on, though, anytime soon. Yes, Sony, you're being ridiculous on your things. You're saying you're relating Mahomes to Geno. So Mahomes, who had Andy Reid, that he went to, that had a grade A, top-notch offensive line, that's a skill position players all across the board for him to throw to. And that's the point I was making about Geno. And you've come to your determination about where Geno is based off of that stint. I can tell that about your comments. Well, what I saw from him in the Jets must be who he is. But again, you have to take into account the factors at play, right? So some quarterbacks are set up for success, others aren't. Some go to good places that they can have success, others don't. And there's a reason when you look at that Jets franchise for years now, and multiple quarterbacks who've come through there have not found the success. And it's because there's some dysfunction in that organization, in their process and their development. And there was at that time. But you're talking about two different places. Mahomes and what he got to work with coming there on the scene there with the Chiefs. Mitchell Schwartz on one tackle side, Eric Fisher on the other, a good interior offensive line. Kelsey, Tyreek Hill. I mean, that you couldn't be much more of a different unit than what the Jets got there, including having a defensive-minded coach in Rex Ryan versus Andy Reid. You talk about which coach would you want as a quarterback to lead you as a young player to the promised land? Yeah, if I polled 1,000 professional former quarterbacks and asked them, who would you have rather have, Rex Ryan or Andy Reid? It is 100% going to be Andy Reid. Maybe there's something in that. Trenton says also, we have Brian Monet and Austin Falui. I can't spell his name, but he will be 3 deep at nose, actually. Forgot about Cam. He can play nose. 49ers should fear us. I hope they do. We'll see. And yeah, Monet coming back, man. I don't know what we're going to get from Foley, but Monet should be able to provide some help, a little bit at least. Janath Kumar, thank you for the $10 donation. Janath, I do appreciate you for that. Niners versus Hawks game equals false start city for the Niners. Let's hope we're bringing the voice, especially a night game like it is, I believe, at home. Got all those fans all turned up on, all alcoholed up throughout the day, all wild. Let's go. I love it, Janet. I hope so. We got to make it. We got to make this home stadium again a place where it's uncomfortable for the opposition to walk into. And if we can provide a game like that Panther game and bring that kind of volume of noise, you're going to help the team out. You're going to help them up against that Niner, and they're going to need that help. ALG says our player said that about Daniel Jones. Oh, is he getting it confused? Well, he's confused about a lot of things at this point, ALG. So I'm not shocked. Spencer, I think they're both equal players, Spencer Godfrey. And again, dude, you don't have to post multiple times, man. I'll see your comment. I'll respond to it. I promise you. But they're both equal. One's a better run blocker, one's a better pass protector, but they'll both probably settle into be like 70, 75 PFF kind of players, well above average, but maybe not quite stars. Andy J says they've had all these stars and big prayer rolls, but haven't won a ring yet. It's true, man. They're getting into the end of their Super Bowl run here at this point, Andy. That window is closing. Ours, just beginning to open. DVN says a tell from a team whose quarterback didn't finish a single drive. Yeah. He's making stuff up. Give me a break. They got a tell. Like he's a pitcher with his glove. Like, I could see a fastball's coming. Okay. I do appreciate you saying for making me laugh tonight. I will give you that. Justin says, remember when they ruined Alex Smith and chose Kaepernick? I remember. Jeffrey says, I feel bad for Jets fans. Wanted them to lose because of Rodgers sucked, not because he got hurt. Yeah, you feel bad. It's going to be a tough year for them, and they thought they were getting ready to go, and they got the answer to the prayers of what they needed to get fixed, but it's been a bit rough for them. That's to be sure. Let's be sure. Bring back the Danger Witch. Addis says, why are there always fights at Levi Stadium? I don't know. You got to drive so far out there from San Fran just to get out to the thing. You think you'd have all your energy sapped by that point. And why do so many Niner fans fight against each other in that stadium? Why is there Niner on Niner crimes happening so often? I don't know how many videos I've watched of Niner fans in Niner jerseys punching each other. It's a tough look. Passionate fan base, I suppose. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, moving Kobe back to corner and Spoon to middle. I think you could definitely make the argument that that's the smart move to go at this point, Jeffrey, and that Spoon is your best slot. I don't think either Artie Burns or Kobe has been a fixture there that you feel stolid about being in that area. So, yeah, I think that there's a chance that does happen. I think Kobe's a guy they're going to move all over the place a bit, but maybe this gives him more of an opportunity for him to then slide into I got something in my damn got a splinter in my finger. I lost my train of thought, sorry. But yeah, I think you could move a little bit more back to corner, give him a run. If Trey Brown falters, do you maybe try seeing if Kobe can fight out there with Michael Jackson, or if Trey Brown has another injury? Do you have him go over there and let's see if maybe he can beat out Michael where he is? I certainly would like the chance to see him over there a little bit more. We got just a very small view of him. And he was a 2-time ACC guy, Walter Thorpe Award winner with Cincinnati. Feels like he hasn't quite got his full fair shake on that yet. Tevin Robinson, any thoughts on Randy Gregory? I don't think that he's a guy that would interest us too much here, Tevin. A couple reasons. Number one, he hasn't been particularly all that good as a player. He's been injured a lot in his career, including this year again, including last year. Denver wasn't really happy with what they were getting from him. He doesn't give you much as a run defender. He's a pass rusher only. I mean, he's kind of what we already have in Darrell Taylor. Bringing him in would be like redundancy because you have it in Taylor as it is. And we're stacked up with 4 edges as it is right now. We don't need really a 5th. There really wouldn't be a player there for it. And he doesn't seem to be a guy, I would say, Tevin, that's going to be all ball like they look for in their players on this team. I think he would stand out as a guy that, is kind of at times probably going through the motions. That's my general feel here of him. Justin says, imagine being a defensive end to run cap space. Ron Slusher, I'm happy with 5 Super Bowls. Ask Pete why he didn't hand the ball to beast mode. Ask why Pete why. I know why you didn't give the ball at that point to beast mode. It's kind of a tired one for me, Ron, on the whole should have ran it thing. Number one, it's a silly axiom anyway because it doesn't really take into account what was going on in that situation. It wasn't the worst call in NFL history. If you really unpack the data on that deal and what was going on there, it wasn't really, that outcome was not, from a strategical standpoint, an outcome that looked even remotely possible. That whole year there hadn't been one interception at the goal line from the 1 yard line throughout the NFL. But I know this is going to be the people on the other side of Niner fans. This is their fun thing to say. So feel free to go with it. It doesn't have much of an effect though, because when you guys say that, it just shows your ignorance to what went into that play call and why that call was had. But I know it's not going anywhere anytime soon, so have at it. Have at it. Oh, Sonny's doing the same thing, huh? Sonny's doing the same deal. Yeah, I know why we didn't run the 1 yard line. I think Sonny, you don't, and I think your other Niner fan in here doesn't understand either. I think you guys should, if it's such at the forefront of your mind of importance to it, maybe go back and look as to what went on in that play. But it speaks to a little bit of a fan's intelligence on that when they look at that play and go, what went on to it? Why did you do it? And there's more that goes in that play than just give Marshawn the ball, give Marshawn the ball, give Lynch the ball. Do that. It does speak to a little bit of a simple nature of your fandom a bit, if that's just your thinking outlook on that play, when there's a lot more that goes into play calling than just give ball guy, give him man ball guy, give him ball, hand him ball. It's is that what we do when we go into playing decisions? Is that what you think Shanahan does when he makes a call? Give Christian McCaffrey ball. Give him ball. Or do you think he tries to take into the situation and account for what's going on, what the defense might be doing from a personnel standpoint, timeouts, play clock? Do you think all that might factor in a bit with that? It's such a tired thing. You guys can keep doing it if you want, go for it. I don't care a ton, but again, too, I think Sonny, not really a part here. You just want to kind of pump out your chest and bang your chest. You want just to kind of gorilla this one tonight. And I'm glad you're feeling yourself, man. Andy, you always bring up the past because I know y'all can't win this century. I know Gibson says, I know the Niners are our rivals, but I'm really concerned with what we are doing, which also hopefully includes beating them twice this season. Yeah, me too. Young says, I saw that clip. 2 Niner fans going at it in the stands. What a class organization. All class all the way there, man. Woo! Woo! You believe in that, coach? Aha. Well, unlike your coach, Sonny, my coach has actually won a Super Bowl. So, you can talk all day about how brilliant Shanahan is, but he seems to have a hard time in the playoffs at times. It almost seems like he... you talk about a 1 yard line, you're going to start bringing up what choked to me. What was that game? Falcons, were that 28-3 with Shanahan as the offensive coordinator that the Atlanta gave it the biggest Super Bowl return back ever because he was choking. Didn't he have the lead against the Chiefs at one point? Didn't you guys have that lead? And just gets a little tight, Sonny. Sonny, it gets a little tight there as that game wears on, doesn't it? I know it's going to be tough. You have this coach that's so good, but then at the biggest moments, he just pisses his pants, At the biggest moment, you see the pee stain just go right down the inseam. It's tough. I know it's got to make it hard for you, especially because you can see the window closing. It's like, man, and our window's closing? My coach is peeing himself and the window's closing. And this team up in the Pacific Northwest is on the rise and just about to go do some major things. And we missed our shot. I get it. I know where this is coming from. And I'm just going to give you my goodwill hunting to you, man, Sony. It's not your fault. No. It's not your fault. Wait, no. I'm telling you right now, no. Listen to me. It's not your fault. It's going to be okay. Brandon Kessler, yep. Is like, well, yeah. How can we trust our Super Bowl winning coach versus your non-Super Bowl winning coach? Pretty easily, actually. That wasn't a good one to pick, buddy. Mr. Isaac, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the house. Justin says Santa Clara is mad because they have a losing record to Seattle since 2001. That's right. We've owned them since we've walked in this division. They got 1 3-0 year, but we've had their number. Samuel says, ask the Niners why they blew it in the Super Bowl. Why would they put all their eggs on a rookie? Tough break, but you should have known better. Should have known better. It's the fun part, too, with this whole Brock Purdy thing, Sony, is that the thing you should also be aware of in the back of your mind is that man got broken 8 games into his career, and he's barely been hit right now because he gets the ball out of his hands so fast. What happens when he starts taking those hits again? What happens when that little baby body starts getting broken by all those hits when it does happen, and it will occur? Can't keep him clean forever. As you learned in the playoffs last year. You think that body's going to hold up? You think that little 190-pound frame is going to sustain? Doesn't seem like there's a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL that's working out too well for him at that size. I would not wait until we play the Niners at this point, though. You guys are making me look forward to that. Making me look forward to that game all that much more, I'll tell you that. Tell you that much. Janeth, thank you for another $2 donation, Janeth. Appreciate the double donation. Says, question, how do we shut down CMC? Well, certainly, unlike last year in that final playoff game, Janeth, where you were not able, I think, I don't think that you had a healthy nose tackle available for that game. So it does help having a couple of nose tackles you can keep fresh to stop the run. It's just about what's brought the returns this year, and stopping the run has been the guys are on the details. They've talked about it this year and that you need buy-in, which was something that was missing from the club last year in stopping the run. That's been directly referenced by a multitude of people. Bobby Wagner's return back into the mix is going to help as well versus not having it last year. CMC is having a great year and is one of the best backs in the National Football League. You're only going to keep a back like that down so much, but you can allow that back not to be the part that beats you defensively, kind of like you did a little bit in that playoff game. So I think it just comes down to you've got some improved personnel here to make it happen, Janeth. You've got the nose tackles in place you didn't last year. And you're playing the run way more sound across the board through all 4 of the games this year. That would look like that's going to sustain and continue throughout the course of this season. And if that's the case, you have the Niners then coming in your house playing against one of the best run-stuffing teams in the National Football League and not one of the worst run-stuffing teams in the National Football League, as was the case in all 3 times that they played us last year. Thank you, Janet. Appreciate that donation. Spoon will shut down CMC, says Rockman Drums. Love it. Bronzeman Sachs. Marshawn talked about that play today and how we have to live with it forever. Yeah, I mean, the players on this, it's an emotional play, and players have a viewpoint on the play in a certain way. I think you saw in the Richard Sherman discussion with Pete a little bit of as far as starting to understand a little bit more of the coach's perspective on this. I think the players had a certain way that they felt about this, but that didn't make it the truth. That didn't make it the fact. And the Super Bowl play has a lot that goes into it. And if you're thinking about it just quite simply of you have to give it to Marshawn Lynch in that situation, it's the incorrect way of thinking it. And that's not what you ask play callers to do when they're coming up with a play call. You're asking play callers in those kind of situations, take into account of the clock, take account of the position on the field. Take account of if, for instance, you see the defense on the other side come with a personnel package, you want to counter that personnel package. And Sony, I hope you could relate this as understanding this a little bit. It's like you played Madden, right? And in Madden, the offense calls the play first, and then the defense matches up to the personnel they see the offense call. Offense calls 3 wide receiver, I'm going nickel. Offense goes 4 wide receiver, I'm going dime, right? In that moment in the Super Bowl, the Patriots didn't wait for the Seahawks offensive play call. They went to goal line with their defensive line. And you can go, well, if you ran it with Marshawn, you 100% would have had a touchdown. The answer on that, Sony, is no, you wouldn't have. And again, I'm going to give data. You're going to give me your emotions to back this up. So the data on this, let's go with first a 10-year period. Those running backs that ran in a 10-year period and had a minimum, I believe, of 5 opportunities to run the ball from the 5-yard line, the least effective back in doing that in the National Football League for a 10-year period was Marshawn Lynch. Marshawn Lynch had 5 attempts that year to get in from the goal line, from first and goal, from the 1. Like folks like yourself, Sony, and the other guy that was in the chat here that was a Niner fan trying to say it's automatic. Well, then why was he only 1 of 5 that year from the goal line? Once again, your offensive coordinator is taking this data in. He's aware of this data, right? And that's what you want a good offensive coordinator to do. So I've got a Patriots coming out in a heavy goal line. I counter that to 3 wide, which gives me a natural advantage against goal line. That's smart coordinating. I don't have a lot of success with down on the goal line and Marshawn Lynch running it in throughout the year or throughout a 10-year period. That's smart coordinating because you're taking into account that this has not been successful for us in recent years. There's more that goes into that play than just the simplified go and turn and give it to Marshawn, man. Doesn't mean it's the greatest of play calls. You could have been a better pass call at that point. You could have Russ roll out and throw it away if it wasn't there rather than a timing-based play call. But even that, Sony, we had a ton of success running that pick play down at the goal line throughout that year and throughout the last couple of years. Tons of touchdowns running that very play on the goal line as we had in times past. So it's not just so simple and easy. And I got to disagree, Sony, in that it's an out-coached situation. Malcolm Butler made a tremendous play on that play as well. And one play does not make a whole game. If you're going to tell me that one play makes a whole game, then we view football in a completely different fashion. What the reason is that you lost that game, Sony, is that you gave up a 10-point lead. I mean, it's funny to me that so many folks like yourself reference this one final play, and you completely overlook the fact that you had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter thanks to your offense. And why did you give up the 10-point lead? Why was the Legion of Boom one of the best defenses we've seen in the modern era giving up 10 points at the time? Was it because Brady is so great? Well, Brady's a very good player, and he played really well at the end of the game. But do you think maybe it could have been? Do you think maybe it slightly could have been this? Earl Thomas had a torn labrum. Richard Sherman had torn ligaments going on. You had your slot corner and no real good backup for him who tore his ACL and then broke his arm after an interception return on the first drive of the game against Tom Brady. You had Cam Chancellor who tore his MCL the day before the game in practice. Then in the game, you lose Cliff Averill to a concussion pretty early on after that point. Your defense got kind of beat up and the Patriots were able to take advantage. And that's the name of why they got back and won that game. It wasn't because of one single play on the goal line. It was because you gave up that 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. And you gave a 10-point lead because you were undermanned and your guys were ailing and they were trying to fight through and make it through. And that's the way the football goes sometimes. But it has nothing to do with out-coached. It's a simplified way you're looking to find here on it. And these things are a lot more complicated than that. Dino, you don't shut down CMC, only keep him around 100 yards if you can. Yeah, that's accurate. NFL didn't want Lynch to be the MVP. I just don't think that that's the case either. I don't think that adds up. So how does that work? They get down to the 1 and Goodell calls into Coach Carroll's headset and says, Coach Carroll, don't you dare give it to Marshawn now. I mean, they've been giving it to Marshawn throughout that game to gain enough yards in general in order for him to be an MVP. He was one of the big factors in that game. So like they were willing to go up to that point, but on this final play, here comes the call from Goodell to say no. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Janet says Niners fandom a group of bandwagoners. Kind of, yeah. Ron, 49ers looking good this year. I think we eliminated the Seahawks last year. Hey, you guys are all looking good this year, Ron. But again, I think something that I'm getting the same thing from Sony that I don't quite understand with you guys. Like, I look at your team through realism. I give you guys respect and all that. You guys seem to be slanted to want to not respect us or to say that we're some flash in the pan. We played like we did last year, Ron. We made it to the playoffs last year, Ron, with $57 million of dead money. And we were in a rebuild season, an unmitigated Any person could call it what it was. You were in a rebuild year. You started 6 rookies across the board, and yet you still made it to the playoffs. And yeah, you guys won last year, but you guys are in your Super Bowl window. We're not. We're ascending to that spot. We're moving en route to that area. So you have 2 different organizations in 2 different places, and you guys are kind of beating on your chest here without any sort of, I'm not seeing any of your comments and sort of picking up on that. And maybe, again, it is just you guys want to feel good about yourself coming to Hawk Channel, which go for it. Go knock yourself out. But if it's to have discussion on this and to talk about this, where are you missing that point? Is it that you don't want to talk about that part because it goes against what you're trying to portray on your arguments and your narrative? Spencer says Kobe needs to be cut. Put Love at nickel, Witherspoon outside. Then Coom on them. Okay. Okay. Young says Seahawks live so rent-free in these dudes' heads. They're in a Seahawks stream on a random Thursday night. You said it, you know? I don't know about cutting Kobe, Spencer. It's not really a big reason to do that. Randy Cut says exactly B, choke artist Kyle. Yeah, I mean, you got no place you're going to talk about Coach Carroll choking on a play when you got Kyle Shanahan as your coach. Sony Day says the 1 yard to win a Super Bowl with the best running back in the league at the time when you rode to Super Bowl both years, laughing out loud. He invented the Beastquake, baha. Pete Carroll choked and outcoached, played right into Belichick. Yeah, I know you haven't had a chance to respond to my comments, and I just responded a second ago because I'm a little bit behind on the comments. But do me a favor, Sony, respond to what I just brought up to you. Beast Mode was the least effective back in a 10-year period there in the 2010s in running from the goal line. So that right there goes against you. But okay, let's say that's a 10-year period. Let's go to that year. That year, you can go look up and find the data of running backs running from the 1 yard line and how successful they were. Marshawn was the least successful back that season in running from the 1 yard line. So I have 1 year of data that's in sync with 10 years of data. That then informs you as an offensive coordinator. Then you just need to run the ball. As well, you're trying to get 3 plays off in that situation. You run the ball. Now you use a timeout. Now you are showing your hand to the other coach that I'm going to be passing on second down. I don't have the time to be able to run and get a 3rd play off. So now what you're doing for the next 2 plays is you're predicting to the next coach of what you're going to call and what you're going to do. And again, Sony, again with this, like I referenced to Madden, most of the time, defensive coordinators wait to see what the offensive formation is going to do. This isn't just a Madden thing. This is an NFL thing. So most of the time as a defense, I'm waiting for what personnel I'm waiting, whether I'm nickel, whether I'm dime, whether I'm going to base. I'm going to wait to go see what the offensive coordinator is going to do first. If I as the defensive coordinator decide I'm going to make my move first, I'm giving that offensive coordinator an advantage against me. And Bevel tried to use that advantage. It wasn't successful, but it doesn't mean that the logic and reasoning wasn't sound. That's the point here. Again, the outcoach thing is incredible to me because, again, you're not thinking about the injury situation we were dealing with that game, I think. Mr. Isaac, I was not alive for the Niners' last Super Bowl. I mean, grown, have a child, and own a house. These fans are delusional. Be more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donations. I love you, Brandon. Pure comedy. Go Hawks. My pleasure, man. Flag Sabbath, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, make me a mod, B. Oh, it's all good. We're wrapping up here. So, and I'm sure these guys will run through. We'll see them once in about 5 months or so. Only if they win maybe or something like that. And yeah, Spencer, please don't mod. Please, I'm going to have to put the timeout thing on it. I've asked you a couple times with it. I really would appreciate it. Don't spam. There's no reason for it. Flag 7 says, Jesus, man, Lynch had a 20% success rate from the 1 yard line. League average was 57%. That pass play was 100% from the 1 yard line. We're 9 out of 9 on that. Edelman said they practiced for that. Yeah. It's the part you can't ignore with this whole, well, he did Beastquake. Well, he was such a strong runner. He would have certainly got in. The data doesn't back this up. That's the problem here. But again, Sony and the rest of them aren't really worried about data. They're worried about feelings, I think. Feelings are better. Emotions drive us better. Sony said the Patriots set up the bait and even put in a rookie cornerback to add icing. Pete bit and historically embarrassed. Yeah, again, I provided the data to back up why they made the choice there. If you've got some sound data to back that up as to why you believe that outside of your gut instinct was just Marshawn would have gotten in. You certainly didn't get a light for the Patriots, did you there, Sony? There was no light from, right? You didn't just get a four-man guy. You got their goal line is what they brought in. So if you were going to do what you're going to do, you're going to have to do it against their big boys and their big dogs. And I've tried to present to you, a couple people tried to present you the data that didn't back that up, that you'd been successful in that, not even just that season, but for the past 10 years there with Marshawn when he was running in those modes. There's a lot of data to do this. And again, the problem with this comes down to, Sony, is that you ask your offensive coordinator to use data in order to come to a determination about the right play to make. You don't tell him to just go, I have Marshawn, run Marshawn. Offensive coordinators don't operate in that kind of simplified fashion. Maybe you as a fan do, but offensive coordinators don't. I guarantee you Kyle Shanahan doesn't. That's not the way he operates. You take in the data and then make the proper decision and choice as a play caller. And you don't get to just cherry pick a play in a game and say, no, should have been the play in the game, where you don't do that. You either ask a coordinator to do that or you do not. Flag, thank you for the $2 donation, man. We're going to wrap up here fairly soon, so it's all good. And again, Sonny, no football game comes down to one play, too. There was a multitude of plays, and it was the offensive success by the Patriots in this game. That offensive success came because your defense was decimated. A fact by which you're not referencing at all. So I think you're just kind of ignoring because it doesn't fit your argument. Jenna, thank you for the $2 donation. That epic explanation deserves an applause. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I've looked deeply into this. So I've taken a look at that play as deep as just about anybody can. And I've come out the other side of it, and I started in a play, Sony, where you were at with this, where I went, oh, just the dumbest play call in history. But the more you unpack it, the more you look into it, the more you try to understand it, not just what you feel about it, but what you try to understand about the play, the more you walk away understanding that, hey, did the Patriots get us there? Did Malcolm Butler make a great all-time play? He did. But is it the worst play call in NFL history? Is the stupid? No, not even in the vicinity. Flag says Averill was a pest in that game before his injury. Yeah, he was having an awesome game before the concussion. But Averill, Jeremy Lane, your slot corner, you didn't have a backup slot corner that was anywhere near as good as what he was bringing at the time. Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas, your whole legion of boom, basically. The whole legion. Beat all to hell. All right. So, Spencer, man, I tried, brother. I tried with you, Spencer. I get it. Sometimes people just don't want to go with it. So I'll hopefully next stream, maybe we get a little bit more on you where you don't have to go this route, but I don't want you to spam in here on the next roll in here. Okay. You come on in. I don't want spam. It's not appreciated. It ends up annoying everybody. I don't know what the point is you're doing it, but we'll be doing it soon here. Come on. Jesus. Internet off here? What's going on? God, dude, I don't know why there's people got to be come in and be childish with stuff. It's just like, just use your brain. Come on. Take a feel for the root. No, I need the attention on me. People are just dying for attention this day and age. Yeah, Sony, no play. In my opinion, no Super Bowl comes down to one play. It's a collection of plays that tells the story of a game. And and you and I see the game fundamentally different. You talk about what all fans think. I don't think the NFL is driven in its decision making by what fans think on the streets. They're going to do what's professional and what they're trained and taught to do. That's how they do it. And while the Patriots got the better end of that play and we're certainly prepared for it, it doesn't make it the most insane call at the end of the day in NFL history. And while they won on that particular play in that game, it doesn't mean Coach Carroll was thoroughly outcoached for all of the rest of the game. There's all of these plays in a football game, and you just disregard all of that for these one plays. It's again what you're doing on a lot of what your stuff is here, Sony, is just there's a cherry pick factor to what you're going at. But you're feeling yourself in a way, so go for it. I tried to present you data as to why they made the decision. I provided a bunch of different details. You keep just coming back to outcoached, worst call in Super Bowl history. You're in a simplified state. I'm trying to get to a deeper state. You want to sit on the surface level? Go for it, man. I'm here beneath the waves, though. You want to have a talk down there? Let's go talk down there. I know it's very common, Sony, to be a Niner fan against a Hawk fan or against an opposition, and you just want to come in and let me just get into some fights in this. This is fun. What we try to do here is we actually try to have some discussion on it. It ain't about us trying to dunk on one another. You're trying to come at it from that angle of it, so you're getting some of that back from my chat. But it's really about having a discussion and unpacking things a little bit more. And, I think I can be pretty fair with your Shanahan guy and putting him in perspective of things. And, I can give him a knock about maybe choking and joke about that. I'm more joking about anything else, but it's really ridiculous as a statement. It is. And if you disagree, then, you provide the data as to why. So, Marshawn, 20% that year in those situations, a good number of times he had an opportunity. That doesn't mean that that's a no-brainer. He's going to go in and score in that moment if you do that. And if you do get him stopped there, that's the other part. Again, you haven't acknowledged here is if you do give him stopped there, you're using a timeout, and then you're foreshadowing that you're going to be passing on second down. You're then telegraphing what your play calling is going to be going forward. But I'm not going to. I get where you're coming from on this, so I'll let it go. Sonny, you have yourself fun on that. Can't wait till Thanksgiving, man. Yeah, Spencer's done. You're right. I don't know why, but I can't get enough X-Hawks talking about the Super Bowl INT play. It's been tough for me, man. It's a painful thing to overturn. So any day if you lose a Super Bowl as a coach, were you outcoached or were you not outcoached? I think that you can lose games for a variety of different reasons. And again, you keep coming to the thing that I tend to find on folks that I sometimes disagree with, Sony, and it's kind of the case here, is that I try to get to more of an articulated state and to a deeper state of things, and you keep kind of trying to pull things into a simplified area. So it's like, where do you want to be with this? Do you want to keep things very simple and easy so you don't have to think about it very deeply? Or do you want to try to think about things a little bit more deeply and consider them at a deeper level? That's what I ask you here and what your purpose is, because it's really not, I think that's what you're trying to do is try to stay at that surface level. I point out what I thought was the real main reason you lost this game. You tried to mention that the team was driven by Marshawn Lynch, and certainly he was a big part of this team and a big part of the heartbeat of this team. But the team was run and won by its defense, first and foremost. That same defense that was absolutely decimated by injuries in that Super Bowl game, as I presented it to you. That's the main reason you lost. And that goes beyond one game. That goes beyond one play in a game. That goes over the course of the game why you weren't as good defensively as you normally would have been. I think we just end up disagreeing on that one, brother. Deviant says, source, trust me, bro. Janet says, we believe in community and having a good time. It sucks that people want to have a rude statement in here. Yeah, and I think people are just used to, like, Sony's probably used to this is the lay of the land and the rest of the YouTube. We're an unusual place in here. And there's been plenty, Sony, of Niner fans I've had in here like yourself that start out with this energy and end up coming around to understanding that that's not what we're trying to operate out in here. That's not our method and our goal here. And I think that the Niner rivalry can be just as fierce as anything else if we be honest and true with each side of the fan base on things, and we'll have disagreement with it, but that's what we can do. That's what we're trying to do here. I know that you're probably on that different lens of wherever else goes on YouTube, but we're in a different lane here and what we try to do. Sony says players get injured, referees, etc. If you lose a game as a head coach, you were out coached whether or not the Super Bowl or regular season game. Yeah, see, it's again, every comment I come down to, you're simplifying everything and trying to find the most simplified state of things. Life's complicated. Football's complicated. Football games are complicated. There's a lot of reasons for a lot of different things happening and occurring. And injuries do happen to teams. You're right about that. But there can come a place, I think you would agree, where injuries end up overtaking things. Your own Niner team in this 5-year run, you've had a couple of years that got upended by there being too many injuries, by you being the most injured team in the NFL, right? You wouldn't put you as the most injured team in the NFL up against the team that was the least most injured team in the NFL and say, see, we are exactly the same in this given area of the game, right? There's a place that you can get to an injury front where it pushes it over the top, where it goes too far, where you can have one too many injuries and a unit that once was really great and performed like one of the best in football suddenly now looks like a shell of itself. And that was the case. That was what was going on in that game. It wasn't merely you lost one player or two players. Your whole secondary was decimated, maybe absent one cornerback. Show me a team that gets decimated, two safeties, a corner, their slot corner, they're left with one corner, and that team's out there and functional as a secondary. That's what the point is. There's a line that it goes too far on to where you can't be functional. But again, I think you want to keep this simple, and I don't. So I don't know where there's a lot to go from. Sony said, I respect the opinion, but Pete was out coached, and yes, the guy tears his ACL in the second or first quarter, and the defense starts giving up points, but no one will remember the game no one will remember, who will remember the game play by play? No one. It's not a matter about game and the play, it's about looking at the game and reasons you lost. And because you go to the moment that's the most entertaining moment or seemingly the biggest moment doesn't mean that that's the way the game was determined. It just means that's the biggest moment in the game. But the game was more determined by if you handled business on the back end, you never get to the front of having even to make that final drive as an offense. If your defense performs as it had normally performed throughout the course of the year and throughout the Legion of Boom era, your offense doesn't have to drive down the field at that moment. That's the point. And again, you're saying, I think it happened like late first quarter or second quarter. No. The Jeremy Lane injury happened on the very first drive of the game, a drive where the Patriots were moving up the field, and then at the goal line, Jeremy Lane gets an interception. The first drive of the game. Your slot was out, and Earl and Richard Sherman were highly injured. Cam, highly injured. That was the reality of it. I don't know what were you expecting that defense to carry the day at that point? Like they should be rolling like normal. So, Sonny, you're being silly. No defense that is physical will not end up with injuries. Body can't handle that kind of punishment. Belichick knew it. They played the game. So why weren't we beat up the previous year, Sony? Why weren't we against Denver if that's the case, that just playing a defense like that at the course of the year is going to get you so beat up by the end of the year, you're going to be toast? Why were we at full health at the end of the prior year against Denver then? Man, your arguments don't make any sense, brother. I'm trying to understand it, but it's just like, whew. If I start pulling it apart, it doesn't add up. Steve says, kudos to Brandon for trying to teach calculus to a third grader. Noble effort. I know. I just need to let him spin. Jason Schumacher, like last year, no quarterbacks. You ran out with all the injuries. Flag says, so did the Bears run out coach the Niners in the rain game last year, or were you all blaming the weather? It's a good question, Sony. Where do you stand on that rain game from last year with the Bears? Was that the Bears out coaching you in that game? Or maybe it was the monsoon. Well said, Flag. He says next. Oh wow, Sony. Yeah, you're not helping your callus here, buddy. You're just making yourself look more foolish because you're showing you don't understand the truth of the facts of the situation. You're saying they got decimated by injuries because of Gronkowski and Edelman were splitting their ankles. The injuries that were sustained, Sony, occurred prior to the game, absent Jeremy Lane, who wasn't splitting his ankles. He was tackled, and that's how he got hurt after he intercepted Tom Brady. The Richard Sherman, the Earl Thomas injury happened in the Packers Conference Championship. The Cam Chancellor injury happened in practice the day before the game. So again, I'm trying to give you some facts. You're giving me kind of what you generally feel. You kind of feel this way about it. I can sense you're a big gut instinct guy, Sony. I could tell that about you. I dig that about you, dude. But unfortunately, it's not the truth. I'm trying to get there with you, but I know we're not going to get there. Sony says that was year one. No, it was not year one. Man, are you going to say anything that's got some truth to it tonight? Or are you just going to kind of invent your own truth of what you feel? Say stuff with some truth to it, man. If you're going to say that was 1 year. So 2013 was the 1 year. 2 years they couldn't sustain that level of play and broke down in the Super Bowl. 2012 we were also really good, and we came an inch away from going on to the Niners and going and playing the conference championship in that year. We didn't break down there. Had an injury or two, but weren't in the same place we were in 2 years from then in the Super Bowl with the Patriots. So shouldn't have we, if you were right on that, broken down in 2012 too? Shouldn't that have occurred? Doesn't quite add up, buddy. Justin 26, excuse. Yeah, see, Devian brings up a question. How do you deny LOB injuries and then use Purdy as your reason for losing? And that's where, again, this is where I'm going to be consistent with it, Sony, because I believe that and this is what I'm looking for you is let's be consistent. Let's not cherry pick for what suits our argument for the given time, right? So you say, well, yeah, we lost Purdy. That's why we lost. We had this major injury at the most important position and we lost, which I would agree with. And I'm being consistent with you, right? Because I say, yeah, your Niners last year, if they had Purdy, probably beat that Eagles team. And my Seahawks defense, if they were in near even close to full strength in that Patriots game, if they were one healthy Richard Sherman in that game, one healthy Cam Chancellor in that game, probably win that game. That's probably as much the difference. So I'm consistent in this. I'm not cherry picking. But Sony, I think the question was asked. I'd love to hear your response on this. Was the game last year, game number one, in which your Niners got embarrassed in Chicago to one of the worst, if not the worst team in the league last year, was that you being out-coached in that game? Was Shanahan outcoached by the Chicago? Because you're saying every game comes down to a coach being outcoached. There's no other reasons. Just that's every reason for every game is one team's outcoached, the other team's not. So was that a game where you were outcoached to show your consistency and your view? Rev Rye, Niners fall off is going to be diabolical. No way they keep on to all those stars. They have no depth to that team. And that is where they're at. They can stay full strength and healthy throughout this year. They're going to be juggernaut and tough to deal with. You get a couple of the injuries on the top side to a couple of these star-driven guys at the top of this roster, I think they look a little bit different, and I don't think they play anywhere near the same level. In Utero says, how did the Niners lose to Denver last year? Dab Ternot, this Sony guy is fried, bro. Can I get some of what you're smoking on, my guy? That Cali buzz must be strong for you, laughing out loud. Mr. Isaac says the Niners are the regular season champions. Sony Dane says, it could have, but they never had to play a full Super Bowl season other than the one they played, and clearly they couldn't stay healthy for year 2 for that long stretch. Just odd to me, to be sure. Yeah, teams don't go to the Super Bowl a lot, right? You can attest to this with your Niners team. It's since what, 93? You guys have been, that's a 30-year period. You've been there twice, right? It's hard to get to the Super Bowl. And, that year too, you probably got beaten down a little bit, Sony, maybe as much. You played those extra games the prior year, and you played the extra games the prior year than that. Maybe there was a bit of that adding up. Or maybe you just had some bad injuries at the wrong time of year, But I don't, yeah. Again, I don't know if we're going to get anywhere in this one. I would love to see what your response is on that Chicago game, though. Kind of gone quiet here with Dame, but I'd love to hear what your Chicago game, because every game comes down to being outcoached. I just want to hear you tell me that the Chicago Bears outcoached your Niner team last year. I just want to hear you tell me that Hackett got outcoached that Shanahan got outcoached by Hackett as the reason. Sony says, first game of the season. Well, there's a superstition that teams that win the first game never make the Super Bowl. You didn't answer my question. You just told me up above that every game is determined by a coach outcoaching another coach. I asked you the question of whether or not your Niners were outcoached by the Bears in game 1, and your answer was first game of the season as well. There is a superstition that teams will win the first game, never make the Super Bowl. So your Niners purposely lost the game in order to avoid superstition. Are you goddamn ridiculously kidding me? I think I just lost brain cells off that one. Really? That's the response back. Flag, props to you for the perfect question on that one, by the way. Perfect question. Spencer, don't start, brother. Don't start. I'm telling you. Drabanot, I didn't expect you to read that comment. Laughing out loud, the way you're presenting all these facts makes me enjoy your stream even more. That's how I roll my channel, man. I'm not as normal. I don't do it the way other people do it. I do it my way. And I like doing it this way. I like it. I did answer Shanahan was outcoached, but he corrected it as well as they made it to the NFC. So the monsoon rains, nothing there with that. It's that he got outcoached by, okay, hey, you're consistent. I'll give you that on it. I'll give you out. You were consistent. That's what I was looking for. That's often what I'm looking for, is just give me some consistency. I don't know if I agree with you on that one. I don't know if that was a game where you got outcoached as much as I think that was a game where you're playing in monsoon conditions, which kind of leveled the talent of the playing field a bit, But I think we will find a little bit more disagreement here than we find agreement, which is okay. That's going to happen from time to time, Sonny. Appreciate your contributions, buddy. All right. Well, we are 12:30 here at my time, and we are about 5 hours almost on the button of the stream. So I think it's probably a good time to go ahead and let's wrap up the stream. If we could, please hit that like button. If you do like what you're listening to today, I would really appreciate it. Another great stream here today with you guys on the horn of things. Let's get the last couple questions in, comments, concerns, trials, tribulations. Trials and tribulations. Right in the cut of superstition. That one got me too. I hadn't heard of that superstition before. Alexander Brandon, you should go Joe Pesci on the chat. Too much F-bombs. Too many F-bombs. Too many. AD Williams says October 5th, 2013, October 5th, 2023, Seahawks are 14-5 over the Niners. We've had their number for the most part. Kingdom Joe, the press made an official apology to the official that yelled at him. Personally, I didn't think he had to apologize. The game is crazy and it was an emotional moment, but the press got class. The president. President does have class. Jamal Adams should not have had to have apologized in that situation. It was wrong that the NFL freaked out about that. Those kind of things are going to happen in this violent sport where guys get traumatic head injuries, which are going to make them emotional. I think it's ridiculous that he had to apologize. I think that independent evaluator got into his feelings a little bit on the sidelines, which, you got to dump that away. That's your job. You got to understand you're dealing with an emotional sport and players in an emotional state, and you take that into account a little bit. ALG says, I'm pretty sure the Chiefs won their first game last year. I would believe the Chiefs on both of their Super Bowl wins won their first game in both those two times. So I don't know if that is a real thing. Shanahan must be garbage if he got outcoached by a coach that didn't last a single season and the coach of a team that got the first overall pick. I guess so. Do you think the Browns will still be injured when the Hawks play the Bengals? Burrows? It sounds like he's feeling better. I don't know if you're going to have him 100%, but I don't know if he's going to be as injured as he's been up until this point, jocular. So slightly not 100%, but he's going to still probably be pretty good by that point. We'll have something to watch for this week. Flag says, we know we lost. We're not delusional, just like saying Purdy is undefeated when he clearly lost to the Eagles. Just as 30 years without a Super Bowl, we'll have a fan base leading with superstitions because there's no Super Bowls. There we go. ALG, Jamal was injured. That's our excuse. Then we are undefeated. There we go. Mr. Isaac says, thanks for streaming tonight, Brando. One of the more chaotic chat rooms I've been a part of, but very entertaining. It goes that way. That's the beauty of doing a live stream, man, is you never know what you're going to get. And sometimes it's going to be a little varied over here and over there. Gabriel says, Seahawks won their first game in the Super Bowl season 2. The Niners would be screwed because they won week 1 this season. Laughing out loud. That superstition is made up. I have a feeling it's not the only thing that was being made up. If you know what I'm saying. Boy, Spencer, thank you, buddy. You're on one tonight, brother. Love you too, man. Woo! We're lit tonight, huh? All right. Well, thank you guys for watching tonight. I appreciate everyone. Pumpkin says thank you as well for watching. Don't you? Say thank you for me. Give him a thank you. Thank you. But appreciate everybody watching tonight. Great show as well. We had 5 hours. I was only got a couple hours, but you guys roped me in a few hours. I always have so much fun kind of just going through the chat, even when it gets hot and heavy. I like it that way. I like this kind of party, baby. But I appreciate you guys watching. Hit that like button if you guys get a chance. Want to thank one more time out here to the sponsor of the show. That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy. They are going to be sponsoring this show throughout the course of this year. Use my code right now. Click the link below in the description, and that link is under NEST. They will match you up to $100 of your first deposit on me. So $100 in your pocket from me. You support the channel, show some love. You guys have been doing great with using that code. So thank you to everybody who has gone out there and used this Underdog code. Getting some great feedback from them. Really like this sponsorship opportunity. I think it goes really, really, really well together here with the channel as we go forward into the future. King Bomber says you can go 2-0 in the regular season to stay undefeated. That's fine, but we'll beat you guys in the NFC Championship game just like the Rams, and we'll win when it matters. I think King Bomber finished this up right with that comment. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, I appreciate you guys on the chat. Thank you to everyone who donated all the way down the line. So many donations as always on the chat, almost too many to name, but thank you guys for that. Appreciate even the Niner fans coming in. Like I say, with the Niner fans, you guys can come in if you want, and we can just go head to head and fight it out. If you're open to it, the way we kind of roll here that's unusual is we're going to try to have a discussion and talk it up, and there is a mutual respect there. And if you're looking for evidence of that, look for my interactions with Jesse with Last Second Sports. And some of our, we do 2-3 shows a year where we, get together and collab, and it's in respect and all that. And that is the place we do try to operate from. But I know the lay of the land. I know it's the NFL. I know that this is the way it goes when you got this kind of fierce rivalry. So I get it. No big deal as well if you want to come in and just shoot the flamethrower wherever you can land it. I get it. I appreciate you guys for watching so much on this channel. I appreciate all the support and the new subscribers and the donations, and just it's been an amazing year here as we are just speeding along here. We're going to be passing through the 14,000 mark on subscribers, and it's been unbelievable this year as we're cooking along. We got more to come, more en route, more plans down the way. I think I'm going to do a full day stream end to end. I think we'll do Red Zone 10 a.m. through what we got 4 o'clock through the afternoon games. And then I think we'll do the Niners and Cowboys to finish it up. Big, fat, long day. I'll just lock myself in. So if you're looking for a place to hang out this Sunday as we enjoy our victory week, our extra victory bye week, well, then you can come on over here to the Hawks Nest. I should be going about 10 o'clock. We will go all day long, have some fun with it, chop it up, see what goes down, but just get to enjoy where our Hawks are at and where maybe this season's going. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really do appreciate you. We'll be back here on Sunday, but until that time, I hope I don't have to remind you about where this team's going, about where this season's going, about what this team is slowly starting to put together. We're moving somewhere. We're heading somewhere, and step by step, we're getting closer and closer and closer. Can you feel it? Can you feel it en route? Can you feel it coming? I hope my Seahawks faithful got the faith. I hope they can see the dream at play, that they're dreaming big, that they're living large, and that they're hoping for the best, because we're about to make some noise in this NFL this season, not next year, not 2 years down the line, right now. Niner fans, you're feeling yourself, but you know that little tickle that you feel in the back of your throat, those hairs that are starting to raise on the back of your neck. You know what that is? That's us. That's us coming for you. So feel good about yourself. Feel good about your start. You're strong right now. You're playing at your best right now at the beginning of the season. But us, we're going to be playing our best at the end of the year. My fellow Hawk fans, don't forget that fact. Keep that at the forefront of your mind. Don't let these Niner fans dissuade you from understanding that. Niner fans, I know you're getting nervous, and you should be. We're coming for you. We're coming fast. You better speed up. Please, my fellow Seahawks fans, don't you ever forget now. Keep it in that forefront of your mind. Remember where this team is going. Live and dream big, my fellow Seahawks faithful, and do not ever, ever, ever forget. Go Hawks!